Hello. What is up, friends? What do I think about oil extractors are gone? It'll be fine. Probably gonna want to be inside of blighted maps more than you're gonna want to be farming blighted maps inside of maps. But it really depends, right? I think 3.2 Val Cleave will be good. The old one that I did, it's a thought. It's gonna need gear though. Cold Reap, too much gear. I'm thinking about either a slam scale. I was talking to Blossom. Blossom was saying Boneshatter might be the play. I don't know. Would the damage multiplier increase? Maybe. The problem is I'm not the best thingy merbaver. Molten Strike? I need a Blight build. Non-melee meta for the cheap items at Leaguestart. The problem is I think a lot of the non-melee items are still going to be expensive, right? People are still going to want like Ralakesh and shit, right? I don't know anything about Viper Strike. I couldn't tell you. You need something faster than slams, in my opinion. 100 div Alberon Warpath. Why would they be 100 divs? I just said this in Discord and I'm going to say this here. People really need to stop assuming prices on things. Strength stacking melee? What do you mean? How do you strength stack with the arc, with the thingy being dead? There's something that died that makes strength stacking really bad, isn't there? Yeah, this. Hold on. Battle's Cry's Made no longer grant a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows attack benefits to increase from spell damage. Instead, the nearby user gains a buff that boosts critical strike chance. The buff grants blah 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 critical strike chance and casts a maximum of 25 power. Now is a base duration of 2.5. Adorned. I was not talking to, but I was watching Captain Lance, and he was saying, Adorn's probably still best in slot for most builds, period, ever. And you're gonna want Adorns no matter what. But it's only going to be 100, like it's 100% Adorned or bust. Still playable, just not as OP. Yes, correct. And his example was and I thought his example was really good. His example was if you take a 7% jewel and then you times it by 150%, it goes up by 1.5, right? I'm fucking stupid. I should have just done 1.5. I don't know. I don't know how to do the math. But a 7% jewel, I guess, goes to 14, 17. I think it goes to 17. So it's down 17 to 14 now. I don't know how to do math. I can't answer anything on Viper Strike of the Mamba. I don't know what that skill does or how it interacts or works in any shape or form. Are there any changes on traps and mines? Not that I saw. Traps and mines should be fine. Need to multiply by 2.5. That's what it is. Thank you. What is this? I think people are really underestimating how good Defiance is going to be. I'm like reading the Discord actively, and people are like, "Oh, Defiance is dead," and some people are like, "Defiance is goated," and I'm like, "Yeah, Defiance is goated," and people are like, "Defiance is dead," and I'm like, "That guy's a fucking that's dumb." I don't think we're delving. I think we're always mapping. You're always managing workers. I think people really underestimate how much of like what I'm like. I don't know anything about Corrupting Fever. Warden looks insane. I need people to understand something, and I'm going to reiterate this a lot. Whatever I put together to play for Leaguestart will be, and Jew is here. Jew will back me up on this. Whatever I'm building for Leaguestart, I will play Friday, I will play Saturday, and I will play Sunday. Come Monday morning, I probably won't be playing that anymore. The odds of me even logging in this as my current League starter are so close to zero right now because I don't know what I want to do. Where's my beautiful face? Where's your beautiful face? Did I pick up all my pieces of my brain yet? No. In New Jersey? Dang. Dude, I miss Jersey all the time, bro. I miss home all the time. When did I move out? 7 years ago. Still doing my hair? Chill? You're right. New Blight passive that changed normal enemies and boss is broken. I think all the Blight stuff's insane. Thoughts on Rage Vortex? I don't know anything about it. Did Hex Blast get changed? Hex Blast doesn't get changed. No. Oh, I forgot to shave my head actually. Taxes have nearly doubled in the last fight. Yeah, I know. I've heard. It's fucking insane. Dude, the taxes on my place for the year are like $2,000, man. I got a 1,500 square foot home. My taxes are like $2,000 on the year. It's fucking nuts. Hex Blast got changed for leveling. It won't do anything. You'll still one-shot everything. You're starting Flicker Strike. Okay. I'm sure you are. Glacial Hammer? I mean, just do it then. Still super cheap for New Jersey. That's not bad. It's bigger than my place. Endurance charges are indeed OP now, yeah. This doesn't have a banner on it. Raider's gone though, so gotta go Flicker Slayer, I guess. I don't think Flicker's ever the play. I think we're missing a lot of, I think we're still missing a lot of information. I think people need to just breathe until we get more information still. Hex Blast Mine's still a go. I can't decide between Hex Blast, Explosive Traps, Carrying Golems, Zombies. You play Hex Blast. Thanks for 25, man.
What's up, bud?
What up, bro? Hatred is 39% Fizz is cold. Oh my god. All patch notes are out. We're still missing a lot of information, like a lot of gem levels, a lot of tincture info, all the base info. The property tax of 12. That's crazy. Oh, what's up, Allie? Oh shit. Yo, lady, thank you for gifting 5 subs. I guess Allie got one. Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted Saberinos. I appreciate that. Holy hipster? What do you mean? What do you think about the attribute requirements of the new bases? They're irrelevant. You just make it work. Use Shadow for the POB videos, but I'm planning on doing perfect. You can. So yeah, it's gonna be really hard, right, to do things without gem levels. But if you go into options and then opt in for a weekly beta test on POB, you can actually update your POB now. And it gives you very basic information now. For those of you who don't know. So you can get the beta test build right now. Dude, I don't know how I feel about Val Pact. Is it actually good? How's he getting Fortify on this? Oh, he's getting Fortify in links. Did you not play when Val Pact was a thing? No. Is there a cap on Leech though? I don't know how that works. You either get one shot or you don't die. I love how Sinvicta's 12 million DPS. I love this fucking weapon. How is it quality 70%? Did you put the quality placeholder? Okay. So it's a placeholder for the new changes, right? I was just gonna DM you. Wait, so does that make Sinvicta cracked? The fizz percent as well? You added 100% increased fizz onto it as well? Wait, why did you do that? To simulate the Danning enchant? What's the Danning enchant? I mean, it makes sense to be a local, right? Because of new enchantments, all unique weapons are trash. I wouldn't say they're trash.
Hi, I'm...
Yeah, they should affect uniques, right? I'm pretty sure they don't. Why wouldn't they? I don't think you can play Tinctures, man. I don't think you're gonna have the mana to sustain Tinctures. Change it to life burn if you're Warden. Right? Is it if you're Warden? Or is it this node? Oh, it's this node. Oh. I'm dumb. Is that why there's... Oh, no, there's not an empty slot. Interesting. I'm trying to find the Danning thing on this. On the passive tree, on my POB, every time I hit, I gain 1.6k life. It's a lot of life. Do lacerate bleed glide for the boys with the boys? No. I would fucking kill for this to have timestamps right now. Your HS build? What's HS? Think about the fizz is as extra. You can erect, but like this is, I think this is what you're forgetting though, right? Like you can already put enchants on uniques. Why would that change? Like You can already put in chance on uniques. It's the same thing. Rip Raider? Nobody cared about Raider. Raider was bad. That's why they deleted it. That's Harvest, but it's an enchant. Why would it matter? Doing a Blight video sometime, my brother? Yeah, I plan on it. There hasn't been enough time since the release to do everything yet, right? I'm in shambles. I want that game. Zoom, zoom. I cared. Stop being bad. And maybe if you played longer than like 4 days, you would play like a real Ascendancy and be fine. And there are no current enchants. I love the early act. Zoom, zoom. Yeah, it's called fucking Tailwind. Just play Tailwind.
He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchant.
What are your thoughts on the extractors being removed? It will be fine. It just means you're going to spend more time inside of regular blighted maps. I think they changed the ravaged blight maps overall are a buff. What changes besides the double oils are there? Or double
Our design
jewelry.
intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces.
The new oil, but I guess that's in blighted too.
To choose from. It's the risk of your workers perishing. Sometimes it's better to just run it yourself. You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole ass
What's
town
the
at your
button to
fingertips.
skip forward?
Let's talk about crafting services. You should definitely consider building a runesmithing table. This is operated by Danig himself, using powerful Kalguran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes.
Thanks, guys.
There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments.
He doesn't say rare weapons. He just says weapons.
Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items.
He doesn't say this.
Like this modifier.
He doesn't say. Why is there? Wait. Am I stupid?
Nick himself.
Hold on.
Using powerful Kalguran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier.
He doesn't say the second line. Wait.
Enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items,
And then put them on normally. He doesn't say this. He doesn't say this. No, it's not implied. It's not. It's not. It doesn't say that. He doesn't out loud say that.
New crafts that can be applied to your weapons.
He says new crafts that can be applied to your weapons
as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier.
He's silent. He's purposely silent. He's purposely silent there.
Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces.
All in a day's work.
There are over 100 different special crafting outcomes, ranging from ones very easily applied to very difficult. The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalgur, or defeating powerful bosses. The Kalgur and very difficult and apply it to your own choose from blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier.
He's silent. Why is he silent? Does he not want people to realize that it's non-uniques? What's the line there? What's the line there? No, I want to put it on uniques. I want to take a unique. I want to take a unique modifier and put on a unique modifier. Doesn't really matter in the end. It doesn't, but I'd like to know. Thanks for the follow. It's an enchantment. That's what I said. I said it's an enchantment. That was my argument. My argument's an enchantment. Correct. That is what I said. People said it didn't work like that, so I went to go find the clip, right? So watch the clip.
Enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique.
Now listen. He's gonna say you would usually only find on unique equipments, and then this part right here that says and put them on normal equipment. This line is only in the closed caption. He will not verbally say it.
Unique items.
And then he's silent.
Like this modifier.
So what's accurate? The point is to make rare stronger, not uniques more strong. It's fine. I get that. That's not my issue. Rares, yeah, rares are already infinitely stronger than uniques in majority of the cases. Yeah. Like, that's not the issue. The issue is what's accurate. What do I work on? Precisely that. Great, but rares are already infinitely stronger than uniques. This is why we make mirror tier rare items. Nice catch. If you would have told me he didn't say it, I would have argued with that until I was red in the face. Exactly. That's the problem. That's the problem. Because he doesn't say it, but it's in the closed caption. And I know many people, I know there's many people that will only use closed caption because of like real life things, or they're in the office, or they're hard of hearing. Even me, like when I watch movies, I put closed caption on, right? And like, you know, what do I play as a melee player? I'm not used to multiple skills. Boneshatter. I asked on Twitter. I just have to hope they answer me now. They might not answer me now though. They never really answer any of my tweets. I usually get I usually get ignored. XDD Dono Walled. I mean, it's like I just don't think a lot of people in the community like realize that I exist, which is fine. rare equipment, but he doesn't say rare equipment. He doesn't say it though. Is it a closed captioning error? Was he supposed to say it, forgot to say? So like his silence is telling, right? Like, is he silent intentionally because he doesn't want to say it? Is he silent intentionally because he forgot to say it? Is he silent intentionally because the audio got skewed? Like,
our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism.
no way people thought this would work on unique items. Why wouldn't they? It's a literal enchant. It's literally a magical enchanting crafting station. He's silent to shove the new powerful mechanic. Probably, yeah. Are we doing melee? Maybe. We were looking at Berserker Boneshatter, just to like blitz through the campaign for like 2 days. Blitz through the campaign, get the map, start doing maps. Why are you already assuming it doesn't work in uniques? That's my point. Like, why would people assume it doesn't work? Like, it's an enchant. And like, this is where the discrepancy is. He doesn't say it. There's no like confirmation in this, right? And we can already enchant things, right? Like, we can already go to harvest and enchant things because we have things like this. So like, why wouldn't those work? I'm either doing Ice Shot a Pen, or I may try to load and check some of those highly buffed melee skills. I think the play is to start Boneshatter for 2 or 3 days, and then Monday morning reroll. Like, literally start Boneshatter, pick up like a Imperial Edge, and start getting this gear. Then mess around with melee on the second. I think the plan is to go back to splitting Steel Trickster with the new bases. In the live broadcast, I'm pretty strongly remember he said rare items. But this is from the live broadcast. This is the literal live broadcast. This is that, but that's the thing though. This is the live broadcast, right? Till he started talking about how they wanted rare, but rares are already more powerful. But rares are like, do people not think that rares are like infinitely more powerful already? I shouldn't start this conversation. Look at all this at Leaguestart. Nobody's, I mean, if it doesn't work, who cares? Like, to like anybody who like goes, oh my god, it didn't work, I fucking quit, like, let them be idiots, right?
To take powerful rune types and combat using powerful Kalguran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapon.
You can't put these on a headhunter or a mage blood. These are weapon specific. Rare weapons are infinitely more powerful than unique weapons. This mechanic, as it's stated, is a blacksmith for weapons. Unless I'm
using
misunderstanding
runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments.
He doesn't say armors.
Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier.
See, like this modifier only goes on maces,
which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism.
which is a bow, right? Doomfletcher's Prison's a bow? The effect isn't only from weapons. Correct, but the effect can only be put on weapons. It's a quiver? Sorry, it's a quiver. But damage-wise, have you ever think that unique weapons have a cool effect and thought the damage sucked? No. I want to kill things. I don't care about effects. Bro's coping so hard. I'm not coping. Okay, one, if you think I'm coping, I'm not coping. I don't care. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I only care about the fact that why is it stated one way, and then there's a discrepancy in the audio and a discrepancy in how it's presented. So what way does it work? Because listen, if I make something and create something and tell people to do something and it doesn't work, you know what you're gonna say? Instead of saying, oh, bro's coping so hard, you're gonna say, this fucking cocksucker led me to believe something and he was fucking wrong. I followed the streamer. He knows better. He told me it would work. Motherfucker. You should be happy that I'm trying to figure shit out for you instead of blindly telling you to stand up and jerk off. Uniques would not have been able to get crucible trees. They wanted rares to be stronger than uniques. It's appreciated. Yeah, I'm only doing what I'm doing because I like research shit and look into shit. I don't blindly fucking sheep. Can I blindly sit in the corner if I want to? You're more than welcome to blindly sit in the corner, but you should definitely question and look into everything. Feels like this is going in circles. I mean, it's just a conversation at this point to kill time. There's nothing else to do. You can't really build a whole lot of shit if you don't have information, right? I don't think they're going to allow these enchants and unique items. There's only one way to clear answer on this, man. You're going to have to ask GG directly on either Reddit or Twitter or doing something of the both. Dang. This is where I like pimp out my Twitter and I tell you guys, I literally went to Twitter already.
Many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism.
It says only found in unique items, but it doesn't say that it's applied only to unique items. Implying they can apply to non-uniques. He then demonstrates applying it to a rare item. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it does work, it does work. But there's discrepancy. Maybe Flicker Strike is a play now? No. Can you look up damage on unique two-handed maces with these enchant? What do you mean? Maybe if it's a bug, if it works, exploit early, exploit often. That tier 0 mace I'm not following. I think the thing that should be taken away from this entire conversation is that people are not looking into the discrepancies of what's presented versus what's said versus what's clearly added as closed caption. This closed caption is manually added in production, right? Like this, as somebody who does this for a living, this closed caption was added in. Somebody added this closed captioning in during production. So either A, they forgot to remove that line that says on normal equipment. Right. Yeah, that's my point. My point is that when they did production of this video, and this is where people should have the discrepancy, right? And this is the whole point of this conversation, is instead of blindly assuming, we should be asking questions. Like they should, like, well, yeah, the Watchstone thing they clarified, right? But like this is one of those like, is this accidentally left in? Did Mark forget to say it? Did Mark tell them to take it out and they forgot to take it out? Like it's really, it's like, you know, it's just a question. Feel like it was intended for Mark to say it? It feels like it was intended to be said with the silence. Yes. Thanks for the follow. Moroyoki with this enchant would be a one-shot machine? No, wouldn't it? No, do you know how slow Moroyoki is? Has a 0.75 attack speed. I said that too, Totox. I said that there could have been an audio error. But this is why it's hard to POB, right? So a really good example is like I'm working with Blossom on like what we're doing for Leaguestarter, right? And we take Sinvicta. And if we understand that Sinvicta works with the Damning Enchant, we add 100% increased physical damage to this, right? And then we have to simulate the quality changes. So we kick up the quality to the moon. But now if things don't work the way we think they work, this changes a lot of the planning for what's going on for where you're starting with gear. Right? This is also why it's important to like get clarification on things, because if I don't get clarification on things, hey, I'm doing really good. I hope you're well, man. I'm gonna play my Leaguestarter as if the chance don't exist. I do everything as though those shit doesn't exist, but the problem is, as a content creator, people want answers, and you have to like prepare for dipshit dirtlefuck to be like, you know, what's it gonna look like on day 4 when I have 5 mirrors? And you're like, I don't know. And they're like, you should really have figured that out. I mean, it's not really Sinvicta at the end of the day. It's still a 1C unique. Cereal soup changed my mind. I agree with you. I think at the end of the day, your day 1 weapon is going to be where is it? I think at the end of day 1, your weapon's always this. Baron Astros? I think at the end of day 1, you're always looking at gear like Hanakoras for fucking accuracy and shit. You lose DPS? How do you lose DPS? The attack speed? So shit on that axe. Not if we're playing Berserker. Plan for both scenarios. Is Jug's gonna be like unkillable? Well, I don't know about unkillable, but Jug will be very tanky. Plan for both scenarios. See, when I give people options, Jeeves, they tell me to go on alive myself. Did you talk about oil extractors? I think removing oil extractor is going to be fine. I think it's just going to make you do more blighted maps instead of non-blighted maps. Blighted maps will probably be the best way. But then again, there's the changes to the one chest thing, which might be insane. Is there a class that uses fists? Yeah, in Path of Exile 2. Monk is coming in Path of Exile 2. There is Assassin, but it doesn't use fist, unfortunately. You can indeed play Assassin. Assassin's actually pretty cool. Hollow Palm? Yeah, Path of Exile 2. Yo, what up? What up, man? Yeah, that's the Assassin. No, that's the Trickster. That's the Assassin. That's the better Assassin. That's the Assassin. I mean, D2 Assassin? No. No. You'll never get that. Blighted map farming seems crazy good. Yeah, I'm really excited. The good assassin? The good assassin? I don't know. Maybe we just scrap everything and just start Frostblades. Frostblades into Splitting Steel Trickster. Slam builds in Sanctum? I don't think the plan is to go Sanctum, dude. I think the plan is to map. I think if you're not mapping, you're fucking up this league. I think it's an insanely incentive mapping league. Lightning Strike into Frostblades? I think Sanctum's kind of broken. Why is that? Eternal Damnation and Sandstorm. How do you level a Trickster? Ash is like 20% more DPS. Through the campaign? Smart. You don't? You level it by playing it and killing things? I love that I've trained you all to like give the straightforward stop being stupid answer. How build? I don't know yet. Trickster does not get Lightning Strike. Oh wait, vendor reward. It does. Siren's Cadence. Level with mines? That's Mervale. I don't think you're ever leveling Lightning Strike, right? Just play Stormblast? I would rather just quit forever. You level mines? You leveled Frostblade's last league through the campaign. It wasn't too bad. Trickster, Energy Blade, Flicker, or Sweep? Neither. Swap to Lightning Strike after the second lab? How did Zish do it? Does he not? Oh, he only gives day one gear. Rip my girl Raider? Nah, it's fine. after the claw switch. Wait, does he not start claws right off the rip? Hold on. This is for research purposes.
Hey guys, thanks for checking out my video. This is going to be a 324 Frostblade's Trickster video. It's not a full guide though. I'm not going to make a full guide because the build didn't really change enough to justify making a whole nother video. And I don't want to waste everybody's time with the same exact video that I made 3 months ago. So if you want to see the POB, it'll be in the description. Hey guys, thanks for checking out my video. This is going to be my 323 Frostblade's Trickster was. Then I recommend you pick a different league starter. But if you stick with it, around level 30, 35 or so, it starts to pick up a lot. And if you've never played Frostblades before, it's active, fast, it's a fun play style, and it's highly scalable, and I highly recommend it. So here's some tips for getting through the campaign. The beginning of the campaign is the hardest part of the build, and the leveling process is exactly the same as it was last league. It didn't change at all. I recommend that you start with a duelist mule. You don't have to do this, it's just totally optional, but you can get all these things. You can get an Ancestral Protector Totem, which is big. You can get a second
Oh man, could you imagine, bro? God damn! Log in Ancestral Protector Totem? Holy shit! My God, what game was this guy fucking playing? Note, I love Zish. I'm literally watching this to learn.
Silver Flask. You can get Ancestral Call, which you can use.
Motherfucker needs to make a whole new video guide now.
Until you get the Strike Mastery, and you can get Ruthless and Sealskin, and you get more opportunities for good 3 links. So here's what that looks like. All you do is you make a duelist, you kill Hillock, you run to Tidal Island, and you kill Hail Rake real quick, like that, and then you run through Mudflats. You click on the things in Mudflats, and once you get through Mudflats, you're done. And you can check the vendor again for links again, and
Thanks for following, man.
that's about it. And you get all this stuff. It takes about 5 minutes. Like I said, optional.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know if he's doing Frostblade's League Starter? What did he figure out yesterday? What did he talk about yesterday?
How many tiers are there now? Is it the same number of tiers? How evasion builds are going to deal with high buffs the effective free. I mean, I don't think there's much to theorycraft actually. I actually, okay, here's my, hold on. Wait, okay. Turn off the music. Here's my summary, my TLDR from what I've seen from these patch notes. I think Trickster is still going to be the choice.
I don't disagree.
For me. I think it's possible that Soul Drinker could be a good option. But the consequences of going Soul Drinker, I get a lot of questions about this actually. And I see a lot of people like complaining about not taking this. There's a lot of reasons why I don't think this is good. Like it's like a cascading effect from going this. One reason is you want to use Heat Shiver, which means you get very little benefit from this. Another reason is you want to go Lethal Pride here, which means you can't use Ghost Dance, and going ES without Ghost Dance is scuffed. Also, you want to use Blood Rage, and Blood Rage scuffs your ES. Also, you're going to have to give up one of these things, which means if you give this up, which is the one you're going to give up, you have to go Ailment Immunity, which is going to require like 2 extra suffixes minimum and a Jewel Socket, which is a big sacrifice. At the end of the day, what are you getting for it? This doesn't give you as much damage, really, to be worth it. This gives you like a lot of energy shield, or a decent amount of energy shield, but then the survivability you get from that energy shield is like around the same thing you get from this, if this is on, you know, the right thing. So like you're doing all this just to get energy shield, which just gives you like more effective HP, which is the same amount of effective HP that you would get from this. But you have to give up all this other stuff. So like I just don't.
How does Trickster survive Fizz now? During charges. Just don't get hit. Endurance charges don't help anymore. What do you mean? It still has PDR. Just get like 30,000 energy shield now. What do you mean? New bases. For 6 portal Andes? Just kill it before it kills you. New bases plus 3 is calm. Yeah, new bases plus 3 combinators. I love this build. Do we just honestly just YOLO remake this? And turn this into splitting steel? Serious inquiry. I mean, I don't know how we're ever making the claw. Yes, yes. How do we convince Blossom to help though? I'm not smart enough to do it. You recombinate? Is that what we do, Blossom? Serious inquiry. Do you and I, Pez, can you send me what your non fucking 6-link claw character look like? Blossom, do you and I play Frostblades to make the claw, to mirror service the claw, and then split the mirror service on the claw? I'm at work right now. Later when you get 5 minutes, if you remember. I don't know what build I'm playing after Leaguestart. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, is there ever a world, Blossom, where we start this? And this is like a serious question. Instead of doing like the Boneshatter, because this has like really good movement. It clears really well. It hits the whole screen. I mean, yeah, sure, Boneshatter has all that too, but it's already Trickster and we don't have to re-level. Starting that seems ambitious. Starting what seems ambitious? Given the Magewood, Claw, and Squire? Are you not like a 4-mirror Andy on like day 4? Come on now. It would look more like this. Minus the Magewood, you would just use a Stygian Vice. You'd have a claw like this to start. Whoops. You would get like a claw like this says, like you just get like an essence claw to start. Right? And like an armor like this. Minus the physical hits taken as part. Like, we've already tested this. Like, we already know this can do everything. I mean, it has the boot enchant shit, right? Thanks a lot. What's up, man? Nah, the totems! Yeah, thanks for the follows, man. Fizz taking us fire. No! Intimidate, max life, double damage, strength, melee damage, crit multi, double damage. Oh my god, and claws get better base crit. Oh my god, bro, right? He said claws are getting better base crit. Blossom, please, bro. Help my bro. My god, it's gonna be insane. No more slam start. I'm gonna slam my dick on the Frostblades. Letting us 100 Frostblades? I have no idea. I'm just a fucking simp for Frostblades, man. See, watch. You go like this, and then you go like this. It's getting almost double the effectiveness. I can't do Frostblades after Lightning Strike of Arcing. The chaining is so nice, but this also chains. What about Boneshatter? We're also contemplating Boneshatter. There's a world where it's Boneshatter too. This looks dead to Fizz. You look dead to Fizz. They buffed everything, right? Every melee got giga buffed. Excited about Blight changes? Yes. I'm going to do a whole video on the Blight changes soon. I've been, you know how Mark said in the video, he's like, everybody's going to need a couple days to unpack everything and to like get over everything. Well, I'm one of those guys that is just like completely fucking overwhelmed right now. Thank you, sir. Looking forward to that. Yeah. I just need to like, the problem is like, I need to figure out what I want to Leaguestart first. Mind shifted by Captain Lance and Slam Theories. I was watching him a bit this morning. With Zerker. That's what we were talking about. Somebody pulled the slam clips, so I'll play slams. How do you survive it? Turtle Damnation, Ralakesh, Lightning Coil. Don't let HP hit 0, yeah. Durance Charge change is gonna be so nice for Durant's prototype. Dude, Min and Durance Charge rings are gonna be cracked. +8 amulet. Dude, I have so many tabs open. It's crazy right now. Harder to find in maps now with no extractors. That's a buff though. That's a buff to Blight people. HAL +8 because simplex amulets are +2/+2, and then you Calandra them to a +4/+4. Oil extractors are gone. Kind of an OP starter. Do you know if the div card changes affect Blight and Blight Ravage maps? What do you mean? What I mean? Odds are we're starting some sort of Berserker melee character. And day 3 or 4 swapping into something else. Pharmacothecary and Blight maps? I've done that. The div card map swap. I don't know. That's a good question. In theory, it should, right? You would need to test. Odds are you probably just play Boneshatter. Do you know which maps are in? We do. My Toxic Rain budget stuff, that's not going to work anymore. Because all the fizz taken and stuff is gone. Did I find Shit Saint Steve in the announcement? What do you mean? Warden Flicker Strike, Cock Flame Wall? This is with the Danning enchant, right? Okay. Something that's not Frostblades or Rain of Arrow? What are the worker NPC in the announcement was named Steven Shit at level 4 mining instead of idling? The activity was staining. I didn't see that. Am I excited for Blight? Extremely. They didn't show any of the ultra rare rewards? No, we haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, we haven't seen anything yet. The only thing I noticed in the announcement video was fucking Otto didn't know how to do his job. Otto sucked. We saw some huge shipments. You're gonna get people on Reddit who are gonna post their shipments. They're gonna have like 18 fucking mirrors. They're like, ah! And you're like, where'd you get that? And they're like, oh, League Mechanic. And you're gonna be like, how did you do it? And he's like, the Grimrow video. And then Grimrow's gonna have like a fucking world map. And he's gonna be standing in front of a world map. He's like, hey guys, Grim here. And today we're gonna be plotting points on our world map. And you're gonna be watching Grim fucking idolizing a world map. And he's gonna have a fucking pin on this and a pin on this. And a fucking red string going pin to pin. There's gonna be a boat midway through, and that's gonna have a string going like this to another fucking pin. And he's gonna tell you all about the level 4 shit stain fucking autos you need. But if you don't have fucking auto number 82 with mining level 3 and boating level 4 sailing up the captain's ass, it's never gonna work. I can't wait. I'm so excited. I love Grim's videos. I'm deadass so excited. I can't wait. First, you need your augmented reality PoE tool. True. Assuming I start the league with Frostblade Fixer, what exactly do you suggest to the farm? Because if I start with Boneshatter, I think I'll start farming simulacrums. You start mapping immediately. The goal should be, from my basic understanding, is to get your town up and running as fast as possible. The Eternal Damnation unique amulet now has cannot gain endurance charges, cannot gain power charges, but that doesn't say that you can't have minimum charges, and that doesn't say you can't have Relicash, because Relicash just gives you the charges. If you're going to use Eternal Damnation, you just equip Relicash, and then it still works. You should plan counter to do whatever you normally do, or whatever you like normally farming, after you set up your town. That's my take on it. I don't know if that's the right take or not, but like if I'm in like Act 2 and they're like, would you like to go visit King's March? I'm like, yes, bring me now. And then I'll go to King's March and do whatever I can. Like, you want to be setting up your town as fast as possible. Your town will be passive. Yes, I would like to go. Let's go right now. You won't have enough gold? Maybe. Maybe it is. These patches are going to keep making my game crash. I had to restart yesterday. After I restarted yesterday and not reinstalled, but had a fresh, clean restart, it was fine. They said gold will be the bottleneck during leveling. Oh, did they? Was that in the Q&A? I didn't watch the Q&A. They did it with Ziggy. I didn't watch the Q&A. Is it worth watching? And it's doing it again? It's so awkward. It was great. Put the video in Gemini and ask it to summarize it. I don't know what that is. Gold should be the bottleneck. I don't think gold's going to be a huge bottleneck for long. It'll probably start as a bottleneck. That makes sense. I didn't even think about the bottleneck of gold, to be honest with you.
All three of us in person today for the first time ever for a very exciting and massive Q&A after
any sweepers? Oh shit, I got that mine sweep on lock, baby.
some real.
Let me know if this is too loud, by the way.
Some huge announcements there. It just kept going. Like you guys just kind of got in a room together and set up the whiteboard and put everything on there, huh?
End of the day, really, it's we have this much time. We have this.
I think it might be worth watching this to see what I missed and what I don't know, and if you guys missed anything, so that we can plan better. Did somebody do the math? I don't think we know that information yet.
Many people who can do what we do, and we just keep going till the end. Like, it doesn't stop here. Like, we've still got one more week, right? Like, there are still changes that can be made, so we're going to keep making them. So, but yeah.
By the way, see how he made that comment about how there are things can still be changed? I remember being on a podcast with Balor Mage, and Balor Mage said that they added in Hennecor's locks like 6 hours before the league started or something like that. When Mark says that shit can change, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, it's huge. It is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Jonathan was saying to me the other day, I don't think it's that big. And I was like, mate, that was crazy. It just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, when I compare it to the amount of stuff that's being created for PoE 2, it seems small, but yeah, when you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Wait, what? So everything we got now that's massive is small compared to PoE 2. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, making a whole new game there, but we are only talking about Path of Exile 1 today, and you gave it plenty of space to shine. And we've got returning leagues, we've got a whole new league with a lot going on, and some very experimental content as well. And with all of that, you did tease us once again with the concept and potential of a boat league, and yet you sailed away and left us stranded on the dock once more. What gives?
It's very much not intentional. I suspect, and honestly,
I love the look on his face
I
there.
honestly
John's like,
reckon if
shut the
someone
fuck
actually
up.
got a boat league, they wouldn't end up actually liking it. But we can only really prove that by testing it, and so maybe one day we'll get there. But until then, you're just going to have, there'll be boats, but you won't be on the boats. Maybe one day. We'll see.
All right. We'll have to keep dangling that just out of reach for us. So, does this feel like to you guys? And I've seen this theory floated around a lot of a bit of a send-off league for Path of Exile 1.
This
in
is
a
my
sense
big
that we've got
worry.
the Path of Exile 2 beta kind of just around the corner now.
I guess I don't really see it that way because, you know, we intend to keep on making PoE 1 leagues. You know, we're going to, it really is just, you know, the standard lead cycle, you know, it is hard as a studio making two things at the same time, for sure. But, you know, that's something we just have to sort of get used to. And yeah, we certainly wouldn't want people to think, oh yeah, this is like the last PoE 1 league or something like that, right? It's certainly not the case. You know, like we're going to be continuing to make PoE 1 leagues, and, you know, that like you should expect to see things of this size in the future as well.
So, Settlers of Kalgur, it adds gold, and I think we should touch on that and the whole currency exchange thing first. So, it's obviously using gold for its features, its progression with the workers and upgrading buildings and things like that. But you're also experimenting with some core game features like respecs and a trading fee for the new currency exchange.
I think he's just
Huge
nervous.
announcement there.
It's hard being in front
so
of the
those that have
camera
been
all the
following
time,
Path of
man.
Exile 2 will be familiar with the concept of gold and why.
I don't think he's like 1.5 speed. I think it's just like it's standard nerves, right? Like everything he says, we're listening to pick apart. And I've been there, right? By the way, what's up, Bubbles?
That's a thing that you might add to the game now after it's not had gold for so long. But could you explain what is the idea behind gold?
So really, I mean, gold is something that PoE 1 obviously never had. I think it's something that, in retrospect, I think that didn't help the game. The important thing with gold is that it's not used as a trading currency. Like gold
Boneshatter
needs
more
to be
than likely.
something that is only
For like 3 days.
Like it's bound to the individual character, and that means what it effectively is a measure of how much actual play that you've done, right? Since you can't trade it between players, and that means that it's actually ends up being a perfect currency to be able to do something like gate the player-to-player trade with an automated system like that, because you know, in order to be able to you can't just sit there flipping all day. You actually have to be able to go and play the game as well, and that sort of prevents the kind of crazy inflation that you can get with other automated, you know, auction house type systems that you see in other action RPGs, or at least that's the theory. But the thing is that we have to test this stuff, and this is the reason why we're really keen to do it as a league mechanic to start with, to sort of see, like, you know, is it going to work? Is the economy going to go weird? You know, what's going to happen? That way we can kind of dip our toe in, see what happens. You know, test this, because, you know, the thing with this trade stuff is you really cannot test it, you know, like in the office, right? Like it is simply, we don't have thousands and thousands of people that you would need to be able to actually see how that goes. So on some level, you know, we kind of need our community to see what happens with the economy to be able to test something like that.
I don't think you're compelled to play Melee at all.
Areas where that's like that. Yeah, what we're hoping is that everything just goes fine. It's just way better. We can then immediately put it in, you know, the core game as soon as we've done with that. Ideally without too many.
Imagine if Trade House worked on SSF. I don't think that's a terrible idea. I don't think having trade as like, imagine if they made the auction house insanely inflated and like it was like 300 chaos to a divine, and it was just a way to like delete currency, right? You could trade like, say, I don't know, like 1,000 alterations for divine. I know it's not 1,000 to a divine, but just say, right? And you could just go to the NPC like you can in town and just delete your currency. Then it's not SSF. I mean, is it not if it's from a vendor and you're trading with the game, like in the game? Think Warden's going to dominate? Maybe. You're trading with people. I know. But imagine, I know you're trading with other people. I know. I'm aware. I said that. I said, but imagine instead of using the trade system to trade with other people, imagine it was like the vendor and it gave you the ratios and the currency just got deleted instead of going to other players. That would be really interesting. Right, but instead of it being like the vendor currently, it's a trading system that has prices that fluctuate based upon the devs, right? So like today the devs showcase that a ton of people bought Divine Orbs, so the price of Divine Orbs goes up, right? And you're trading with the game, like you're trading with the town, right? So like King's March is just like, today you bought out all the divines, they are in rise, but the town needs chaos. And you're like, for fucking what? And they're like, chaos! Chaos is on sale! Sell us your chaos! And you're like, oh shit, bro! And then you just like dumping your chaos orbs, and the currency just gets deleted, right?
Many tweaks, and then that'll be good. But yeah, we really have to see by putting it in a league first.
The thing I really like about this gold idea is that it allows you to effectively be converting this idea of friction in the user experience of like physically trading into actual gameplay.
See what's going price for it.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
that's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that really helps. And as I said, like this system, you know, like it'll be also really nice to be able to see how it works before we ship PoE2 as well. Like it's really nice to to be able to do that. And we
Can we
may
still-
be able to go further.
I'm
than
under the
this.
impression we can
Like,
still use
the
regrets.
intention is to go further, and so this is effectively our first the first part. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if you know.
What there is also one thing about this, and just because it maybe wasn't clear, is
Yoda
that
line.
despite being in the league, gold is just dropping as items from killing everything in the game. You kill monsters, you play the game, you're getting gold. You don't actually need to engage with the league to use the gambling, use the respecking, or use the currency exchange. So despite being in the league, and the gold is only dropping in the league due to us being more experimental with it and seeing how it goes, like if you don't like the league's mechanics, it's not like those are gated behind that as well. I just wanted to clarify that just in case anyone was like, thinking,
Yeah.
oh, I
So
don't want to.
you can just invite Faustus into your hideout and then just use them for that, and and that can be the only thing you do if you want.
So all that currency exchange, the item gambling and stuff is all
Pack size is everything for gold, and then playing the game is everything for gold. He said this a couple times, and I think what he said is I think what he said is really, 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 really good. How you're like, you need to play the game, right? I think gold will be a bottleneck if you don't play, and gold, if you do not play, gold will become a bottleneck. But if you play like normal and you just play the game, gold won't be a bottleneck. That's my assumption.
like fully accessible, even if you
Assuming too that it drops from everything, like you said, like blighted maps, all kinds of stuff like that.
basically don't do any of the other stuff.
For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
which means, of course, if it is successful, it can port into the core game very,
Yeah.
very easily. You just turn gold drops on, put Faustus in, done. I mean, there's a little bit more than that, but that's generally the summary of it. And it doesn't have to come with the whole kind of city building element and
Right.
all of that comes alongside it. Yeah.
Yeah, so do you see it being something that's likely to stick around then? And that's kind of the
Hideout
intention?
That
Warriors
is
are in
certainly our
shambles, yeah.
intention. It's
Yeah.
just that we want to be able to still have an out if things go
Hideout bots are in shamble.
horribly wrong, or if we feel like we need to change some stuff. So yeah, like it is certainly our intention to keep it in if we can.
It's a nice little safety net at being part of the league for you then. Safety rip.
Probabilities are high, and I suspect also no one's going to let us remove it, right? So like, let's be realistic here.
It would have to go horrifically wrong for
Right.
everyone to be like, okay, you were right. Don't
Yeah.
do this.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. So there's also this gambling thing with Faustus where you can buy these un-ID'd items and actually look pretty powerful from what I saw, like the items it was producing.
Sanctum should suck. There aren't a lot of shit to kill for gold. Well, that's the trade-off then, right? Assuming Sanctum doesn't have a lot of gold, Sanctum has things like Eternal Damnation, the helmet, raw currency. Like Sanctum will have other things that'll compensate for not having the gold. And from my understanding, we still have the option to use the trade website, right?
Were like those really well rolled rares. What's the idea behind the gold-based gambles? Why is that a part of it?
Ultimately, it's a sink. You don't want gold to just be accumulated forever. But the awesome thing is that it's a way to target specific base types. And that's ultimately the luxury. So obviously when you're going through the campaign and you're looking for specific targeted gear upgrades, very, very useful for that. And it, as you get higher and higher level, I guess as you upgrade your tavern, I guess technically sort of, but also as you just get higher level, it upgrades the modifier tier rating, which was a term some people might not know, but it was used in Necropolis League, which effectively cuts off the bottom X tiers that can
Somebody have a good understanding of a Hexblast ailment part here? What do you need to know?
generate. So the items by endgame will be generating with a minimum tier higher than something, and thus they are pretty powerful items.
It's worth mentioning that like there's quite a lot of changes in this league around the idea of how can we make rares more viable than uniques. Like quite a lot of the balance things are actually around this idea, and that extends to things like adding more base types higher up and so on to make it so that there's like that they can compete with uniques more. The higher tier life mods, all of this sort of stuff, and the gambling and the ability to get rares this way as well is like once again another part of this. So we really want to try and make it so that
I need to know if the free shock and ignite scales based on the chaos damage. What does it exactly say? All damage can ignite, freeze, and shock. Chaos damage with hits is resisted by lowest resistance instead. 40% more damage with elements of it's hexed. Need to know if the freeze, shock, ignite scales based on the chaos damage. Well, it says all damage can ignite, freeze, and shock, and chaos damage with resist is resisted by the lowest resistance instead. So, in theory, it should. There you have them saying they want rares to be better than uniques. Maybe my misunderstanding of the rares needing to be better than uniques is them not considering mirror tier gear. And maybe that's an oversight by me of just being like, yeah, mirror tier gear exists. Like, rares are always going to be better than uniques. Thank you, Vivid Vultures. Frostblades into Splitting Steel. That's the current idea, is to go X into Splitting Steel. And I don't know if it's Frostblades or Boneshatter. Boneshatter looks like it's, in theory, Boneshatter should be faster to start than Frostblades and should require less mandatory things. There's a problem we don't know if swords can have the returning projectile enchant. You would just use Nimbus then, right? Why not stick with Frostblades? Looks like the damage is buffed on base and Catabus. Bleed's amazing for Blight. Why not stick with Frostblades? Because Boneshatter is insane. I'm going full quant Deadeye again. Oh, he's Saxon Shambles? Speaking of, is Sax okay? Does he know? Hatred hurts Frostblades. No totems plus hatred maybe makes Frostblades like weaker, but I think Frostblades will still be fine. It's just Boneshatter's faster, right? Like the goal at the end of the day, is not a matter of like, do I want to play what's more fun? The goal at the end of the day is what is the best use of 72 hours, right? And that's exactly what I'm going to tie into what Blossom is saying. Boneshatter is so strong on such a low budget. Boneshatter is so fast on a low budget. Boneshatter can do everything that Frostblades can do with less and faster, right? Boneshatter just takes off immediately. You're infinitely tankier. You do a ton more damage. You have the same kind of clear screen. You have leap slam instead of the dagger whirly bullshit, right? Boneshatter in itself just does a whole lot. We know we can get 2 Void Stones. We know we can get to tier 16s. We know we can start clearing content. We know it can do everything that it wants to do. We've done this. We've already proved this. And it's really only a matter of, and a lot of people forget this, and this is the really big important part. You're a league starter in my world. In my world, a league starter is, what am I playing for 72 hours? Granted, yeah, I might play it for a couple extra days, but like 72 hours is like, I mean, I think it's bait if you stop at 2 stones. I don't disagree. I think you can go further, but the mass majority won't go further, right? The mass majority just won't go further. Besides, like, I'm just going to buy like a Maven carry and I'm going to buy an Uber Elder carry, right? Like, there's no reason to not just buy the carries. I want to be able to get 2 stones, but then also take my build to the next level for 3 or 4 stones and so on. I don't want to have to level a second build. Right. I understand. See, you and I are doing 2 different things. I will get my 2 stones by day 2 and then buy my Watchstone 3 and 4. I don't care enough to get them myself, right? I'm playing a trade league on purpose, right? My goal is to get to tier 16 maps as fast as possible, start making currency, and transition as fast as possible into my second build. And that means if I have to level a second character, I eat shit for like 6 hours and level a second character, right? Like, that's just, it is what it is, right? Like, I'm planning a league starter to league start, and that to me is like 72 hours, maybe 4 days at most. I just don't know a good melee AoE skill that can kill single targets. I was looking at Boneshatter. My second character is on the same character. It's even better. I would like to have that little new character. Yeah, I mean, that's just, I understand.
And the reason why that's important is because if you know, like Mark said in the video with the item quants problem as well.
Maven and Elder aren't that hard, just some training.
That sort of meant that you have
the thing is, like,
specific uniques.
I agree with you. Maven and Elder aren't that hard. Me, I can't be fucking bothered. I can't be bothered to like accidentally fail the fight, right? I got bored because I went through 3 classes before I had a decent build. Can you link this video? I suck at Maven, so most likely paying for that one. You just buy the shit, stress over, and done? Yeah, and if you want to kill it yourself, kill it later yourself. Don't slow yourself down for pride.
Like, for sure. And so
if your plan is to slow yourself down and like, I want to kill Maven myself, I want to kill Uber Elder myself, I want to build up my character from scratch myself, play solo self-found. You know? I'd like to play a build to be able to keep going and getting better as I make money. Every build can be an infinite sink, usually. Usually. I play mappers, not bossers. My goal is to play a mapper this league. Molten Strike got buffed. Is being a void stone carry hard? I heard it was good money early. You have to be able to do it and carry 5 people with the worst gear ever. So if you're going to try to do it, practice immediately. Practice figuring out the absolute minimum amount of gear that you can kill Maven on by hour 18, hour 16. Warden though? Oh, Warden's going to be great. I can't wait. You can League Start Essence Drain with me. You can League Start Boneshatter with me. Watch us and see what we come up with. Currently, I think the plan is Blossom, right? I think currently the plan is Boneshatter Berserker. I think is the current front runner. I think. Why aren't you League starting Boneshatter? Why are you is barely bluff, maybe even nerf with mana changes? Other melee skills got giga buffed in comparison. What other melee skill plays smoother than Boneshatter? It's still the best melee skill. Boneshatter was so fucking good, it got nerfed. I don't know, but surely one of the buff ones is better now. I will wait for you to come back with an answer. Never played melee except Molten Strike. Boneshatter. What's a noob friendly melee skill for Leaguestart? Literal Boneshatter. I mean, the easiest way to tell if Boneshatter's bad is Karn in shambles? Is Karn losing his fucking mind? What's Karn doing? What did he say? Boneshatter complex trauma.
Maximum effective shot.
He's not on, so we can't even ask
yeah,
him.
we just wanted to remove more of the barriers that allow people to just be able to use rares.
He's not doing
that
it?
opens up for more different build types. You know, like if less uniques become mandatory. That's, you know, as I said, it's just another one of those things that kind of affects that.
Gravity Glacial. I heard the Glacial
So with
Hammer
that
was
being an
insane. I heard it was
attractive
really good.
expenditure of golds. How much do you want players to be able to trade currency freely between each other with this very fast and asynchronous currency exchange system? Like, obviously, gold is your ability to control how much of that's happening in terms of volume. How liquid do you want any currency orb drop to be?
So for currency,
I don't
in
know about
particular, we're
slam
finding
skills
with
yet.
like a very high amount of liquidity. Later on, we've talked about how in PoE2 we're going to be doing asynchronous trade for items as well. For that, we need to have a bit less liquidity, and the reason why is because currency can sync itself, like there is its own currency sync. So effectively, that means that we don't have to like worry too much about fast trade there. Like the relative value should establish, and everything should be okay, and it shouldn't matter too much about that being highly liquid. That said, there is still a gold price to do it because we don't want people literally just sitting there just doing only that forever. But that this is something that we don't want to. It certainly should
Rage
feel
Vortex.
like if you're just playing regularly, that you can get all the currency you want from the trade market and you don't feel restricted by the gold price. Like it's not intended to be something that a normal player would run into, assuming that they're just doing normal things with currency.
Of course, it is still meant to have high friction early game.
Because you don't want
to demean the leveling experience and the new player experience where they think the right answer is to go and just trade all of the stuff away. You want it to be that you're more finding items there and getting things organically.
Yeah, it should be
and
Rage
only
Vortex.
later in the game does it become.
So the gold prices late in the game are like not a roadblock at all. The gold prices early in the game are a roadblock. So that's kind of preventing that early game kind of issue.
Yeah, because you want an ALC when you're leveling your first character
You do
to feel like an ALC.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to be like,
you
oh,
don't
this
want
should
them
be
to
chaos.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, okay. But that honestly sounds like a relief that you're not worried about that sort of thing too much, because that that kind of incentive to hoard currency and not spend it all while leveling is always a bit of a bummer.
Right.
This feels like a bit of a momentous occasion, the the currency exchange. This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with gold and this system. Huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how can you add gold to PoE? It's like, it's just one of those. It's one of those things. So
this
Spectral Throw is
this
still not
was
good.
one of the key
It's still
components
really
as
bad.
part of like designing the league. It was largely like how we started from that point. Because again, when you ask most people
don't
in the
kid
office,
yourself,
most
it's still
players
bad.
in the office and outside the office, what is the like number one problem with Path of Exile? And then what experience gives them the most negative reaction?
for sure.
It's often trade.
Yep.
And especially, and I can't remember if it was last league or the league before, and I was trying to buy. What was I trying to buy on the currency? It was like one of the catalysts. I was like, okay, I just need a catalyst up my rings and Ami.
Oh man.
And you get 100 people on the trade website.
Yep.
I just went spam. I got 100 people. And guess how many replied? Zero. Zero people replied to me. Now,
It's real.
I know you're meant to scroll down because all the top people are just bad actors. And then it's
Sorry
like,
if I missed
okay,
it.
I actually got to a point where I was like, okay, genuinely no one replied.
Either Boneshatter or Jug.
And then like I was
Berserker or Jug.
like on Discord, I was like, yo, I need some help buying these things. Can everyone just start messaging everyone trying to get these catalysts for me, please? And so, yes, it is actually one of, or was
Maybe.
hopefully to be no longer soon, the most frustrating experience you can have as a player at
It
in-game.
was something else.
And yes, so when we're designing the league, we're like, okay, if this is the number one problem, how are we not taking some sort of stride to solve it? And so that's kind of where, well, it almost acted as the basis of how can we build something around that, because then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you do with
Boneshatter
gold? And then
Warden.
we just extrapolated from there into all kinds of things. So, yeah, I like that a lot of what we're developing now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just, well, as opposed to entirely like how can we add cool content. It's like how can we do both these things at the same time. And I feel like a lot of what's going on in this patch is with that philosophy, as opposed to just here's cool stuff. It's solving problems and adding cool stuff at the same time.
I love this trend of you just doing the thing we do and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually awful. I tried to in that live stream. I tried to voice my disgust at when I talked about price fixes and people who don't reply. But like, if you had got my actual emotional reaction, I would have probably been screaming a little bit and raging like a little bit more.
Yeah, most infuriating thing, and it was one of the things that ground me down last league that stopped me from enjoying as much as I could. So it's huge, and it really pairs in with like the Scarab changes and stuff recently as well. So we'll talk more about that later. But the currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Exactly, that's the word.
Right.
So yeah, so obviously it can't work with things like maps and so on because they don't, they're not all identical. It's just anything.
That's how Karn's been doing it.
Yeah, they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinguished from another.
It has to be able to stack.
Yep.
Is ultimately the goal. Yeah. So yes, use the existing trade system for the things that can't. So that's like beasts can't be, maps can't be, incubators can't be because they have a level. Things like that. They can't because they cannot guaranteed stack on a single thing. And it's not like you don't want to have a tab of incubators where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3.
You're just suicide. That was what I just said. That's literally what I just asked. I was just asking that in DMs. But this changes things now. Right? You just use instant leech. Like, this doesn't say 10%, right? And if you use Boneshatter of Complex Trauma, it does 582 physical damage per trauma when you gain trauma. So you just have to be able to mitigate the damage from that. Right? Because you're not trying to mitigate 40, 50, 60 stacks, right?
In this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all stackables you'll trade hopefully using the new way.
All right. But
div cards?
Yes, div cards are in there. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Anything that is stackable, that
there's just so many of them, that's all.
yeah. Anything that's stackable and has no other variable. Yep.
Wow. And you were telling me that like it will list like the 13 most common trade pairs for each item, and
yeah, so this is the thing, because with this trade system you can technically trade any item for any other item, because that's how PoE works. So we have to have some kind of way to basically
15k
tell players
on 30 stacks of trauma, but you can't get to 30 stacks of trauma. Complex is only 10. Complex max trauma is 10. Yeah, you're not playing regular Boneshatter. You're playing Boneshatter of Complex Trauma for 72 hours. Right, you'd play normal Boneshatter if you were like planning on going further with it, but you always start Complex Trauma.
Okay, so here's the actual thing that like people are trading with this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade something, then it's going to say like, here's the most popular several things that people trade for the saw, trade for the sin. It also shows you like the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as okay, so we're getting into stock market terms here. The first five price levels in the order book. So that's to say you can see like what the how many things are available at a few different price levels, and that will allow you to do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market pretty soon. I guess we'll have I
mean, some people are going to love that.
Yeah, for sure. But
what are you playing before you get Complex Trauma? Boneshatter. Just regular Boneshatter.
Understand is like this is still player to player trade. Like you don't know who you're trading with, and like it will be instant if there's like liquidity in the market. But it is coming from someone else's actual stash.
Yeah, it's a physical trade. Still.
Yeah. So just that's worth bearing, because some people, when they see the video, they're like, oh, okay, it's just like you're trading with the system somehow, or there's some kind of like market thing where the system like determines a price. Something. No, it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else. So any trade you do where you've got like
it was only like 5C last league. It's pretty common.
I'm selling this, I'm buying that. And
the prices are also set by players. It's
yeah,
like you guys setting that stuff.
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent or got implemented as a result. So like when you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't have to move everything to your inventory first and then do it. So you can, because if people might be wondering, okay, if I want to sell or trade away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory, as long as it isn't their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000 of a given currency in a single exchange. If you have that much. What else? You can. There
Yeah,
are
the
shortcut
gems shouldn't be
binds
expensive
for
at all.
moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to like control click spam 1,000 times. It is, I believe,
So
control right click will move all of them to your inventory. And also, as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash with all stackables as well. So you can
yes.
control right click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type
Thank
into
you,
your
my
stash,
hands.
and vice versa.
My 35-year-old hands are falling apart. Thank you.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Best change. Very good. So if this is successful, do you see it being something you expand to being able to do other things that aren't homogenous, so maps and gear and things like that?
You can
Well,
play
it's certainly
Sunder
the plan for
anyways
PoE
until
2,
campaign
and
until
it'd be nice to be
maps,
able
right?
to do that in PoE 1 as well. We just have to work out how it can work exactly. So, well, I believe that we will get there.
Do you buy a lightning
and
coil?
that's
You just
certainly our
never get off
intention.
Sunder.
So
You just stay Sunder the entire time.
We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's the intention. Like this part, I think though is like solving quite a large amount of the problem, because I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time. You know, you need that to be easy. So like we figured that you know, we needed to get this part out there first.
Yeah, historic for the first time ever. That's been the yes, we want to do this unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
It should.
Amazing.
That's the theory.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist the temptation to go?
Sunder isn't supported by trauma. No, but it's supported by it's a slam skill. It's a slam skill supported by all of the exert changes and all of the Warcry changes, right? You just don't support it with trauma. You just support it with everything else.
Go like full candle graphs and
I
that
mean,
stuff.
Did I read slam
I'm
in the
sure
title?
at
You
some
did.
point,
too.
I'm sure at some point the you know the this will start to happen. We'll have like you know community like websites of like all the
the
technical
plugins.
indicators and like all
Yeah.
that sort of stuff.
Mad
Yeah,
Money
yeah.
YouTube channel. Yeah.
It is worth noting also on the currency exchange, I will be posting a video on Monday just for anyone who's unclear, or Monday or Tuesday, New Zealand, for anyone who's unclear on how it works. It's a little bit of a like currency market for dummies kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just goes over the basics and hopefully, you know, it's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do. But it is pretty straightforward. You just, you know, it can be easy to fare yourself out of buying or selling stuff because you may be like, I don't know what the best ratio is, and it provides all that stuff for you. It's pretty straightforward, but still, so hence putting out a video to try and help people out, you know, in terms of understanding when they're going into it, and we'll see how it goes.
Mate, I'm definitely signing up for your trading tips newsletter. Can't wait.
My trading tips currently is like spam everyone and get really angry. So hopefully it's no longer that afterwards.
That's all of our strategy currently. Excellent. So returning to Settlers of Kalgur, how did this very cozy concept for the Settlers come about of this town building thing?
Well, I know what you pitched me on first was Pal World League. That was
Yeah.
Power World
I
League?
remember your initial response, I think, was, "What? Hold on, that could mean many things. Does that mean we have guns?" And I was like, well,
Catch
maybe.
like
I mean,
Pokemon things.
you know.
yeah, so it kind of like it moved around a little bit from the initial pitch. I know, like, 'cause I mean, the first pitch was definitely too complicated with all sorts of like, it had like way more stages of different products and all sorts of stuff going on. Like, it was pretty crazy, and so it kind of got put into a more sort of like PoE applicable like way. But yeah, that was the initial one at least. But I don't know if you've got a
Yeah, it was coming from, again, the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems, and I was like, how can we solve all these problems? And it was like, well, if you had an NPC for each, and then it's like an NPC, well, that would mean a town for each, and then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that. And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start, and we ended up just refining it down to like, here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalgur and all of that stuff, ultimately just comes from the fact that it's like, well, one thing that takes a long time in development, like a very, very long time, is art, right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, you know, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden when you can be like, well, we've got all this art from this other game here,
Andy.
Yeah. So we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and PoE 2, we've got this whole thing of like the Kalguran making a settlement on Rayclast. We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here, and we've got some of the
That's
stuff
what it
like,
feels
yeah, it would
I
be
love
quite nice
that.
to do that.
I think that's great.
That's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, like we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in PoE 2. Might as well, connect it up and kind of have like an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like increasing the scope of the world a little bit, because this is a distant civilization 1,500 kilometers away. I saw on the map, and those are people who have not been involved in the storyline of PoE 1. So this is a new expansion there. World-wise.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. Like there was lore written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, expedition. But like in PoE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that we've got the stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to the flavor to have to do that sort of stuff.
But yeah, it is very, very rare for us to go to talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we've not really heard too much about it, right?
Well, it's not just like here's a planet of water with this like tiny little island, right? Like
the Star Wars planets,
So
all just one thing.
What we're saying is Boat League is possible. It's not like it's just land everywhere.
Confirm.
I'm almost certain they designed this to go core leading to 100%. Oh yeah, without a fucking doubt. Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt.
Damn, that was a good. I could have used that as an excuse for no Boat League, was to have it. There's
nowhere
aside from
for the
this little
boats
bit
to
of
go.
water,
Yeah,
there's just
boats.
land.
Yeah.
The rest of it,
Yeah, you've already dropped the ball on that one. There's a few boats already.
Damn it, there's lots of water.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of this is very much like a meta progression league, right? Like, and that's not a new concept. The idea of like a league having its own sort of progression outside of your personal character progression. But this is definitely the main flavor here. It feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, like a greater context for their things that they're doing? So they're doing their Atlas, but
There is a world where this doesn't go core. There is a world where this doesn't go core because it is set up, or it's designed to set up Path of Exile 2, and then like it instead of it being the bridge between both games, taking it out helps put that like divider between both games. Like the world gets settled, they're doing their thing, and we forget about it, and we don't revisit it until PoE 2, but we keep things like the auction house and gold and stuff, and that divider just happens, right? Where like King's March is done, it's being built, the settlers there are settling, the expedition guys came back, and they're here for now, while King's March is like self-sufficient, right? We've killed off the bad guys, we've done everything, King's March is all set in stone, let them be them, we'll deal with them in the future.
they're getting golden resources and progressing this whole other thing.
I mean, for sure, but I will mention that, like, I guess it wasn't dwelled on a lot in the video, but like the resource gathering thing, like those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and they have their own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about. So like that is definitely like content there as well. It's just that like it's kind of not as easy to show. Like we kind of needed to show about all this sort of town stuff, but yeah, those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well. And that's kind of like, I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that content like in maps then?
Yeah. So you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum. So it's 1 to 2, and there are 5 different outcomes. Kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5 of. And
what
so
is
you
the
can
6th
find
one?
Minerals. So the first is Crimson Iron. Crimson Iron is like iron that's overrun with like corruption. So you have these 3, 2 to 5, as it goes up as you go through the game, of these kind of growth spawners.
I don't
and they're
disagree with
spawning
you,
demons
Jeeves.
or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growth
Is Blight bad now after the extractor's gone? Before I give you an answer, I'd like you to expand on why you think Blight would be bad.
heal, like surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate, so they get slightly harder over time. So it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got Orichalcum, which is like guarded by these also
What's the
demons, or
fob?
demons were worshipping it. And you notice it had like a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, you know, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old you had the old like shock, well, you got the shock nova and firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down
To be honest, most of the money was from the extractors before. Are you sure?
around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power where you can kind of just run through and let them just obliterate everything. The third is petrified amber, which is looks like a little
don't think that was
kind of
the
like
case.
a tree thing. And clicking it, and all of a sudden heaps of blight-esque monsters kind of come out of the ground and try and attack it. And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the blighted monsters. It's not very difficult. Like, none of these are pitched to be very, very difficult, but they are going up in difficulty in the order that I am explaining them. The fourth is Bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite.
I'll tag on this in a second. I just
The
want
way
to hear
this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think 1 is rare. Well, maybe early game not rare, but late game it's like 1 is rare, 2 are magic. And they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rare magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that. You click the Bismuth, it releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control. And that does come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity that
It's a bit Wildwood,
the mods come with.
isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Yeah, nice.
You'd be wasting all of your time. However, of course, I can imagine it is the Magic Finder's dream, even though Magic Finding is nerfed, but whatever, that's a different thing. It is the current, whatever is to be Magic Finder's dream.
Magic Find's buff because it's better now because you don't have to wear crappy gear.
Well, sure. Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person, because obviously you can find I believe you can find 2 of them in an area, and all of a sudden you're doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes spawn throughout the level. Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like looting and getting killed by a random tornado. And then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Calgarians love so much. And that very much is... it's like the encounter from Crucible, where it's just like... interact with this rock, and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them, and you get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time. And so it's a little bit of a pick your own difficulty. Obviously, it doesn't have the whole, I talk about Crucible, it doesn't have the whole weapon tree ruckus going on and having to put an item in there and all that. It's just, here's your encounter. And then, of course, there is one boss as well, so occasionally you find a kind of hollow in the ground.
Yep. One boss.
Yep.
Okay.
It's in-game, very much in-game. Quite difficult, and he is guarding a lot of Verisium, and also, again, can drop a unique, and I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold as well.
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league.
Okay, so oil extractors are gone. Panic. Fucking, oh god. All that changes is the following. Let me pull up PoE Planner. So, this. I don't know. This. What happened to Blight? Nothing. It's probably better than ever. Okay, so here's what happens now. Blight encounters in your map spawn 50% more non-uniques and 100% mobs. This is really good. And you're reducing all the towers, right? You now have this. Blight towers in your maps can be salvaged after the Blight encounter. Higher tier towers grant better salvage rewards. We have no idea what this is going to do yet. Right? We have no idea what this is going to do. This in itself, relax, stop panicking, stop, just fucking logic here. This in itself could be insane. We have no idea what this is going to do or how this is going to interact with things, right? So yeah, right before everything ends and right before you're about to win, you upgrade all of your towers to max, 100%, right? Then going into here, you have the same thing. Variety of items containing 3 Blight chests in your map are lucky. So pretty much in certain maps, most of your chests are going to be lucky. Blight chests in your maps have a 20% chance to be opened again. Slight nerf, as in the current state of things, you have a 40%, but you have to use a Scarab slot anymore, which is really, really, really good. People should be stupid to not farm Blight. Okay, I feel like I'm going to repeat myself 100 times doing this, so I'm going to turn this into like a whole YouTube video. So, people are asking about Blight and what's going on and all the panicking, and they want thoughts and they want ideas and they want to know what's going on. Okay, so starting from where we're at in the tree and what's going on right now. Blight in itself has lost the oil extractors, which is fine. We're not too worried about oil extractors because there's things in the patch notes. I got to pull up the patch notes in a second and I'll show you, but there's things in the patch notes that'll be really good. We're like not sad that we lost oil extractors. That's fine. Like we're not in a panic. And initial early reactions is everybody losing their minds. It's not that big of a deal. We have a bunch of other things in areas that are really going to affect Blight and make Blight really, really, really good. Step 1 is in the initial looking at PoE planner, we have things to go over. First, we have the Blight encounter spawns 50% more non-unique monsters in our map. This is still going to be really good. Immune response is still going to probably make your maps really hard very early in the league. You're going to have to like plan accordingly for this, you know. If you're not planning for this, you're going to be in like an insanely awkward position, you know. Plan accordingly. Odds are we probably go like this and we don't take this right away. We still want to take the reduced cost of stuff. The reduced cost of stuff is going to be really, really, really good. It's going to allow us to make our towers and pretty much do everything we want to do. The thing that which changes is now we have this. Well, this is Blight towers in your maps can be salvaged after the Blight encounter. Higher tier towers grant better salvage rewards. Salvage rewards are improved for each different type of tower built during the encounter. We have no idea how this is going to work. We have no idea what the rewards look like for this. All we can assume is that this will... My initial guess is this is going to give us oils. That's my initial guess. Excuse me. My initial guess is this is going to give us oils. So, my guess is when you do a map, if you have a multi-laned map, you're going to build a bunch of different towers. If you have a single-laned map, you're going to like have like 2 or 3 towers. You're going to build one tower. You're going to build like 3 different towers. You can get them to like level 3 or level 4. If you build an Empower Tower, at the end of the encounter, right before it ends, you upgrade your Empower Tower to level 4. I assume this is going to be really good, and this is going to compensate for the loss of +1 oil, and I'm assuming this is going to compensate for the loss of oil extractors, assuming. Coming over here, we have the same thing. We have lanes of your Blight encounter have a 10% chance for additional reward chest. This is really good. 8% chance to contain additional rewards. A variety of items in Blight chests are lucky. Like this whole wheel is just naturally really, really good. And epidemiology in itself is really good. There is a slight nerf here as Blight chests in your map have a 20% chance to be openable again. Currently, before 3.25, we could do 40%. So it kind of sucks knowing that we're getting 6 slots, but we're not going to be able to use that because that scarab was removed, but we'll see that in the patch notes. So you don't get the multiple chance to open up anymore. You just have a base 20%, and it leaves room to do things with the scarabs. But since we're doing Toxic Sewers, I think is back. Since we're doing Toxic Sewers, like all of our Blight chests are going to be lucky. So they're always going to be Blight, or in theory, always going to be Blight rewards, or it's going to be a 1-lane Blight reward. So, you know, our Blight chests are going to be lucky, which is always going to be really good. These don't change. These are still a chance for Blight. None of this changed. This is still the Cassius stuff. This doesn't change. This is still Cassius Pride. Cassius Pride's still on the fence. If your character's not very good, take it. If your character's really good, don't take it, right? Coming over here, you have 10% chance for more blighted maps. These nodes are insane. I think blighted maps are going to be extremely plentiful in 3.25. Without a doubt, they're going to be just plentiful. And I'm pretty convinced that the best way to farm Blight is going to be inside of blighted maps. We'll get there in a minute. This says blighty chests in your maps have a 60% chance to contain more blighted maps. So 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And completing a blight encounter in a map gives you Blight Reach. Blight Reach says Blight Reach grants a chance for maps found to drop as blighted maps instead. So, in theory, with altars and map dupes, we can do the Cassia, get Blight Reach, clear the map, and find, like, in theory, a ton of blighted maps. I don't know how many blighted maps this is going to give. I don't know what the percent chance of blighted maps is going to give. This is obviously going to be like a 3.25. We're going to test and we're going to do things. But overall, this makes Blight really strong and really profitable because a lot of profit came from selling a massive amount of blighted maps. The biggest problem that's going to be is that if there's a ton of blighted maps, they might not be valuable. But I think running blighted maps is going to be insanely strong because of the oils and the bases. So there's a world where, like, we want to be farming as many blighted maps as possible. Also, with, like, the blooming one, we turn all blighted maps into blight ravaged maps. So that means that every map that falls inside of a map is a blight ravaged map. So that means we're getting, like, lots of blight ravaged maps. It's, you know, thinking out loud. This node in itself was changed. This is blight bosses in your map have a 10% chance to drop an additional reward chest when defeated. It used to be jewelry. The jewelry's gone. Jewelry is a blight ravage thing now and a blight thing now. Like, jewelry's gone. One lane of your blight encounter in your maps is guarded by only by blight bosses. This is crazy. I think this is insane. Blight bosses in your map have a 5% chance to drop an additional reward chest when defeated. I think this entire wheel is going to make Blight instantly profitable. If you do Blight on, like, a Crimson Temple or a map that drops Apothecary, this will probably be like the lane that's, like, ends up being, like, juiced out of its mind, and, like, you would get, like, good stuff out of this. You know, I think this whole wheel is going to make Blight crazy profitable. But if you do something like Toxic Sewers and all of your reward chests are Blight, this is probably where you're going to get a lot of your new oils from. And this is going to be like, I just think this wheel in itself makes Blight just overall really profitable. I know we lose oil extractors, and I know we lose anointed jewelry, and I understand that anointed jewelry was one of the best ways to make profit and currency in the current state of the game in terms of Blight outside of blighted maps. But with the way things are changing, I think Blight maps and Blight Ravage maps are going to be insanely profitable. Blight Ravage, as we know, is one of the best ways to get I-86 bases. The faster that you can get into Blight Ravage maps and the faster that you can clear Blight Ravage map, the faster you get access to 86 bases, even on Leaguestart. So that means on day 2 of the league, if I can get Blight Ravage maps and I have anoints on my rings and I can get into Blight Ravage maps, I should be able to farm 86 bases and get them out to crafters immediately. Bases in the upcoming league are going to be insanely valuable for a couple of reasons. One, with Recombinators being back, from my understanding in Sentinel League, Blight was one of the best ways to farm bases for Recombinators. 2, all the new bases are insanely cracked and people are going to want I-86 bases. 3, Recombinators back. So with, like, the use of the armor that allows you to see items dropped identified, and assuming you don't need your armor to do Blight Ravage because you're using nothing but your rings, if you put on the armor and you clear Blight Ravaged and all of the bases drop identified, you will have a fantastic time of filtering out I-86 new bases for specific things. Also, like, perfectly rolled bases are going to be expensive because the new bases add thousands of armor and hundreds of energy shield. So Blight Ravage in itself is just blowing my brain with how profitable it's going to be. And it's going to be very hard once you're up and running to leave it because Recombinators constantly delete bases, right? And anybody who's like, oh, but the market's going to get flooded. The market, in theory, should never get flooded because Recombinators exist. And for any star asterisks out there, the armor that drops items identified is only for magic bases. So if you've never played with this armor, I think it's called like Thames Osley or something like that. I have it in game. I'll look it up. I'll put a link to it in the description with the how to buy it or what it looks like on trade. But that armor might end up being like a staple inside of Blight, especially like Blight drops, like Blight Ravage is going to drop like fractured items. It's going to drop synthesized items. It's going to drop all kinds of 86 bases. It's going to have all kinds of 85 bases. You know, it's just going to be overall really, really, really good. Yes, losing the oils sucks, but prismatic oils are now inside of blighted maps. So prismatic oils might be insane and might be in high demand. Also for blight map farmers and blight ravage map farmers, with oils being rare inside of with oils being inside of blighted maps and blight ravaged maps and not on the Atlas tree and not via scarab inside of a map, that makes gold oils and prismatic oils and silver oils and all of those oils insanely valuable and rarer, which makes farming blight maps themselves cracked. The problem is players are going to be limited by if their computer can handle blighted maps, right? Like if your computer blows up, I don't know, right? Silver and gold oils can still drop inside of maps. They'll just be in theory rare because we don't have the oils to boost it up, but we don't know how much rarer they're going to be because we don't know what this node is going to do. So like the idea of silver and gold is going to be like, if I'm going to farm a bunch of silver and gold, I'm going to do it the old way where I go inside of a blighted map. I do a tier 13 or better red map for blight and we farm it like that, right? Nothing really changes. In terms of blight, in terms of scarabs, there's a couple of things. We talked about this. The Blight Scarab of Oils has been renamed to the Blight Scarab of Blight Heart. It no longer provides Blight Oils that are 1 tier higher. It now causes Blight encounters in area to have 1 blighted chest. Blight encounters in your area spawn more waves of enemies. Blight chests in area grow larger and larger and more rewarding the more blighted enemies that are slain. We know currently that when you do a Blight encounter inside of a map, it has to spawn at least 1 blight reward chest. If my assumption of what I'm reading here is correct, this says it now causes blight encounters in areas to have 1 blighted chest. That means that this blighted chest, in theory, should be a blight reward chest. And if this chest scales with the amount of enemies slain, and this chest grows larger and larger and more rewarding based upon enemies that are slain, that makes this more valuable. That makes this insane, right? That makes this guarantee that the blight chest is lucky. This gives you a 20% chance for it to be openable again. This makes it so that blight chests contain an additional reward. This has just it, you know, this doesn't do anything. This won't do anything. Okay, that makes this entire wave cracked because this entire wave is only blight bosses, right? So like, so now does this mean, and this is like where my brain is like puttering right now, does that mean that this oil or this scarab with this node make it only blight bosses and make them 50 or 100? Like what is what is the interaction between that oil, this node, and this, right? And this is like all stuff that needs to be tested. If it turns the lane into a single lane and the lane gets juiced and the lane is only bosses and it's like scaled out of control, it makes it crazy, right? So I don't know, but I think it's going to be insane. There is a world where you don't take it so that like all of the blight bosses spawn, but it's going to require testing. But in the current state of things, I'm really excited about this. I know we lose the oils or 1 tier higher. I know we lose the oil extractors, but we gain so much more in terms of like, there should be lots and lots of rewards. And if the 1 blight chest is scaled off of bosses and we kill all of the bosses and the bosses explode and die, and there's a ton of bosses and the bosses are juiced out of their mind, that makes that 1 chest crazy. It also makes the pump explosion really good. So like we sacrificed guaranteed blight jewelry that we gambled for oils for guaranteed either tons and tons of map, tons and tons of oils. It's going to be like a real big testing thing. Overall, my initial impression is it's going to be good. I mean, also like, who knows? Maybe we do an encounter where we drop 400 clear oils at the same time and we just vendor 400 clear oils and we just like work our way up, or we drop like 30 red oils or 30 black oils or something, you know, something insane. You can always still 3-to-1 them the hard way and still work your way up. Though I don't know if you're going to want to 3-to-1 anything past red because we don't know how things are going to work. We do know that oils are on the currency exchange market. So it's going to be the best time ever to sell your red oils, your black oils, your opal oils, your blue oils. There are going to be players of all different varieties who are looking for oils of all different colors and sizes, right? So you're constantly going to have players who are going to want those like clear oils, players who are going to want, I know me, I'm going to buy amber oils to get started. You're going to want players who are going to want red oils for the lucky chest. People are going to want black oils, silver oils. People are going to need oils, and the currency exchange makes Blight plus this very good. You will not probably see as many gold and silver oils outside of blighted maps, which is fine, which makes it okay. Outside of that, I think there's like nothing else in terms of like the mapping, but double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravage maps. I don't know if people have spent time thinking about this. If you drop a good base, right? If you dropped a good base, right? And just say, I don't know, it got champion of the cause. And I know this is rare, and sovereignty. What about if you got Charisma and Whispers of Doom? What if you got Champion of the Cause and Whispers of Doom? What if you got, I don't know, this new leader? There's a leader of the pack node somewhere down here that's like really good. The amount of opportunity is insane. We're already spending a lot of time trying to get Stranglegrasp, put a bunch of anoints on Stranglegrasp, brick Stranglegrasp, and convert it into some like shit unique, right? But now Blight Ravage can drop double anointed amulets. So like you are going to want to check combinations. And if you get like a double anointed amulet on like a good base that's craftable, like that's crazy. I don't know. To me, like, why would you ever live inside of regular maps when I can farm double anointed amulets to sell? That's me, though. That's me. And then the rest of the changes on the thing, like this says that this was replaced. We know this with higher tier maps get salvaged, and salvage rewards are improved. The Atlas passive, but it doesn't tell us what it does yet, which is fine. This one says that completing a Blight encounter gives you the Blight chest that contain more blighted maps. And, you know, that's all the basics of it. I don't know yet how good Blight is going to be. I don't know what's going to happen. I know there's a lot of people, like I said, that are really worried about oils. I know there's a lot of people that are worried about the +1s. I know there's a lot of people that like sitting in maps, and I think mapping is 100% going to be the play. But I know for me, I've said this time and time again, I think Blight is insanely profitable. Blight has always been profitable. Blighted maps have always been profitable for a few reasons. One, it's tons of bubblegum currency all of the time. Two, it's going to be just tons of maps that you get to sell to players that are burning maps. We know now with the new Isla thing, red maps are probably going to be an insane amount of demand. Blighted maps give you tons of red maps. People are going to want tons of maps to get their map workers to work. There's just going to be everything that you want inside of a blighted map to make you profit. Yes, it's going to suck because you're not going to get maybe possibly as much loot out of a like Blight encounter, but the idea of sitting AFK inside of a blighted map and then coming back in 5 minutes is going to be insane. I don't know if we can send new workers on blighted maps. If you can, that makes it also like double, triple insane. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of testing, but overall, my initial feelings is that Blight is going to be probably the most cracked thing, probably next to Ritual. Ritual is probably also going to be insane, but that's like a whole nother topic for another day. But I don't think there's any fear or any worry about losing oil extractors. I don't think there's any fear, any worry about doing Blight inside of maps. If anything, the one single chest exploding tons of blighted maps, there's going to be an insane new need for them. I don't know how the new chisels are going to interact with blighted maps yet. We're going to have to test. I don't know how any of the new functions are going to work. All I can say safely is I know the following. One, my plan on Leaguestart is to literally blitz the Atlas as fast as possible. Two, while blitzing the Atlas, I plan on fully setting up King's March and getting King's March up and running as fast as absolutely possible. Three, my goal is to get to tier 16 or better maps as early as possible. And four, as soon as I can either A, buy blighted maps or farm them myself, I plan on buying blighted maps and immediately starting. I have very good feelings about the prismatic oils. I have very good feelings about the anointed oils, the anointed jewelry. I have really good feelings about all the new bases dropping inside of Blight. If those mobs drop gold, Blight should be a fantastic way to farm gold. So you could just like AFK inside of a Blight map, come back and have a ton of gold. You'll have all kinds of bubblegum currency. It's going to be easier than ever to move. You're going to have all kinds of oils, which are going to be easier than ever to move. Blight is literally going to be the, I'm going to AFK, get loot, sell that stuff on the auction house, go AFK again. Like, you should be, instead of, my entire point of doing this rant and spiel is don't worry about the oil extractors. Look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is going to be absolutely insane. I know in terms of like setting up this is going to be a whole nother video about how we're planning on league starting, how we're going to get there, what our plan is for league start, what our Atlas progression is going to look like. We're going to save that for another video. And as far as like how Blight's going to work on like day 1, day 2, week 1, week 2, we're going to be doing a lot of testing. We're going to be doing a lot of blighted maps. We're going to do a lot of interactions. We're going to see if the workers can be sent on blighted maps, and we're going to figure everything out. But for now, as I said, don't panic. Don't worry. Everything's going to be good. Blight's going to be great. We're going to get this video out to you guys. You guys are going to leave your comments, your discussions, your likes, your shares. You're going to do everything. You're going to leave me with your thoughts and feelings. We're going to work on it together. We'll figure it out. But for now, friends, let me get this one out to you guys. See you on the next one. Oh, dab. I don't know if I'm leaving the dab in. Okay. There. You have your fucking dissertation. It is recorded and saved. It'll be on YouTube, so you can double check things. Can you permanently ban me, please? I have no option to say anything insane in this chat while you're popping a Boneshatter character. What do you mean? I don't understand. Will you please do an updated video for a special shield throw? I have no idea yet. I haven't gotten that far yet. The patch notes are so overwhelming and things are so overwhelming right now. My brain can't handle it. You know what I mean? I'm so overwhelmed at the moment that I don't know where to go, what to do, how to do things. Is there a method to your madness, or are you straight Blight? And I was, I'm going to blitz the Atlas. We're blitzing the fuck out of it. Pretty much what we did last league. Realized he was doing a video recording at the end of his recording. Yeah, I figured instead of like giving the rundown 100 times now, at least I can like record it and have it, and I'll edit it later and I'll put it out. I'm sure people are going to want to see it and they're going to want to watch it, and you know, it's going to be insane. Champ's not looking too good. No, Champ's not looking too good at all. Yeah, I don't know how Special Shield Throw is going to look at the upcoming thing. I don't know if it's going to be Bleed. I don't know if it's going to be Cold Convert. I don't know yet. I haven't gotten that far yet. Right now, my current plan is as follows. I am attempting to work with Blossom. And by attempting, I mean Blossom's doing a lot of work and I'm working with him to attempt to figure out what we're playing for 72 hours. The league start plan is to figure out something to play for 72 hours. And I know people are like, what the fuck does that mean? It literally means 72 hours. So like, our plan is, what are we starting Friday at league start, and what are we swapping to on like Tuesday? Right? Like, that's the plan. Bleed, I don't know. Is Gladiator actually good, or is it Cassie is the new best girl? I think there's a lot of upside to Cassie right now. I do think there's a lot of legitimate concerns about people in terms of like oil extractors, but I think people are not looking at like a grander picture yet. I think the exploding gladiator is gonna be sick. You already have the exploding gladiator though. So I don't know. I'm overall really excited. Overall, I'm really excited. I think Blight's gonna be insane. And I think people should like not estimate how strong it's going to be, especially with a trade marketplace.
League mechanics kind of just there also, like on top of all that stuff. But
Warden might be a play,
covered,
man.
Like, that extensively in the video, so I
Yeah,
guess that was something that people,
Warden's going to be
like,
insane.
that's your
I
kind
think
of like main combat stuff that you're kind of doing. That you know that's in area.
I think all elemental builds are going to eventually convert to Warden.
Yeah,
and you've got the bosses like attacking your town and
yep,
boats
there's a couple
and
of things
stuff
like that. So yeah, there's kind of other things. So yeah, there's actually a lot going on with that. That more so than what was kind of expected.
Meshes with the ascendancy now instead of attack on.
Always to say that it seems like a.
Isn't Gladiator just like 2 nodes now? Isn't Gladiator just Isn't it just like bleed pops and aggravated bleed? I mean, I guess this is kind of like okay. I guess this is like okay. Right? And then these are all block and retaliation. So like, are you playing bleed retal? Right? So I don't know. Right now, all I know is bleed right now is gratuitous violence and aggravated bleeding. If currency chisels work on blighted maps, we're gonna get so many oils. Yes. 100% more damage seems good. Yeah, aggravated bleeding seems insane. Like, I'm not taking away from this. I think this is cracked, right? Bleeding enemies you kill explode, you have 10% of maximum life and 20% more fizz damage over time. And what does this change to? So it's 20% of maximum life is fizz and aggravated bleeding. Does Blight map quality affects the pump explosion? What about lightning strike? Haven't gotten there yet. In the end, you should swap aggravated bleeding, get on the train, the gear. Yeah, but then where does this node go then? Is Champ dead? No oils from the pump. I don't know yet. You saw my face? Champ is it's rough. It's a little rough.
Classic fight monster in
It's a little
circle.
rough.
For sure.
Fight monster in circle.
Yeah, it's one,
People love
two, it's 2, 3, 5. So yeah, 4 encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole area.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Those are
classics.
everybody's favorite. So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle league.
Yes, yes, of course.
Good. It all comes back to that.
It is a speed, and again, you can there's
Champions
no real
on
harm in,
hospice
like,
care?
just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then if you want to engage with the town later or something, that's always something you can do. End of the day, the gold is going to be your primary restriction, so being able to just farm for ages and get a whole bunch of gold isn't going to like, and while not necessarily engaging with the town, is not going to.
I think it'll be fine too.
Yes, this is very much a take it at your own leisure.
100%, 100%, yes.
That touches on the next question, and the one that when I watched it, I was like, this is the thing people might be most concerned about is the somewhat controversial area of game design.
I'm curious on what direction to go in the Atlas now. It seems like doing maps for gold and resources is really important. Why would you think that gold wouldn't draw from Delve? Gold still probably, my understanding is gold drops from everything. Gold should drop from everything, right? And I don't know about the resources. I'm wondering if the resources are in other places. I don't know, but you're probably going to want to like map at some point, right? That's right. Ruthless with gold where it just fell from sky. Yeah, that's what I tell people. Yeah, people are like constantly worried. I'm like, when we played Ruthless with gold, it was just everywhere. So it should be fine. Clear everything going to each node and not just running past them? No. No. You just do things. Just a gold auto collect, yes. I'm wondering about div prices without fixers. What do you mean? Why would you worry? Everything gets more valuable, right? Like if divs go up, everything goes up, right? I'm not worried about anything, but how bad Lightning Strike is looking. Why is Lightning Strike? Aren't people like, didn't Pals Run spend all morning cooking Lightning Strike?
Timers, right?
Yeah,
So
sure.
we worried that this would give people ick because they just have that around timers.
I can see what you mean, and like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about like, what's the thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league. That was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack.
People need to get
lot
off my
of
build.
work, like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check on anything, right? Like you
That was
can
my concern,
you can queue days of work and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you've got your big queue there that you can do, and then like you can just come back and then they've done all the maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
So you can just
at
log in
the
when you
end.
normally
Yeah,
log in.
exactly.
You're
It
not,
also
like, getting up
doesn't
in the
mean
middle
it's
of the
so long. Like there's these sweet spots in time that we've really aimed for, right? Anything too short, highly annoying.
Yeah, check it all the
and
time.
then anything too long feels like a mobile game, right? So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think. I will note, like, I'm going to say some times, but it is like highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can, but you can also have them take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, like, and focus your gold somewhere else, that is entirely up to you if you want to do that. So it's got a lot of agency. However, like, we have been experimenting with numbers like a lot.
How's PoE Ninja going to be able to list approximate prices without the ability to pull from the trade? Assuming the auction house is not part of the same API. You don't. Why would you need PoE Ninja anymore? The auction house is literally going to show you everything. You just don't use it anymore. What map loot will those workers collect? They have their own designated smart things. From my understanding, you have to just trust them to loot shit. The goal, from my understanding of the auction house, is not have to use things like PoE Ninja anymore. You literally just look at the auction house now. Everything they're doing is putting like third-party sites out of business, right? We need to know what corpses are going to be available. We're missing a lot of information still. I agree with you. Yeah, like, you don't need to go to PoE Ninja anymore. You go to your hideout and you type in apothecary. My worker didn't pick up a mage blood. Fucking fire him. You'll never know if your worker didn't pick up the mage blood. If you hire Otto, that was on you. Still need POB. You do still need POB. You probably will still use other third-party sites for very specific niche things. But it looks like they're attempting to put more and more of the base game, attempting to make third party less and less needed. If Otto would pick up the mage blood, he's out of here. Just imagine it like all those chests you didn't open, they all had mirrors in them. Exactly, yeah. If Otto don't come back with a mage blood, Otto don't come back with a mage blood. My character, if my workers and my character's RNG, there won't be any mage blood. Just delete your character, go again. Put more of the game in the game. Wow, how modern of you. I swear if Otto skips the blight mechanic, it seems like the guy's gonna ignore the best loot. Otto's gonna get the mirror for you and you know it. Dude, if Otto comes back with a mirror, Otto for president. Mage was going to be so expensive. Everything's going to be so expensive this league. I don't think people really realized like how good it was or how good we've had it for the past 2 leagues with like shit being cheap, right? When they said that single players were finding hundreds of thousands of uniques a map and that's gone now, I don't think people realize how cheap things were and how good it was to have things cheap. Unique prices are going to be nuts. Everything's going to be nuts. Everything's going to be insane. I wouldn't be surprised if Mage would hit 400 plus again. What are your thoughts on chase uniques with quantity nerf and div card farming killed? How's div card farming killed? Day 3, go to traders. It kind of sucks. It just is what it is, man. You know what I mean? As well as doing Blight and Leaguestart, I'm also thinking about doing some ritual and making corruption algorithms on the side. Are there other mechanics you're thinking of doing on Leaguestart on top of Blight? Everything. I want to know if Vivid Vultures were taken out of the Beast Scarab. I want to know if Vivid Vultures are in the core drop pool. Div Scarabs were deleted. Curation Scarab was deleted. Curation Scarab was deleted. Divination Scarab has been renamed to Divinator Cloister. It no longer provides 150% increase to div cards. It now causes the area to contain 8 to 12 additional packs of dojis devoted and causes doji devoted 1% additional chance to drop a stack deck. Divination Scarabs renamed it provides 10% more divination cards found in an area per different favorite map slot, or divination card drops in an area replaced by those of your favorite maps. Instead, it now causes 3 packs of monsters to drop additional divination cards. Divination Scarab completion renamed Divination Pilfering. It no longer provides divination cards in your area of 20% chance to drop as full stacks. Instead, it now provides divination cards drop in area are stolen by the final map boss. Final map boss has increased toughness and deals increased damage and more divination cards they've stolen. The final map boss duplicates all stolen divination cards. I don't think divination cards are dead. I think it's just be harder to get. It's whatever. If they're harder to get, they're harder to get. We're doing Blight Ravage maps, man. Ain't gonna matter. Doing Blight Ravage maps. You know how many stacked decks you're gonna get? Doing Blight Ravage. Cleave is painful. 3 deaths. You don't level Cleave. You level Sunder. Or you don't level that. You level fucking splitting something steel. The clip you DM me.
Oh, I'm retarded. Bro.
What is he freaking out about? Can you say about Pconc? Pconc's still good. What is he freaking out about? What was that? Quinn freaking out. Imagine the Whisker with the Wildwood and Quanscaras. I mean, like almost old MF. Yeah, I think I don't know, man. I think it'll be fine. He didn't understand what Lucky Block is? Oh. It's kind of funny, actually.
It has been discussed constantly, and for example, with the shipping, you had the port of Calgary. That's the one that has the longest distance, or the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest, and I currently believe it's like towards even 10 hours. But
what?
There are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour. And now there are advantages, like a longer shipment will have yield.
The Hornscar is going to be extremely expensive. I would, dude, he might have missed that. Dude, I wouldn't put it fucking past him to go back and delete that. I wouldn't put him past it. Bitch, you sleep for 10 hours? I would say, I have a kid. Do you think I sleep for 10 fucking hours?
Better rewards and have higher risk, and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes, you feel like you have to do the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think
you set up the 10-hour one when you log off to go to bed. Here's the devil advocate with the higher prices. You're having your trader / map runners finding and trading for things while you're AFK and doing other things. They'll be able to say, yeah, exactly. I'm not worried about it at all. I'm not worried about it at all. I think it's gonna be insane. These bros think 10 hours is long. Listen, we understand you play Warframe. It's pretty much like it's gonna I think people are really underestimating how like how set it and forget it it's gonna be. You know what I mean? I sleep for like 5 to 6 hours. Yeah, but like just having your oil salt, I agree. People are like not the town Monday morning when your ass goes back to work, assuming you work and have a job. Monday morning when your ass goes back to work and you're like, I hate everything. You're gonna get up 5:30 in the morning. You're gonna set your workers, and you're not gonna tell me you're not gonna get up at 5. Motherfucker, I know you're gonna get up 5:30 in the morning. You're gonna set your fucking workers, and you're gonna go to work. And don't tell me at 5:30 in the morning you're gonna be too tired to get on PoE. I know you're gonna do it. I know there's one guy telling me he's not gonna do it, but I know your ass is gonna do it. You're gonna get up 5:30 in the morning. You're gonna brew your cup of coffee. You're gonna fucking set your worker, go take a shower. You might not even shower because you're a lazy shitbag and a gamer and you stink. We passed the sniff test, we're good. But you're gonna get up 5:30 in the morning. You're gonna sniff test, set your workers, and go to work. You're gonna come home, sniff test again, probably actually shower, get out of the shower, and your workers are gonna be done. Wake up at 5 a.m. for PoE. I don't even have a job. I wouldn't dare log into a video game before I go to work. I would never make it to work. Thanks for all the follows. I'm tired of it. I just hope it doesn't come back. I'm pretty sure MF is gonna be insane. I think it's going to be insane. My plan is to get original sin ASAP and quit the league for 1 month and come back to 2.5 mirrors. The guy saying div card farming is dead. You could farm your target div card in your favorite map. You 100% more div cards from chisels, and you can now instead use actual juice scarabs. Yeah, I don't think div card farming is dead at all. I think this is what we... Okay, so did anybody here play Diablo 2? Serious question. Wake up 30 minutes earlier to tell these fuckers to farm for me. Exactly. Who here has played Diablo 2? Yes, yes, me. Yes, yes, yes. I'm young. Okay, never. Okay. How many of you guys from the Diablo 2 days know what a rune is? Like a bear rune and a jaw rune. Those would be the equivalent to div cards, right? Diablo 2 had a philosophy back in the day, right? Don't call it a bear rune. I thought we're always picking the bear. Diablo 2 had a philosophy back in the day. Runes never dropped based on magic find, right? And quantity gear is magic find. Runes never dropped. You have an enigma as a tattoo? Runes never dropped based on magic find in Diablo 2. The best source of magic find in Diablo 2 was mobs per hour. That mentality doesn't change. What's happening now in PoE is the D2 formula. You should be, if you're hunting items, mobs per hour, right? So if you play Diablo 2, and he makes a good point, your cow runs. When you would do cow runs and you do that 6-minute cow run and hope to drop something, or you do those Pindle skin runs or those Meph runs, and you would just teleport to Pindle or teleport to Meph or teleport to Chaos Sanctuary, and you did those runs, those are your maps now. Your workers are your magic finders? Yes, exactly. Yeah, Diablo 2 magic find only affected rarity of items dropped. Yes. Yes. Did GG also delete Shaper Quant? We don't know yet. I don't know. My point is, magic finding isn't going to die. It's going to die in terms of like this dipshit that I kill who's going to drop 400,000 things is not going to drop 400,000 things. It's going to be, I'm going to like slaughter this entire pack of mobs and shit's going to drop, right? You essentially have to play like Pconc does. Yes, you're going to have to do maps per hour. Everything that I've heard so far in this Q&A has simply stated the following. You will be rewarded for playing the game. How's it going to affect mirror items that have quant on them? All legacy stuff stays legacy. All legacy stuff stays legacy. So if it's in standard, it's there, and everything in standard has quant gear on it has already spiked through the roof. Imagine playing the game. They keep saying this in this Q&A that we've been watching and like slowly going over. They constantly keep saying you will be rewarded for playing the game. And I like that they kept the rarity in, at least not removed it totally, so at least we get to have a little bit of agency. Yeah, you just stack rarity and kill mobs. How does effectiveness of added damage work? I can't really find a good video of it. If a skill has effectiveness of added damage, that's how much it scales off of it. So if you have a fizz tag thing and its effective added damage is 100%, it takes the fizz roll on the weapon and adds 100% of the fizz roll. I think this feature's early, to be honest. What do you mean? So if a gem has like 500% added effectiveness and you have it is a fizz tag gem and you have a fizz roll on your weapon, it's that. It scales that. They should have rolled that when PoE 2 launched. It's in PoE 2 and so it's in PoE 2 and they're bringing it to PoE 1 because PoE 1 players are crazy and have demanded it. And this is an experimental league. They have stated time and time and time again that everything in this league is experimental. And if it goes horribly wrong, it's gone. It's gone. So like if this league turns out to be a dumpster fire, it's just gone. If anything, they made it easier for the crafters with the auction house. Oh yeah, you still have to like sell stuff. That's why flat damage is king. Yes. PoE 1 is just a testing ground for PoE 2. Yes. Well, no, it's not. It's its own separate game. This is all its own separate game. Nothing in this is affecting Path of Exile 2. It's only for currency and it makes everything yes, it's only for currency, but like, you know how convenient it is for like, there are essences, right? There's essences and oils. It's all stackable items. So like you can sit in your hideout if you have gold and buy stack decks. You never need to leave your hideout. You can sit in your hideout and buy stack decks. Stack decks are bad now. Not the fucking point. Not the point. Setting up my skyward for a bed and then come back to someone in another time zone filling it. Exactly. Yes. 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 What I really mean by that is forced to play PoE 2 because they're bored not playing PoE 1. I'm not following. Everything bad now, we have to riot. I heard they added a stack deck slot to the currency tab. They did. Item crafting might be less profitable. Why? People are going to need items and Americans are stupid. Essences will be easier to sell in bulk. Yes. Americans don't craft their own gear. Americans buy gear from the Europeans. Why buy your own shit and use your brain when you can outsource it? Lies? It's the truth. I craft my own. Where from the United States do you live? Crafting materials sell better at, we've proven this. Crafting materials sell better at night when the Asian market wakes up. Canada? Isn't Michigan like pretty much Canada? Never not be profitable. You're good at it. So many people that play this game cannot craft anything. Literally anything. It's true. It's true. It has been proven time and time again that crafting materials sell better to the EU and Asian market, and crafted items sell better. Crafted items sell better in the morning when NA wakes up. 100% I sell way more when I get up to yes. Yep. Says I'm a disgrace. Stop being smart. My NA education proves I'm a dumbass. Stop proving me wrong. I've played trader for a long time. It's true the nighttime is better. I think more people should learn how to trade. I mean, learn how to craft. I hate the Twitch app. Same. I always sell my crafting gear early in the morning. I would like this league to spend more time making sure that dumbasses aren't dumb and learn how to craft stuff. So if you plan to try to craft shit and you plan to not know how to craft shit, in the Discord, there is a crafting help channel. So if you're not in the Discord, where literally people will post their items and ask for step by step, and people will spend the time to literally teach people how to craft things. And it's pretty active. So if you're like a silly goose and you don't know how to make shit and you want some help, and I'm not live to ask in the Discord. Koreans buy essences, Americans buy items. I've learned it's true. It's 100% true. Yeah. I'm a silly goose. Well, stop being a silly goose and be the golden goose. I've only played for 4 leagues. I craft all my own gear, Fizzbows, influence helms. Shit's easy. It's easier now than it was years ago. Years ago, it was very Ziggy D made a whole video on this years ago about crafting and stuff, and how it was like hidden technology, right? A lot of people a long time ago like really hid how to craft things, you know? I think the reason people quit trying to learn to craft is because they don't realize how much failure there is in crafting till they fail a bunch and get discouraged. I think too, it's like trade sucks, right? Before this auction house system, like if I wanted to make a hatred bow, I needed like hundreds of essences, and buying hundreds of essences was like running my nuts across sandpaper, right? Give players in-game that rewards near constant engagement a way to be rewarded without being engaged, and they'll stop being engaged. In players in a game that rewards near constant engagement a way to be rewarded without being engaged, and they'll stop being engaged. So you saying that the auction house stops engagement? I bet you'll find out that most people don't even like this game. I think a lot of people play it for Stockholm Syndrome. Oh, without a doubt. Oh, without a doubt. The Garrison? I don't think the Garrison's going to be a good idea. I think it's going to be fun as fuck. I like the idea of it. I think it's going to be great, but I think it's going to be bad for the majority. But crafting is very enjoyable when you hit that perfect item. Yes. But people don't like failure. Till I learn to farm enough currency to buy hundreds of crafting currencies at a time? Yes. I play to have fun, but I'm always wrong. I also play to have fun. Garrison for the win. Boys, who has Stockholm Syndrome? You... I was so happy. It was so worth the pain I went through. Feels like all the quant they took away from players, they're just giving it back to us with ships and automated maps. Well, I mean... Assuming this is intentional, and maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here. Does this still exist? Do I think auto convert blighted maps? I hope so. Do you guys think this still exists? You guys have any idea how broken those chisels are? I don't think people do. These? You're talking about these, right? I don't think people understand how impactful these are going to be. Crafting can be toughest than 100 rounds this league and failed so many times with a quiver. Still don't have a great one, but when you hit, it's amazing. How rare are they? My guess is they come from Uber Maven. They're 100% more of your choosing target farm. I'm assuming they're coming from Uber Maven. Pretty sure Scarab's untouched in the patch notes. Everybody knows pack size is good. Hold on, my cat's biting an electrical cord. Hold on. 1 second. I fucking look over and my cat is chewing on a cord like her life depends on it. Like she's chewing on an electrical cord plugged into the wall. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I had to go move the cord, spray it with the cat stuff so it tastes like onions or whatever it is. My kid's gonna come on vacation, the cat's gonna turn to a barbecue. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Wasn't the fiber cord? I'm pretty sure the like this is a brand new wire and there's like teeth marks all in it. And now I know which idiot's chewing on it. Pika Pika. Ridiculous. A 10-way Maven in the reveal video dropped 10 chisels. Told you how to fix that. I put the little thing up, the little mat up. And the big cat taught the little cat how to swipe it away. You hear about Crow Strike? I did. The cord? Oh, put the cord in the other thing that they can't chew on. Do you have the link to which reveal? Was it the regular reveal video? Are we blighting this Leaguestart? Oh, absolutely. I mean, saying the reveal, maybe Joe 10 chisels is saying yeah. Was it in this video? Or was it in the full video? Must be in the full video. Put hot sauce on it. It was only for daggers? How do you know? How do you know? I tried the bitter and spray. It didn't work when I tried it. With essential oils? I've tried one of the cat sprays. It didn't work. All right, I'll go tomorrow and try to get something else. Is this hearsay? I don't watch the Q&A. You don't try it, you give it to the cat. I sprayed it on shit, didn't work. You just keep licking it until... Yeah, that's what my cat did. Yeah, my cat was a fucking idiot. Yep, that's what my cat did. I sprayed the shit and my cat was like, yep, don't care. I like his boots. What do you mean? I think his boots are really good. Bless you. Thank you.
That's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this, aside with the fact it's also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game. It's not like it's just some
play
AFK
the game!
You know, at the end of the day, you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this, killing monsters, looting loot. So
he sits too still? You mean he's not ADD, written, crazed, crackhead, fucking lunatic that doesn't, like, what? Make a guide for us? We want to do Bleed Glad? No.
There's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot such that if you are playing, you know, it's not highly annoying.
I actually like that he rambles. I like that he rambles because you could see the thought process, right? I like listening to them comfortably talk because you can start to understand their thought processes and where they're going. Not a lot of people like rambling and yapping, but if I've learned anything, it's just sometimes if you just shut the fuck up and let people ramble and yap, you learn a lot more than you think, right? Sometimes you just have to let people yap, and instead of being annoyed they're yapping, just listen, right? Like, if my dad has taught me anything, he's trying not to give stuff away and he talks a lot without saying anything. Yeah, just listen. Just listen. He gives a lot away, man. If you literally listen, he gives a lot. His body language, everything gives shit away all the time.
And also not like I never get my rewards. Like it's going to be pretty bad if you're like I'm level
your agent wisdom is showing.
Unlock your shipping, and you send your shipping, and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get that back till I'm level 80.
The ritual problem.
That's just terrible, right? So, yes, there are very quick turnarounds as well for things like that, and then there are longer turnarounds when you're willing to spend that time to do so. And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port. And
I guess the devil's advocate question would be: what would you rather him yap and be willing to constantly give information and talk to people, or him just be a ghost? 132, their chisel shopping. Okay.
then one to a close port, so you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So if you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps, lower tier maps, or you can put in more difficult maps. Now, I did note in the live stream the timer on the mining was before we had done any iteration, so I'm pretty sure it had some real absurd amount of time to mine that ore. That was just a straight mistake. Does not take that long. It is much quicker.
That's a really good thing. Yo, thanks for the freaking host, man. What's up, buddy? How was your stream, man? Heard bow starters are good? Maybe. And leave mage bloods on the ground? That's because you yelled at Jonathan for yapping. If you praise the yapping, they'd pick up the good loot. 245 campaign run on a 5-man? Nice. That's crazy. Yeah, if you just let him yap and you praise the yapping, Otto would have picked up the mage blood.
It's also worth mentioning with the stuff is that, yeah, like as I was saying with the queues, like, okay, you can just put as
Thanks
many,
again for the host,
like,
man. I hope
when
your stream went
you,
well.
find
I'm glad to hear
resources
your
and then
campaign
that's
time is
a mining
insane.
queue, it's not like you have to like manually reassign your things every time. Like they just move on to the next task.
Yeah.
So effectively what that means is that, yeah, you're not having to come back every, like, you know, and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, like for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just like jam a bunch of stuff in there, and then like what I don't want is you to feel like you have to like wake up in the middle of the night and like freaking, you know, put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid. Like it should.
That is never going to happen, friend. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. I guarantee you half the people here right now are going to wake up in the middle of the night and reset their shit.
It be that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play. Like that is our design intent. And so if that's not, you know, like we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case, you know, that you don't feel pressured to like log in at some time you wouldn't normally do it.
Yeah, this sort of thing can be fun because it's like you get to come back to rewards and progress, and everybody loves progress and progression, right?
For sure.
We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this genre. But I was definitely concerned about that idea that would have to, you know, I feel like if I didn't get on in half an hour after I was planning on logging off, I wouldn't be able to reallocate my workers.
Right.
But you don't have it. Just
phone alarms at 4 a.m. 100%.
Yeah, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't pay to skip
association.
any of these timers.
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally loved. And part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand. The concept of a timer is scary to start with. But I'm also, on the other hand, not going to, you know, sit here about complaining about the cold currency thing and then also implement something that, you know, on the other hand, I'm going to have equal levels of frustration with myself.
WoW
as a
has
player.
a lot of things very similar.
Surprisingly, but you know,
you want to play this after all, don't you?
100. Of course, I want to play it. I'm never going to make a game I don't want to play. So yeah, my hope is, but of course that assumes we get it right. The good thing is we're very, very fast to react to this stuff. So if the timers are tilted one way or another, we have so many levers we can adjust to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone. So I could expect, you know, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something is taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to.
Bosses can't be blocked?
It's interesting,
question mark?
and it's new for damn sure. But I'd say I'm more on the definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good.
But there's always a little bit of worry there. It comes with the job, and
I like that you guys are still trying new things. You know, whether they work out.
Where does it say that bosses can't be blocked?
100%. A large part of what we always try and do is push the boundary, right? Like just doing the safe thing over and over and over again can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and see where they go and see how they evolve, and because ultimately I believe that makes the best game possible for sure.
Keep trying it. One more quick nuance about that is the progress on timers and things. That's all even online versus offline.
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're like, you don't have to like stay logged in, online to speed things up.
No.
Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, which is obviously like if your map, if your ship gets commandeered, it can get commandeered offline or online, right? So it can stop it. It isn't something that happens like ultra frequently, and you can avoid it. you can get it to the point where a commandeering will not occur, and the same with your Atlas runners being kidnapped. That can occur online or offline, but again, it is avoidable. It doesn't have to happen. Like if you can get good enough people and run slightly easier content, and all of a sudden there's no risk of your Atlas runners failing. Or
Rust
like that.
PTSD.
Speaking of risk, so how does this scale with like map tiers and map effect and stuff like that? So as you move up through maps, do you get more resources, more gold? Does it scale with like map quantity?
Is new
So
hatred and
Yep,
hatred's a
gold,
nerf
so
in
gold
general,
scales
yeah.
with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it. If you can't trade
Completely
it, then all of a
untradeable,
sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, item map quantity scales gold. Yep, all the same. It's auto pickup, obviously. With obviously the new enhanced item pickup radius, and the amount of ore also should scale with quantity. Yes, obviously, much like sulfite, I guess, from Delve. That's probably one of the closest comparisons in terms of like giving you a resource.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seemed like mostly gold was used to upgrade the buildings and things like that in your town, and that sort of progress is mostly through that. So the resources are all for this shipping to get this risk-reward system to get currency and gear and stuff like that. And the multiple pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy. Is that for real? Like, how much work is getting 3 pages of Chaos Orbs and Divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then where what we're doing is instead of... because we were scaling rewards...
Hey chat. Question. You remember when we had the conversation earlier about enchanting your normal weapons? You guys remember that conversation? How we said that the Danik runing table enchanting uniques would be... Okay, so earlier in the day, we talked about the Danning table in the garrison, and I was under the assumption that you would be able to use Danning and the runic table to enchant. You'd be able to go here and put a rare weapon in or a unique weapon in and enchant it, right? And there are people who agree and there are people who disagree that this will work with unique weapons, right? So Mr. MB in chat sent me this, and I thought this was the biggest 5-head thing I've seen all day. Wait, if it's an enchant on a weapon, what's stopping you from enchanting a normal weapon and chance-orbing it? There's an omen that exists. So, is there a world? Is this a world? Which weapons do you want to put enchants on? A lot. Chancing back on the menu? Instant new patch note. I'm sure I'll find something to enchant on Aracali's Fang. A lot is the right answer. There's a lot. Because I don't know, we don't have the full list. There's 100 and something things, right? There's 100 and something things, but this is one of the lists, right? So you can get additional curses, right? Can go on dagger, axe, wand, bow. We don't know yet if you can't enchant uniques. We don't know. But there's like point blank and far shot and iron grip and iron will and the headhunter mod and life leech is instant and projectiles return to you. Like there's a lot. It's a lot. So like, what's stopping this? You never hit chance arms on Arcali's Fang because there's a low tier fiend dagger. That didn't stop us in fucking Affliction League. What do you mean? You just imprint the fucking thing. It's weapons only. It's weapons only. It's weapons only. You just literally imprint it and then re-enchant it if you need to. It didn't stop us in Crucible League. It's not, if this is possible, if this is the only way to enchant uniques, because imprints are cheap, what are you, broke? Don't be broke. There's a world where it's cheaper to do. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What world do you think these are cheap? In what universe do you think these runes are going to be cheap? There's no universe ever where these fucking things are cheap, especially when you need hundreds of them. Like this one was like 111 of each. The Omen plus the Enchanting Course or the imprint, whatever's cheaper is what we use. Exactly. Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
On quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative.
Use
so
Black
that,
Morgan,
instead of
imprint
getting more
Scour,
so
Chance
much more
Orb.
currency linearly, you're getting better currency.
We don't want a
instead of
Chance
more,
Orb.
just
Fuck
so-
that,
so
there's an
less
Omen.
of that.
Alts roll
But,
up
like-
into chaos and whatnot.
Yeah, if you save up, like you can just be like, I'm just gonna play, get all the gold and acquire as many resources as I can, and send a shipment that's like maxed out in value, and then put the best possible ship workers on there because you don't want to lose that shipment. I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. Like you'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah.
Lance and Maria just shitting at each other. I'm so tired of the streamer turf war. There's only a turf war because people give them the platform. If you just ignore it, like if streamer A is at war with streamer B and we give them no attention or no credit, like if you ignore it, it goes away. It goes away. It goes away, right? Like just ignore it. Who cares? Let them argue. Who cares?
Okay.
You will get an absolute ton, which some people will find ultra satisfying.
Shit goes back to gaming. It never will.
But yes, we are trying to.
It never will. Drama brings views, my guy. That's why I stay out of it. That's why I don't get involved. That's why I don't bother. Drama brings views, and we just fuck off.
Not, obviously, it shouldn't be that you're just getting 50 pages of items, but you'll get some amount, and
Turf wars because of
the
gaming.
items get better.
Dude, there was a streamer the other day, and I'm not going to name any names, but there was a streamer the other day who did like a tier list of all the streamers in the community, and like it was this like dumpster fire to watch. And this dude like shit on people and praised people, and like he's got thousands. Like this streamer has thousands of people watching, like thousands of people, and people are like harping on this dude's opinions, and it was crazy to watch. And somebody here was like, "Oh, rate my boy," and he was like, "I don't know who the fuck that guy is." And people were like, "He's this guy." He's like, "I don't know who the fuck that guy is." And I was like, "That's right." It was like a Will Smith moment. I was like, "Leave my name out of your mind. I don't fuck off." Like, I don't want to be involved. You want to rate every other motherfucker? That's great. Leave me out of this shit.
As you send more, as opposed to just the quantity. Yeah.
I saw a question in chat as well. The wages, like, how does that work with when's that getting paid? Like, do you get overdrafted account fees? Like, what are we doing with here?
So you have to take your so you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold into the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so
town
that
fund.
you're not like just randomly
They
losing
stick
your
their whole
gold,
shot
that
on you
you're
like a
okay,
brain
I'm
dead
gonna get to
mob.
60,000 so I can buy these items. All of a sudden it's just like
Listen, I don't agree with a lot of streamers. I don't. I don't. I think a lot of streamers have a lot of insane opinions, but I am never going to tell you to literally go fucking be a jerk off and like my opinions are mine, right? Like my opinions are my own. And if I don't like somebody and I find out that dipshit dirtle fucking chat is over there causing like an issue, regardless of if I don't like them and they're trying to like start shit, like we just remove it, right? You know what I mean? Funny story, there was only one chick in my engineering major in college. Spoiler, Ben won the tier list. Been cooking an idea, Lightning Strike Warden. I think Paustron's been working on that all day. Yeah, I don't want anybody ever going to like somebody else's community and starting shit, right? I just don't pay attention to them. Yeah, I agree. So I can live in peace? Keep the drama llama on a leash? Thought I was slick? Yeah, there's a couple people who are like, we don't need, motherfucker, we don't. No. No. If you are inciting that we need drama, that accidental timeout's not, no. Remember that accidental timeout you got yesterday? It ain't gonna be an accident. If you're inciting drama, that motherfucker ain't gonna be an accident again. This was in class? She heard us talking about it. Oh, Jesus. No drama. Bro, I don't have time for it. Went out of his way to tell somebody not to tell him their drama. Dude, somebody in here the other day was just like, oh, my day sucked. And he had some insane story. And I was like, don't you fucking tell me. And he's like, but my life sucks. And I was like, this is your last fucking warning. Don't you tell me. He's like, but my aunt's uncle's brother's dog kicked the snake. And I was like, nah, I gotta ban you. I didn't give a fuck about the snake, bro. Why you gotta tell me about this fucking snake, dude? Why you, I have my own, I don't have the fucking, the hipster term is the spoons, bro. I don't got the fucking spoons, bro, to listen to how you're gonna spoon your asshole full of chocolate milk because your day has been bad, bro. I don't care. Your dog ate a snake that shit out a rat. Great. Fucking, I don't care. You RMT'd. I don't care. Don't tell me. I want to play the game. I want to not give a shit. And I don't care, bro. Bro, I don't care. Bro. You just don't do it. Yeah, you don't. I have my own problems. I have my own problems. I don't care. I just want to play the game and do some blights, bro. I don't care. That's some grown shit. Little kids like drama. Yeah, I don't like if streamer A fuck streamers B his wife, like good on you. I don't care. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it ain't my wife. I ain't got a wife. I don't care. Like, it's fine, dude. We care about our own snake. My snake needs to be properly drained and taken care of. And currently, it's not taken care of. So, unless you're literally taking care of my problems, if you're not filling my stomach and emptying my balls, I don't care. Must be, oh, I'm actually, that's really impressive that you knew exactly. Yeah, that's really impressive that you picked up on that. I see that you're on the end. Streamers ain't got time for wives. I'm really impressed, Pez. I'm here to be fat, bald, drink beers, and say cunt. I'd like to play Flicker Strike and do Blight, but the two don't really mix well. I mean, you just build towers. Just build towers, right? You just build towers. You know what I'm saying? Who cares? Just build towers. You don't play Flicker Strike, just build towers.
Oh, draining it,
God.
And you can't figure out. So your wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map. There's just you hit add, drag, set an amount, hit add, it goes there. And yeah,
what's the best league starter and why is it slams?
So it's not like
I don't know.
Really come in chunks. It's
I got
like
intense. Was it good intense or bad intense? Are we upset now? Sounds like you're doing good, brother. Glad to hear it. Just popping in. I'm okay, man. I'm chill, dude. I don't have time to be sad. You know? I don't got time to be sad. You know? My kid's healthy. you know, I have my house. I'm in good health. I just went to the doctor. All my blood works good. I started going to the gym and shit. I gotta go to the gym later. You know, I don't got time, dude. I want Cleve to work so bad right now. I've made Cleve work before. I have an entire video about how nuts Cleve is. I might revisit it again. So, you know.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or?
Not in Rayclast, no.
No worker protection in
Because
Rayclast.
all of a sudden you might find you're collaborating
Your
with
uncle's
those
dog
pirates
kicked
and
the
with those
snake.
bandits and, like, you know, arranging
Why?
you're arranging them to come in and kidnap people more often, and, you know, you had that abandon option we saw because those workers were
Nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much a we're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team, but they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the
Yes.
mines. So
All the Cleve league starters are too
cracked
squished
up
for
when
me.
I saw the
Don't league start it.
map running teams auto simulating map thing.
Yeah.
So do they actually simulate running the map? Do they like actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course, like, you know, you don't simulate actually every single monster dying, but it's too much expensive, right?
Extrapolated
But you
simulation.
you
Got it.
effectively take, like, here's what you'd have, and then you have, you know, I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because, like, what if, like,
How good are their
what if
loot
it's like
filters?
you like get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway, you're not going to think about that, obviously. I mean, you can if you want, but
I
yes,
will.
you do get it back. So if you
Keep me
send
awake.
them to, I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what.
Now
But
we
whatever,
can too.
whatever one drops mage blood, if you put that base type in, you the mage blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. Of course, generally
Oh,
people
yeah.
like running that themselves. So
And you're telling me that, like, if it's a Hydra map, they'll bring a Hydra.
Maybe
fragment
make
back
builds
for you.
tomorrow.
yep,
Dude,
if
enjoy
you
it,
put in a
man.
Hydra map and they clear it successfully, it's worth noting they have a
Enjoy it, dude.
percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but sometimes they get through like 50% of it and die because you put the map in as too hard.
Yeah,
You'll
they
get 50%
are they
of the
burning
items.
6 portals halfway through a Hydra map?
Yeah. Some of the, if you're not sending elite people, yeah, they're kind of bad.
There's different quality
Yeah.
of map runners, just as there
Or,
is in
I
Path
mean,
of
you
Exile
could,
players.
if you're sending your miners into the mapping, they don't know what to do. They're just like, I've tried mining the monsters and I
Dying on
failed.
the first pack.
Yeah, but yeah, they'll bring that back. You chuck in a
Bro, I have fucking pizza rolls, dude. I too have fucking pizza rolls, bro. Let's go.
map with 5 delirium orbs. They'll probably all die, but if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some
Yeah.
delirium
Yeah,
rewards.
so what's like the most sketch, like, juiced up map that they can run here if you get the best of the best?
I mean, the same as the player, right? A fully
Oh,
like
yeah?
a prop corrupted T17 with, you know, whatever else is bloody on it. I mean, or
All
16.
right.
I mean, they'll probably they might get. Sometimes you actually. Like it's not mistake proof. You can put it in, and it can be like they have a 1% chance of 1% of the map will be
Good luck,
cleared.
guys.
And you put it in, and you see the timer count down like 2 seconds, and then they fail, and you're like, oh, they just
6
died.
portals gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Damn, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean,
A pizza roll is this. It is delicious. It is a delicious little bread thing that's fried, and on the inside is some cheese and some marinara. And it could look a wide variety of ways. The botters have to just dancing on the ceiling with this mechanic, by the way. What do you mean? On the inside is lava. Yes. On the inside is indeed lava. Yes. When you make a pizza roll and you bite into that bitch, you will see Jesus. Bought the gold? Bought the missions? Yeah, they just have to figure out how to bought the gold and then, you know. What in the third world cuisine am I looking at? There's a reason why I'm fat, and it's called being an American, and it's called being proud to eat dog shit. Ugh. It's like Hot Pockets, bro. You know that shit's bad for you. You still gonna eat it. True statement. I actually have meal prepped. I actually meal prepped. Because I'm trying to get healthier. I have like healthy meals prepped. I made some like fucking ground beef, a little bit of rice, fucking prepped. I got some fucking chicken and veggies prepped, and I got some turkey and salami, like little rolls prepped. I'm trying, man. I got some eggs. I made little egg fucking things that I can like heat up and eat for like breakfast and shit.
I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die.
Shit. It's disgusting.
Now, they don't... in that case, they don't actually permanently die. That can happen. And you actually can lose the worker.
Oh, wow.
There is a sink on that, so you are constantly trying to find more, but it doesn't happen that often.
Excellent.
And again, it is mostly avoidable by playing a little bit more safe instead of just sending them to their demise all the time.
This whole thing blows my mind.
You think exiles can be duped?
We can just
Maybe
have,
it
like,
says
a bunch
it.
of plebs
That's what it
now
says
to
on the
farm their
thing.
fragments for it, so we can focus on bossing, like kings, while they do the peasant work in the fields. Crazy. How did you like resist the temptation to not go super hard on this and like let us gear them and make parties and change their loot filters?
Well,
and
you know,
builds?
like early on, there was all sorts of stuff like that we were talking about. Like, it was like we were going like full mercenary system with all sorts of stuff for a while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So we decided not to in the end. But yeah, like the
Don't believe in the rogue exile strat
thing was certainly something
we
were very keen on very early in the league.
So you know this massive expansion.
Yeah.
This is actually the downscoped version.
I'm getting that sense.
We certainly had mercenaries as in the first concept, and it was like you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations. It's like
it was just too much though. Like it was too much management, too much like not good.
So
Different, so much going on.
Different leagues problem now.
But yeah, that does kind of sound like another league that I want, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I agree with you. It's too many changes. It's very hard.
Right.
Exile team manager, kind of like a sports manager game. Yeah. Awesome. Maybe for the future.
Maybe.
All right. So yeah, that features list, like that video just kept going. Like you guys also showed rune smithing, which is like a new take on bench crafting, but as enchantments. These rune words, are they all known recipes, or is there some like discovery process there?
So you start with a few available. So there are different runes, different names. So there's like a sun rune, life rune, power rune. There's all these different names, and you start, I believe, with all the ones that require only sun runes, and then once you get a life rune, you can take it to Danig, and he's like, oh, now I can learn all of the things that require life rune, and then
he's
so
doing
on.
the hard work.
So I mean,
Nice.
the Kalgurans are the ones who know how to do it. You're just bringing them the resources for it. So you eventually work your way up to the very most powerful ones, and you get things like what you saw there. There was the Fire Mjolnir, which you can put on one-hand or two-hand axe. What we've done is with a lot of the basic outcomes, you can apply that to any weapon.
Any weapon! And he said axes. He didn't say normal axes.
But with a lot of the very specialized ones, you can only apply it to one type of class. So the idea there isn't that like every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw on the live stream. It's like, no, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes. And, each thing goes on specifically one weapon. And what it allows you to do is so we've taken like an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on like some dagger or something like that.
New builds? Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they get pretty powerful as far as like, I think there's one that is like, 100 you can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's freaking every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit, and I think there's like a rotating shrine buff one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine, by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you just be like, I'm just going to sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the boss.
17 mapping strategy.
But those all require the highest tier rune, which we expect to be very, very expensive.
So are these something that you can trade, the runes, between players?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come. Well, primarily all come from shipping.
Didn't notice what.
Which you can do pretty early in the game, but I suspect late game. And then they are considered a like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like if you trade to the Kalgurans, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah, do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like...
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just so people can figure it out. Now, it isn't... It is... There's some determinism and then some that's just influence. So, like, I can say, for example, generally crops are giving you back currency, and there's some general influence, but we want people to figure that out and experiment and make up their mind as to what they think is the best combinations to send
certain
to different
locations,
ports.
certain resources are going to give certain rewards back that players can learn.
And there are bonuses on the port, so like you I think in the numbers there it's set 100. So at any given time, it's like they'll pay double for wheat. Or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order, so after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 vericium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then, like, for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the thaumaturgic dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value. And so that one, so you know, it's almost like a meta reward mechanic in that regard.
And that's from grinding up your gear in the gear grinder thing. That's also another feature that was in there.
And yep, you get a lot more dust.
What did he tell you? What secrets? Fucking drama. He said if there was only something that makes a 6-link weapon exist like a squire. Smiley face. Well, he edited in the smiley face. And then he fucking, yeah, see? And then he fixed his spelling. If there was only something that could make a 6-link with it like a squire. Leaked. Feels like a month-long league. It's definitely going to be a league that's going to reward you for like actively playing. Like you're going to be like super rewarded for constantly playing.
For destroy, so just to add some value to some 1 Chaos T0 uniques, disenchant them because they will give you the most. They will give you the most.
So
dust.
rarity is the key there. So
generally it's like better
after the
items
first
give you
3
more.
weeks.
So 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity higher.
You guys like adding sneaky new item sinks, don't you? Like that, yeah. Trying to get those 1C items to 2C.
For sure.
I mean, it just it turns garbage items into good items is the idea, or into more
dust.
tickets at good items. Well, yeah, but the point being, the dust is the ticket.
So I can
to
import
better
my new
items,
tree.
yeah?
For those of you who don't know, POB currently, if you open up Path of Building, right, and you check for an update, it's I assume there's no update. But if you go into Path of Building and there's a button right here called Options, and you open up Options and you opt in to the weekly beta test build. If you have this enabled and then press the update button, it will indeed update with the new shit as a beta. Obviously, take it with a grain of sand, but you could start slowly working on things. Like, for example, the Warden is, or like this is in, the Warden is in. But like, you don't have gems, you don't have tinctures, you don't have a lot of stuff, right? And this will, like, you can still share this, and this will, like, when people get 3.25, they'll be updated. But you could start working on it. What are we playing? Blossom, what are we playing? Is it still Boneshatter Berserker? Where was the opt-in? If you press the options button located right here, and then opt into weekly beta test. Slamzerger looks juiced. Lance put out a video. He put out a video already? Did he record it while he was live and put it out?
Yeah. Gotcha.
Tinctures are still
Awesome.
in POB. We don't know what the new tinctures do yet. We don't have the new tincture information.
Another thing, recombination returns from Sentinel. It was mentioned that it's not going to be as strong as it was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
there's two things that have mostly
Yes.
changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all works, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with
Yep.
it. That's all gone. It just
So it's
combines the items and that's what it
straightforward,
does.
the items
Yep.
together. So is
Yep.
there like the unique extra mechanic like modifiers that can randomly appear? Is
No,
that gone?
no, those are gone.
All right.
And so it is just merged two items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know
Oh,
that's going to
yeah.
be pretty unorthodox for most existing players, but it's still something you can choose to now engage with
Interesting.
because the gold cost is based on the item level of the item input, and so you can have it be very, very
Ah.
cheap early and more expensive later. And so it just opens it up to more players instead of just being this thing that you're only ever going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I like that scalability that you can use it early.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Or even like early maps, you know.
That was
something that feels
huge.
super
Yeah.
punishing, and like you can do things like that if you want to, of course.
Well, it's a good mechanic for that, but something that wasn't really accessible.
Yes, correct. Yeah, for sure.
I don't think it's
But yeah,
bad. I think removing the mutations gives you better odds, right? Because from my understanding, one of the worst things that when you're trying to craft the perfect item was shit would mutate. And then now if shit doesn't mutate, doesn't that just make it like infinitely better? Easy way to slam together gem level wands. I mean, pretty much that all that means is just like when we go to Frostblades. That's the wrong character. Mutations were very strong. Yeah, I'm aware that mutations were insane. But that just makes making things like this theoretically easier. Theoretically, shit like this becomes easier to make. It doesn't have to be a thing to make ultra best in slot items. No, you just pretty much just like, if you're playing Boneshatter, for example, you pick up an axe with tier 1 fizz percent and then an axe with tier 1 flat and slam them together. Not sure skill matters. I agree with you. I think Warden's gonna be insane. But being able to slam stuff deterministically is crazy OP. I think Sentinel's going to be really good. I never played with the original Sentinel. I've heard stories of the original Sentinel. I've seen videos of the original Sentinel. But you do hybrid and flat, yeah. Did you Veil mod the percent fizz?
And I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now.
I
because
didn't do
it's
the event.
done
No, I
through
missed
this
it.
mean. So
Yeah.
despite Sentinel
They're
being
just
there,
a
yep.
thing that you can randomly find in extra in maps to get more loot. And have
Just
a
more
spicier
juicing. Yep.
gameplay. Yeah, and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign stuff, making the campaign more interesting just with this random little encounters, you've got more stuff just appearing in maps as well. So Wildwood and Sentinel as well.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah, why not, eh?
More juice.
Love it.
It's fun.
Sentinel's ball. You're
I
saying all the
like
quad
idea
tabs
of
that ever
just the random
existed?
encounters, like they're not on the Atlas tree right now. That doesn't mean they never will be. But I like the fact that there's a handful of things that are just randomly spawning, and so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right? It's not like it
Well,
takes
especially
anything
for
away.
things like that that are effectively just this will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to Magic Find. So you might not necessarily want those to be something that players can have active all of the time.
We should all have
but
6
rather
at
as
this
info
point.
that
Sure.
randomly appears to make
And-
your map spicy.
That is the other benefit because it is random and
Yeah.
not something that you can just have guaranteed.
No, you
So
can't
they
force
can-
any of
They
it.
can be
Yeah.
stronger.
Yeah.
They can be more
Oh, yeah, true.
impactful as a result. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, they have to match the exact power of every other league on or thing you can invest into onto the Atlas tree.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So there was the mention of those like 3 bosses that can disrupt your shipping and all that sort of stuff. When they take something hostage, is just talking about like this gameplay. What is that gameplay like? Are you going into like random fights, or is it always a boss fight that you're going into when you?
It's always a boss fight.
Yeah.
Your Atlas runners will always be taken by the Bandit Lord.
Yep.
Your shipment will always be commandeered by the Admiral, whatever his name is, I forgot. Internal name by Pirate Boss. They get named and I don't remember them all the time. And then the one you find in the world is always the same one as well. And then the you pretty much just go, it'll notify you, and then you go back to the town, to King's March, and the NPC will just be like, here's a portal, go there, kill this person, or don't if you don't want to.
Can 2 fractured mods can move on one item? To my understanding, yes. That's how it worked. He didn't mention that that was changed, but to my understanding, that's how it originally worked.
If you feel like you're going to fail, you shouldn't go and do it, right? And you can bring your party members, but you can only enter it once. Like once you die, you cannot re-enter. So one shot only.
Okay, let's take a little bit of a turn now, looking backwards at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes that happened in it. First, the overall endgame overhaul, such as the removal of sextants and the massive scarab rework. How do you just feel about that overall, both of you first? How that
Bedtime?
went to the endgame?
Y'all have a wonderful evening.
I do think overall good, but it's very easy for that to get, looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad and then looking at it badly. Like there are certainly some things that were imperfect, and we are making some measures to change that. But I do think overall the shakeup was pretty healthy. And when I talk about the bad things, I'm talking like the T17 maps being too hard, right? Yep. And that kind of it's overshadows a lot of what's good about it because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just to clarify, which wasn't mentioned there.
Sure,
like Back to Basics was even more unhealthy than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both of them not good, not achieving.
Could you mix a fracture item and an influence item? I don't know.
We didn't. Because of that, and because Back to Basics became the meta, it ended up like not even evolving that much. And so I'm hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with, because what's going to happen is when you are releasing content on this scale, and I am certainly a risk taker, I like to push the boundaries and all that, you are going to have these things happen. It is borderline impossible for us to test everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was something that was really hard, just for the team as well, and like it's also very hard just decision making about, is this something that should be fixed or is it not? It was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really zeroing in. So there's definitely a mandate to QA now of like, okay, we need to really work out like what is the actual maximum possible thing for this, and like what is the difficulty of what that results in. Like, is it okay?
I agree. Tier 17 is going to be a breeze.
Difficulty versus reward correct for
absolutely
what the players can do here, this kind of thing, and it's something obviously that we should have been like thinking more about before, and like it's something that we're really making sure this time we'll try and do better. But it's tough because like even thinking about what the most extreme case is can be really hard. Like so many things took us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff, and like from so much content from the past as well, that like it's like it's hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the it came out just sort of shows you that like there's just it was kind of nuts.
Yeah, you guys asked me an interesting question yesterday when I first came in. It was like,
Pathfinder is dead. What? What? Did I miss something? Don't talk about it. She died. You're cooking your Pathfinder now. Don't scare me. She's kind of dead. Why? What? Val pack changes? How does that affect Pathfinder? She's bad? People play Pathfinder for one league? Taste of Hate is killed and Fizz taken as? She only means the shield? The Maxotl shield? I have that somewhere. Who cares? This shield might be nuts next league. I know I have a bunch of those shields somewhere. Wait, that means this shield's gonna be goated. Wait, isn't this shield gonna be goated? Wait, doesn't that make this like the nuts? Huh? All right, I have the shield. What did this say? 50% of non-chaos damage bypassing game, 50% maximum life and maximum energy shield, 50% of elemental damage taken as chaos damage. Okay. But why this doesn't wait? Total recovery from leech is doubled. Maximum total life for each recovery. You have no life regeneration. So this is insane for attack skills, right? Dawnbreaker's OP. Replica badge stonks are up too. Doesn't this like crack now? Because isn't Val Pact returned to his former glory? I don't know. I never played old Val Pact. Is only melee? Yeah, who's playing anything but a melee skill? The Val Pact changes nerf the self-cast Forbidden Right Pathfinder. But that doesn't make Pathfinder dead.
How does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like, what the? That sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
So well, I guess we'll talk about some of the things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there's there was a Reddit thread, and so I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques?
Yep.
And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And yeah, upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing or exploiting anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, did we tell you the value of how many unique items were dropping in some of these things?
I told him.
I was going to ask you to guess, but we were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a
map. In a
single map. And I'm not talking I'm not talking a 6-man group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this. And this is where a lot of those things, so for example, Shaper Touched rarity, there were just so many layers of multipliers that if used correctly altogether, but you ended up with less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy and the integrity of the economy. And and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing more of it this time to make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like, where are all these uniques coming from?
It's not a bug. It's just the math of
it's just
rarity
exactly.
and quantity.
There's technically legal stuff, and like there's always a question with stuff like that, because generally speaking, we have the policy of no mid-act nerfs, and yet there were certain cases, and that was really tough the last league, just because we did do some changes to certain mechanics, which we wouldn't normally do because it was just so ridiculous. Like there was stuff going on there that just was not okay.
Oh, me too.
I saw a screenshot of like one of the monsters that would be part of this, and it was like, it had a list of modifiers that was the entire screen, right?
Right. We were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, where are we at? Which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like, a thing that you can still do. But yeah, it's and I'm not talking like we're getting rid of all the uniques. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is 150 all right? And you're like, that sounds excessive. And I'm like, well, it's like, several hundred times less than what it was. But it's still top off-screen, bottom off-screen of unique items just everywhere. And that's just like a single monster. You get the whole res in the area. So we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong.
So he's saying, wait. He's saying that they've scaled it back, but if you do it right, it's still kind of doable. You pivoted your starter. Where are we at right now? I'm having a hard time not wanting to be Lightning Strike Champ, but Champ's not. Is Champ's good enough for it?
But it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by, 100 people who aren't, or a few people even who aren't even abusing anything or exploiting anything or doing anything illegitimate. Like, and the problem is, that's where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf X, A, B, C, and D?
So everybody else did last
discovering
league?
and figuring out
Lightning Strike Champ, but Champ's changed
let
now.
alone the fact that this stuff absolutely
Queen
rams
tonight,
the
congrats.
performance of the instances, right? Like, I don't know if people saw it when those meat sacks were dying and you'd get like 6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique items. And so anyway, a lot of it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all
New
that was
Champ
coming
is
from.
better?
We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average, above average, even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I loved how gloves off it's feeling with your ridiculous changes to the end game here. Like, it feels like you've really opened up over this past couple of leagues to
100%.
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again, I go back to that. Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this for PoE 1, and the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks.
Gencry is pretty dead.
As a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like without question. And that's why, again, like straight after the patches, it's like full hands on deck trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state, and a lot of people want it to keep changing. And we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on? And we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally, the changes wouldn't be necessary. But when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate to, I personally, and you could convince me, you could tell me I'm wrong about this, you might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like, play it safe, do something, a small patch and give it there, and sure, it's safe, less will go wrong, but at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with, and it just feels like, I suspect at the end of the day it'll be way more boring, even though it might be more safe. So again, it's possible that I'm gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety. But like, I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for everyone, including myself when I play the game.
Well, these updates have felt way more energetic. It's I think it's refreshing, I think, for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content. And we had Uber boss viable builds, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with it, where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have it's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was like actually not intended.
Yeah, I had an interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
That's so funny.
So that was kind of like an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to, so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's someone. There were two people who made this change independent of each other.
We have counted that on the bosses to some degree, so they are you know, not just like an absolute joke now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just the monsters themselves, which it did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling, like the thing. Once you have like 400% increased area of effect on the monsters, it's kind of like, okay, this is like getting a little, on the bosses, I should say, it's like this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, how can I dodge this mechanic that is larger than the arena? You could argue they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use because everything's always possible with enough.
It was definitely something to be really interested into seeing why. So like a lot of people just had a hard time with 17s, and a lot of people were like really complaining. So I didn't have a hard time with 17s. I felt like 17s started very difficult and you just outgeared them and they were pretty much a pushover, right? Sure, some back to basics modifiers on 17s made them a little nutty. But actually hearing that they were 55% harder than they needed to be, and thinking like, oh, but I did this and I just like insta killed everything. Like, it's just, it's very overwhelming to think about that. Like, they weren't hard without back to basics, and they were difficult with back to basics. But like, if people are really just that bad, that's the part that's crazy. You quit the league after trying 3 tier 17 maps and never outgearing them. I'm looking for the right character. I know this is going to be an inaccurate test because things are changing. So if I take a basic tier 17 map, right? This isn't back to basics, right? No, if I take a regular tier 17 map and I put this bitch in, right? And I'm talking about like really bad gear. Granted, I'm abusing some current defenses that won't be around, right? But if I take this concept now, oops, forgot how to play this character. Or maybe the poison insta-killed me. Right, if I can clear this now and kill this with blue gear on, right? And these mobs have 55% more health. Well, granted, I died again because of the poison. But like the idea is like if I can kill mobs in blue gear with like next to nothing, like what happens when like you take like random I'm bored out of my mind build that I'm just like putting together for shits and giggles, right? Eventually you get to the point where you like make some like crazy ass shit that you just like kind of shits and giggles about, and like it just falls over, right? Like instead of it being slow like that, does that mean it just insta dies? Like that's it currently. Like, does it change to just insta die then? You know what I mean? Like, it's not slow by any means, but it's not fast. Maybe people drop so many tier 17s now with the map drop mob changes and spam 17s to get Wildwood and leave map. That's a possibility. It's just crazy to me to think about that. Like, It's just nerfed. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Also, I didn't have a ring on. Defenses were the main problem for 17, and that got fixed as well. I don't know if it was defenses, man. I just want to be able to just do this and not think. New Raider could be crazy with frostplates. Could be. This is the coolest build you had all league. People just got to get better at the game. What skill is this? This is the I'm gonna lawnmower your grass skill. Named Rage Vortex of Berserking. They nerfed it? How did they nerf it? Gone after the Rage rework? Why is it gone after the Rage rework? Is dead on the Rage rework? Why? I didn't read it, so I have to ask you guys why. Max range is 30? Why does that make it dead? Not dead. Rage Vortex has a 42, previously 40. Wait, but none of that says it's the wait, what? All of that says the numbers went up. What? None of what you just said says that it's nerfed. What? What are you talking about? Rage Vortex of Berserking now has a 42% effectiveness of base and an added damage at gem level 1, previously 40%. Scaling up to 70, previous 62. It got nerfed, trust me. Are you saying it got nerfed? Trust me, as a fucking meme? Berserker lost rage regen on cries and some other stuff. Rage per hit is nuts now? That's my understanding. Looks hard to regen rage? What? What? What do you mean? Rage is the problem? Rage degen is insane. Rage degen is always going to be insane, right? Oh, this is not 3.25. But you have all these nodes now, right? Like rage on melee hit. Well, I don't know if that's a melee hit. Is that a fucking melee hit? Well, this was on a Hierophant right now. It is a melee hit. It's rage on hit, so you get like inherent rage loss starts 1 second later. Rage loss is slower. Rage on hit with axes. Plus, does this mean you just always have rage? Can you not go below 8? So wouldn't this just like make it always on? Doesn't this just make it always on? He's DMing me stuff. So what isn't the skill just always on? Am I crazy? Your max rage is so much lower? Your max rage is 45. You're a cluster with plus 10 max rage now. The rage consumption per second is going to be 30, meaning we go from max rage to 0 in a second and we lose. It's not dead. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not worried about it. The only thing I'm worried about is like it's Hierophant, right? And it's just like up here versus like being down here where you stuff you need. But if you go Warden and you're over here, you could just like get some stuff. I don't know. It's definitely gonna be one of those things that like we have to play it and see. My cat is going nuts, so give me 1 second. My cat is going fucking. All right. We have food. The cats were fucking food. Need my YouTube feed to explode with Leaguestart ideas so I can be in shambles. The problem is it's too hard to do anything yet. Well, I mean, you know, you can, but there's still a lot that's going to change. We don't have a lot of information. We have a lot of information, but not enough information. So we'll see. I'm going to turn my webcam off so I can put food in my mouth. Please forgive me while I fucking eat. But yeah, I'm really curious to see what people cook up. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time, man. Show us the food. You really want to see the nasty ass food? I just mixed some fucking ground beef and rice. It's called trying to diet. With hot sauce? I marinated the beef, yeah. We won't know until like week 2, true? I have this Thai chili sauce from Walmart that I marinate my meat in. And it's fucking delicious. It's this Thai flavored chili sauce and I marinate the meat overnight and then I cook it. Delicious. Delaying Leaguestart for a week so meta can settle on an idea of what I want to play. Pulling out of labs. You just want to start immediately. You want to get your city up and running. It's a city build simulator, so like you want to start immediately.
You know, build
Lance did a video. I'll have to
ruckus
watch it.
going on, but anyway, it wasn't right. Like these things weren't right. So hopefully we're back to basics removed, and you know, the changes to T17s implicitly it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds in order to achieve them. Like it should be way more open. Obviously with all the melee builds as well.
You are the Cyclone.
That should be a hell of a lot more viable this time. So I would expect a lot more players to, you know, be enjoying those as opposed to, you know, because again, we're solving the item quantity thing where it's like we want to open up more builds and make you feel less like you have to play certain things. So then T17s being that hard resulted in the exact same thing. These are not intentional things. When you get to Uber Pinnacle, it's alright for the number of builds to reduce drastically because it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point, or you know that's fine. But when we're just talking about like the top tier of maps, it's not okay to have it be so constrained there. So just mistakes were made, honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So the main design of the modifiers on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much understand that a lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do. But I think especially with the upper tier like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, oh, this is a real good map. It's got like some specific reward modifiers you want, but there's this one bad thing I'm going to have to deal with, and then you actually do commit to dealing with it. It again, hopefully adds more ebbs and flows to the process.
Cranks,
as
you're going to want to do
it
your
again
town.
just being like out, go and run, and that can be quite, where some people like that, and that's okay. You can still obviously do that with 16s. I do like these things having an impact on your build, just not to either one, it should be avoidable, or not to the extent it was before. And again, investing into them, rolling them, like it's certainly not something I'd want to stray away from. I actually consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take, but I think it is a much better thing getting an actual, like it feels more like an actual game mechanic as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just Alk and go, and Alks are worth so little. Why you just drop them rare, and like why are you even engaging with the currency on maps system?
Why have mods if the mods don't matter?
Yep, I agree.
Do you take like some consideration to how many chaos, for example, you expect someone to put into a map to produce mods that are on average viable for their build that they're doing?
Lightning arrow or a mini lightning arrow?
We do, yes. So I mean,
Maybe.
not in the context of a build here, but like for example, we were like, okay, if we want to make T17s able to be easier, like should we reduce it back to 4 to 6 modifiers?
Yep.
But then you just the argument, the reason why we never did that just this league is because, well, now it's even more chaos you have to invest to get 6 modifiers, because the right answer is probably to run 6 modifiers because it gives the best rewards. And so it's like, well, that's just going to massively increase the amount of chaos orbing someone has to do on those maps. So let's not do it that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do generally try and consider that.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be taking like a range of builds and saying, oh, on average, it's going to take about 10, 20 rerolls to produce a map you want to run on this character.
But my hope is that some people at least look at it and go, okay, if I just change this one thing, then I can still run it. You know, so it's not always just like, I know this is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it myself probably most of the time. You just avoid anything that's going to cause any friction to your character. But like, there are probably a good chunk of players who are just like, I will deal with this bit of friction by either slowing down a little bit or changing something or subbing something out, or, you know, and it's good for those players to be able to do that, because then technically they're having to invest less currency. Whether or not it's worth the payoff, it's up to them really to decide that. But
you want the mods to matter, and I get that, and these certainly do matter, but how do you feel about it versus modifiers that do things like, say, this modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting by making it more different, as opposed to something like, you know, your energy shield is turned off?
The problem you have with things that are implicitly adding direct rewards beyond certain other things is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them. And you saw
like
this with the
Shaper is a maze.
And with the Shaper Touch modifier earlier this league before it was changed, all of a sudden and now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the map.
Thanks for letting me.
We're avoiding the builds because now you are not only having to get a specific rewarding outcome, you're having to dodge the build things as well. And so it was even more. And as we've removed some mods this league, like I know the barrels was one of them where people were going for the barrels.
I was fucking
we've
starving.
removed a few of those, like, you know, sink currency into this. I would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is less this league because we've removed those. But we have kept some, but like we've also then made them rarer, so you're like less likely. But then which I know you could say is counterintuitive to investing currency, because now you have to invest more if you have to get them. But there is a point beyond where you're now no longer expecting to get it, and thus you are just like okay getting it as a surprise. As
I was
opposed
starving,
to
dude. I was
when
so
it's
hungry.
kind of within reach, you will just sink currency until it's there. But I actually do like the fact that, like, I honestly,
he's the only streamer not stressing. I don't feel like I'm stressing. Dude, I'm so excited, bro. The only reason, like, I'm excited out of my friggin' mind. They keep only saying more modifiers. That's what he's saying. He's saying they removed a lot of it. He's saying they removed a lot of it. I don't know, man. I'm excited for next week, dude. I think it's gonna be great. I don't think there's any reason to stress at all, right? I think there's a lot to digest. Right? I think there's a whole lot to digest. And I don't think having a lot to digest is bad, though. I think it's a really good thing to have, right? You want variety and you want change. The league looks packed? Yeah. And play a city builder? But they've said that you don't have to spend time doing things in the city, right? Streamer stress because of them having to make 4,000 billion guide updates. Yeah, I have people ask me to update the guides, and I'm like, sorry, I have other projects. Seems like a whole new game. Yeah, it's great. I have a guy who really, and I feel really bad. He's very adamant. He came in the chat earlier, and he asked for an update on the Spectral Shield throw. And I don't mind revisiting things. But the problem is I don't know if I have the time, right? Like, I don't know. It's hard to go back and update a lot of old stuff when so much has changed. And sometimes old stuff's just dead, dude. You just put it to rest, man. Sometimes it's gotta go. Hey, it's sometimes just gotta go, man. ED is dead. I heard Desecrate took it, right?
Back to the days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was
I found
that quite enjoyable.
But yeah, it was kind of like the game is a bit different than how it used to be. But
for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're not obviously going in that path anymore. But there's still a little bit of it there. The mods still matter. Reward mods can be bad, but it's good to also have them. There's like a little bit of friction there, which is hard to get perfectly right. And then in the same sense, yeah, I mean, some of them are probably... There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs are like were out of control. All of a sudden the corpse is exploding that you can't even see. Like we did all of this like telegraphing improvements to Detonate Dead and then like missed Revenants.
Yeah, you
so
did.
all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse explosion. And like
Classic.
there's a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible. And I think it's pretty good. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I'm hoping that it's going to feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of the most profitable things to farm?
Yes.
Yes. I think yes.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
What is the argument for no?
I've just
You know,
seen
like,
discussion.
I don't
on
mean from
that
you, I just
topic
mean in general.
Yeah, like some people are, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
Well, should T16s before that? And you could argue, well, okay, T17s you have to trade for. And that's the real difference, is that if you want to run them permanently, you have to trade for them. But generally the economy sorts itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance. Yeah. But then also if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like what differentiates them from 16s at that point. It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except they're now purple with harder modifiers. And you could argue that's better or worse, except I really like the idea of that, when you are just generally playing and not engaging with, the trade to that level, you're doing 16s with the occasional popping into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better, but I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. Me. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything. I mean,
in some ways, T17s are are the map scarcity that the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's
Rip Raider,
one tier that
fine.
Has that sort of you're not expected to necessarily if you're just playing without trade to be able to just run it again and again for T17 specifically, and that's kind of also comes down to that same thing with the mods. It's like the reason you're caring about re-rolling and so on for T17s is because of the fact that you don't necessarily they're not just growing on trees. That's why you've got a bit of a different philosophy there with the mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is pretty it's going to be pretty polarizing between people as to what's right there, but it is very important to us that the ebbs and flows remain and you don't just end up with this flat boring grind at the very top end like that. It should
one's
be
a dot
evoking
and one's flat
and it shouldn't
damage.
just feel completely just
Catabus or Calibus or whatever it's called is a dot
towards
based on the dot.
AFKable / and I don't mean actually AFKable, but something where you're not really investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the Veiled Chaos and the simplification of it as well? It feels like now it's mostly people just kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some div card stacks or something like that, but you're not really doing as much of the engaging with the board now, I think.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure. I am not happy with it. It was
Jonathan
on the
has
list
something
of
to say.
325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it. It's currently slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing I want to divorce is... so I actually just want there to be... there is one safe house, and that... and so all four connect to one thing. Sorry, how do I explain this? It's effectively Katarina isn't tied to the safe house. You can do your safe house and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And so you just have one safe house that has the whole board on it, and you earn intelligence for it, and the people still have their reward association, and then doing that gives you a itemized version of Katarina you can run separately. But the main thing is you're not linking the board to Katarina's, because there's always been this friction of do I min-max my Katarina outputs, or do I, do my interesting board layout? And you're just at the point where it's like, screw all that. I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible. So I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so, I want to divorce those two things so that you don't have that conflict, because
That's a really good take. I like that.
I don't even know if that's possible. You're always either going to want to never run Katarina because it destroys your board state, or you'll always run Katarina because the Veiled Orb. And so I
think that's a really, really, really solid
that
idea.
One doesn't destroy the other. Because it hasn't been right the whole time. So, and I think that will just be a much, much better if we do that. And then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want. Or, and then you can do all the board interaction, separately. You'll still have I want to min-max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but
he's
what
at
we can do is
326
have,
maybe
a correlation of the chance of getting it.
So
or
like
the
6
number
months
of
from
tickets
now,
you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board.
So like 6 months from now,
at least you're not gonna. You don't. I don't ever want it to be like I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board. I don't think those two frictions should ever occur. It hasn't
Eldor's
been
gonna be
right,
very
honestly,
expensive,
since we
yes.
released it. To be honest,
all right.
so.
Let's let him cook, hey? Let's let him cook. So we should talk just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you were pretty excited for the mechanic. I was too, because I love a good, thick crafting league. And it certainly ended up very powerful, but ultimately the crafting mechanic, not that popular, I think, due to the friction of engaging with it, the corpses, managing all of that.
Yeah,
But
why did
how
we
do
have
you feel
corpse
about
types?
Necropolis in hindsight now?
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we kind of knew going in that it was more on the complicated side, for sure. Some things just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more complicated like that, but it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league. In terms of getting full T1 modded items, probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood. It was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of lots of figuring out, what to do, and kind of uncertainty to the point where it overwhelmed a lot of people. And that's where you see, I even recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go out correct at the start, but I would say there's still a place for things like for it.
The update was certainly very solid for it, making it a lot better.
Simplified a bunch of stuff down with it as well. I'd probably have gone a bit further with the simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of
terrible
those meta mobs
yeah,
and
that's
some
a
of
big
the
part
more
of it.
crazy things are a little bit,
For me, though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the just getting so many corpses, trading for so many corpses, right?
Sure. Yes, fewer, more impactful ones would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot. That's partly due to the Atlas tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up, goodbye, they're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
Experiment, done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that. Whatever.
Why?
The original intention of it was like, okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior. And I think if we are to see that again, we would have that. We'd have introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because it felt mandatory. And it often will when you have the league in every single area. And so, yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
Is abysmal.
It felt like the opposite of what we were talking about with Gold, where Gold allows you to turn user experience friction into gameplay friction. It was the opposite, where it was all user experience friction, because it was about trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Sure.
40 times per craft.
We also obviously made a lot of changes to that early as well in the league, but still, it was like, you know, I remember Ziz messaged me at one point and it's just like, oh my god, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses, and I'm just like feeling real sad about it. It's not like, you know, that was the intention by any means. So yeah, I didn't quite hit the mark for sure.
Just lessons learned.
Lessons learned for sure. Yeah.
All right, cool.
That's
the
funny.
Flames had a bit more mixed positive and negative. Like, it was definitely a very cool added layer of map customization.
I love that they
but
can say
was
something.
not
I
optional,
I
and that was definitely
really
the concern we had going into
I don't think, thanks for the thought. I don't think people give these guys enough credit, right? And like, even Chris would just be like, yeah, we fucked up. My bad. Like, it happened. Like, shit. Sweep might be a 6 skill to play. It's got a dead zone. It has a dead zone. Makes it awkward. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Can I check out this? I don't know what that is. I don't click random links, my friend. From 281 to 664. Yeah, it just has a dead zone though. She really took so many hits for the team. They like, I don't think enough people give these guys enough credit, man. They're both so damn passionate about the game. You know? And like, they're really open and honest. Like, that interaction right there where he was just like, Ziz messaged me and I was like, shit, my bad. You know? Like, that feels bad, you know? And he knows it felt bad. So I give them a lot of credit, and I really don't think people give them enough credit. Well, we know Mark plays the game, right? Maybe she comes back. She's not coming back. Pretty sure she said she wasn't coming back. You know? Look up Settlers of Calgary Ultimate Starter Build. What? What? Trust me? Bro, I don't know you. How do I try? I don't know you, bro. Like, that's like the crackhead coming in and being like, yo, trust me, man. I will tell you immediately, when I search your thing, it gives me a Pilates challenge. So, are you calling me fat? Like, what's the goal here, my guy? Bro, it even goes into work. What are you saying? Scroll down. If it's your video, I'm banning you. It's a troll video? It's not. Bro, I'm like at the bottom and it still hasn't come up. Yeah, I can't. I'm okay.
And it also added just that extra layer of work that you have to do before you can
Send a
start
link
playing,
here.
which
Stop sending
really
random
favorable.
links.
And
For sure. And again, we again with the the league being like, you know, something you do have to generally engage with before doing areas. It's again that kind of X factor that makes a league different and makes it feel different. But at the end of the day,
You told me to search a specific term. The problem is like, look, no offense, like, I don't know who you are. I don't click on random links, and following it up with like, trust me, bro. Like, I appreciate the follow. I appreciate you stopping it. I appreciate this is the second video on my YouTube search. Yes, algorithms are designed based on what you search, and you have searched for that. and you have clicked and interacted with that. So your algorithm will show you that on your YouTube shorts. A lot of things are based around that. So like if you've watched this Papa Zero guy's videos before, you are more likely for your algorithm to recommend his videos for you. That's why it's always like really important if you like something on YouTube to like upvote it or to like interact with it or comment on it, because that's how like interactions and like the algorithm works. Especially like if I've never searched, for example, this Papa Zero guy's videos, and I've never searched for things or keywords that he uses in his tags, they won't show up. I mean, about literally kneeing things to death as a marauder. What did I search? That hot single moms are waiting for me in the hood? Let's reverse engineer it. You type the word boobies. This is the most ultimately wasted 20 seconds of my life, watching that shit for 20 seconds. Now I feel like I have to watch it. Hold on. Hold on. I'm crying. I'm impressed he got to 20 seconds. I almost closed it on his opening. When he went, bah, I almost instantly closed it.
Probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area. But it's certainly we like try these things out here and there. Some people probably thoroughly enjoyed engaging with that stuff, of course. And I mean, end of the day, leagues are never going to really be for everyone. They're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues. And
I don't like talking negatively about other people and the things they create. I don't have anything to say.
A lot of people did enjoy various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right. Like, we don't do it again, right? Like, that's part.
Congrats on reading your algorithm. I will actually teach you how to unfuck your algorithm really quick. Hold on. I will actually teach you how to unfuck your algorithm. There is a button on YouTube here called Your Data in YouTube. So when you fuck your algorithm, or like your kid watches something that you don't want them to watch, right? You come into here and then you go to manage your YouTube watch history, and notice how that video is not here because I deleted it out of my watch history. So you can actually come into here and I love Zish, but Zish is going to take one for the team. I can actually press this X. We're not going to vote ban anybody. We're just going to not, right? You can just actually just like click on the little X and like it'll delete it out of your algorithm. So like you can remove anybody who clicked on that and doesn't like it. You can literally just go like remove it from your algorithm. So like, you know those guys, you ever meet that guy that's like, oh, what happened, bro? My algorithm, it's all tits. I don't know how, I just want to play video games. I don't understand. I'm trying to play video games and I got 18 videos of girls trying on. Where'd all this, how did I get here? I just wanted video games. And you're like, my guy, you obviously clicked on boobies. He's like, I never once clicked on the boobs. I got cat videos too. I'm a man. And you're like, why are you clicking on cat videos? He's like, I never in my life clicked on a cute girl holding a cat. I swear to God. And you're like, just remove it from your algorithm. And he's like, I did it. It still show up. And I'm like, oh, I want boobs and cats in games. Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Cat videos are good. They're funny as fuck. Oh, I love cat videos. They're great. They're great. Hold on. I might actually have a really funny one. Hold on. My Instagram, I'm not my Instagram. My TikTok is like fucking funny ass cat videos. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I might have one. Hold on. I gotta mute my mic so I don't actually dox myself. Hold on. Okay, I had to listen to a cat video that wasn't a cat video, but it was a cool animal video. And I had to make sure it was safe for fucking work. Hold on. I'll cleanse everybody's palate with some weird TikTok shit.
Yo, I ain't gonna.
Yeah, hold on, wait. See, I click on shit like this. No, I went to my like stuff.
Lie, that dog is cooked. How he get inside the? Oh, I'm bugging. I didn't know that he was thugging. Oh, that boy a freak. Oh, that shit stink. Damn, that shit stink. She boofing. Damn, bro, look like somebody I know. Pause. Why is it blowing kisses? Yo, what's up? Oh, it's clapping. It's trying to clap me? Hey, yo! Man, why does Zoo got a schizophrenic monkey? Bro beefing with his own leg. Like, that shit's trying to rip his face off. How is your ops your own leg? Hey, throw that ass in a circle. Hey, hold on. Yo, that's Meg the Baboon. Oh, this zoo is cheap as hell, bro. I don't know how they did it, but they got a homeless orangutan. Like, y'all can't get bro a retwist or something? Yeah, somebody gonna lose their job, bro. I ain't no scientist or nothing, but I don't think elephant's supposed to be in an aquarium. Damn, little bro was fiending for a drink out my water. That's crazy. Free y'all, bro. Nah, bro, they gotta shut this place down. You know how bad it gotta be to have the animals praying for freedom? Outside with my tiger, you heard? I wish somebody would run up. We spinning the op block and shit. My boy hungry. He fiending to eat a op.
See, I watch shit like that. Okay. My algorithm is like boobs, funny cat video, stupid ass Clem Fandango shit. You know, like my algorithm's so cooked. There you go. Have fun.
Part of it, and this is a lesson learned every single league, right? There are always elements of leagues that don't work. There are elements we learn from. There are elements we don't repeat. And then we take often what we can do is take the stuff that is good, that is fun, and find a way to integrate it into the game later. And now the core game experience is overall better as a result
I don't know.
of us. Like,
I think that was somebody posting that guy's stuff, but that guy has a lot of videos like that. It was fucking definitely like I got so many of that dude's videos like liked somewhere. His shit's funny as hell. It was perfect. Definitely lost a brand. I wish I had the Clem Fandango ones, man. Have you guys seen the Clem Fandango ones? Have you guys seen these ones? These ones are funny as fuck.
Hi, Stephen.
Yes.
This is Clem Fandango.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango.
What, the work experience, boy?
Yeah, can you hear me, Stephen?
Yeah, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. Where's that other prick?
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Hello, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Here we go.
Stephen?
Yeah, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Come on then, Plato. Enlighten me.
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem H. Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear... Whoa.
Hello, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Shut up. I'm talking to the grown-up.
Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yeah, obviously, if you press the button.
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me? Hello, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Welcome to LA.
Fuck off. It's just me saying the words.
Hi, Stephen. I'm Clem Fandango.
I know who you are.
Hi, Solar. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Clem
Hi, Stephen. This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me? Stephen.
You shut the fuck up, Clem Fandango, and your made-up name.
Good palate cleanser. Clem Fandango.
Learning from all the stuff.
Keep the experiments going. Keep going wild with it. We're going to go rapid fire now so people can get their 30,000 patch notes, their record-setting patch notes.
There's something to watch?
Here.
Okay.
So we had
I'm fucking crying.
finally the much-awaited massive melee changes.
Not
was
on
the
stream?
Big
Okay.
thing that was led to you guys pulling the trigger on this issue.
I mean,
doing some melee stuff.
ultimately the community. People wanted it. That's
What was like the key change that you kind of needed, maybe to get figured out?
The one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of we made a document of like, okay,
British
what are the
comedy.
things
Some of
that a
it's really
melee
good,
build
man.
Currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to be viable. And effectively we had all these multipliers, and if you didn't know to do them, then you just sucked.
It's bad. Yeah.
And so effectively we needed to do something about that to make it so that just hit things is like a more viable path. I think that's just really looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was like, let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about like maybe there's some way to make it so that you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something, but in the end it was just like, you know what, we'll go clean slate, and we'll try to make sure let's just get rid of any of these barriers, and I think that was probably the right choice.
I just want you to hit things with your weapon, or monsters or the ground with your weapon, and things die, and you're not having don't get me wrong. I want there to be secondary axes of skills that are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6-link and every single other gem slot is empty. Like it should be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not which ones you use, which ones you invest into the tree. Whereas a lot of what was happening before is something is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough. But it means that different characters will have different secondary specializations, and you'll find a lot of these, like something like Tinctures, something like retaliation skills, they're going to be quite polarizing. People are going to love them or hate them.
Yep.
And that's okay. That's good. And it means that you get these differences in builds where you are actually speccing into and using these secondary things. But the one other main thing is I really want it to be less unique item-driven mandatory things, right? I don't want uniques to suck, don't get me wrong. I just want it to be that it's like, in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game's standards. You know,
Yep.
Like build checklist thing that we.
yeah, it's gone a little bit too far, and so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree because that is one way place, and of course by having more like.
I wonder if we need more passive points now. We still have tattoos. They are on the auction house list, so I assume tattoos are coming from the league mechanic. But they are. Every build is going to use Ralakesh again. Every single build is going to use Ralakesh again. I'm assuming. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Does anybody have handy, by some chance? Does anybody have handy, by some chance, the list of everything from the auction house thing? There was a picture that was floating around, and it had like all the things on it that you can like buy and stuff. I know tattoos are on it. $3.14 what? What do you mean? It's everything that's stackable. Big nerf to trade errors and hideout warriors. Not some mirror to your crafters though. Oh, shoot up, Steve. They have to play to get gold. They're just gonna just do questionable things for gold, man. Right? They're just gonna do questionable things now for gold. Mark said everything's stackable. You can't buy gold. No, but you can just like AFK in a map and loot gold. I wasn't referring to RMTing. I was referring to it becoming more of a I don't know what the word is I want to use here out loud. When they can't be trading. Yeah, the traders are fucked anyways because it's an auction house. You can still do you could also still just do normal currency trading, right? It's in the PoE channel. It's the B word. Give me a B. Give me an O. Give me a they're breaking terms of service. Feeding my workers. Also, gold makes no sense to me. I think gold is really good. I like gold a lot. Sorry for not cropping. Not a big deal. I needed a minute anyways. You may want to start your spectral throw this time around. Ellie attacks are nuts. We were considering and talking about the current theory of what we were thinking about starting was Berserker Boneshatter. Give me a great build for next league. Starting budget is 35 mirrors week 1 or like 9 days in, please. Can you give me a great build for next league? Starting budget is 35 mirrors week 1 or like 9 days in. Anything with a bow, Steve. Keep it 100%. I'm listening. Melee is fixed and all that shit, but they obviously made other stuff better too. I don't think ever that you would try to fuck me, to be honest. You know what I mean? I think you would always keep it real. I think you and I might bicker, but I don't think you and I would like bicker to like screw each other over, you know? They inadvertently buff bows fixing melee. I don't think Spectral Throw is gonna be good though, man. I can't see it, dude. Unless you're saying like start Spectral Throw Warden, but bows are ZZZ. I don't disagree with you. Was strike projectile skills? What do you mean? %80 more gives you the single target? I need some sort of audio. It's too fucking eerie quiet. So you're saying do this again. And convert it to Warden. We've talked about Frostblades a couple of times. I'm saying to play Lightning Strike, Molten, or Frostblades. I mean, what do you even take on Warden? We go mana stacking Warden? Why don't we just start Warden then? You go to Shock Node? Masterful Form plus Eternal Damnation plus Ralicus Boots. What is Masterful Form? You're saying this, right? Like, is this the skill we're talking about that's insane? So every time you hit a mob, you gain 3 unbound, right? Right? Because you would inflict all 3 elements, so you would gain 80% on 3 attacks. Right? You use the 80% when you need it. Also on new Blight Scarabs and those seems kind of crazy. I recorded a video, it'll be out later. I think Blight maps are insane. It's like building up a Val scale. Unbound Avatar requires 100 Unbound Fury to use and causes you to become unbound for 10 seconds, which has no effect beyond those listed here. So you're saying have this, gain Unbound Fury, stack it to 100, turn it on for rares, like big dick rares and bosses. Is that what you're saying? TLDR, you press the avatar. Avoid new till it's broken by somebody else. Or you're in for a world of hurt. I just don't know which node you're supposed to take. It can be bugged and not work at all. I agree. We had that happen with poison concoction, right? What's a good Leaguestart? I have no idea, dude. You're buying taming first? I don't give a fuck. Do we even know if taming works with this? Summer, Winter, Oath, and Wilds. Oh, so they're doing this. So this is what everybody's doing? But what are you losing here? That ice node looks terrible. This is still too many. The ice is insane. It's nutty. It says enemies you freeze remain frozen for at least 2 seconds. If hits that fail to freeze due to insufficient freeze duration inflict Hoarfrost. Freeze lowers enemies' action speed, preventing them from acting during it's based on cold to hit thing. Freeze is that when an have a duration of 0.3 seconds or below are not inflicted. Hoarfrost lasts 10 seconds and can be inflicted multiple times, each refreshing the duration of existing Hoarfrost on the target. Each Hoarfrost increases freeze duration on the target by 20%. All Hoarfrost is removed when the target's frozen. Can this freeze bosses? What's up? What's up? Yes? Yes? How the fuck can you answer yes to that? I can freeze bosses? How do we know? You guys are all 3.5 guys right before the patch notes. So like, I don't think Diggs' take is bad. No, this is the beta build of PoE. I want to point out something very important. Turtle is very smart. We know this. Turtle has a lot of really good information. Diggs is also really smart and has a lot of really good information. Both sides of the coin are very interesting. One, Turtle's making a really good argument for this. Two, Diggs is making a really good argument, and he's not wrong. I've played this game for a long time, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have played this game for a long time. We have seen time and time and time again, new shit like this comes out, and it just doesn't work for 2, 3, or 4 days. Wasn't there a league very recently where I want to say Ali told people to play, or Tuna, one of them told people to play something with some gloves on some ascendancy, and it was some like echoing skill that didn't work because it was broken, and then GGG was just like, oh yeah, we meant to nerf that. And then wasn't there another league where like there was Pconc didn't work for like the first day? Impending Doom? If you can tell me with 100% accuracy, everything on those nodes works just like you think it should, my take would be different. I don't disagree. But I also agree. So like, I'm gonna devil's advocate here. I also agree with you, Turtle, that like we have to go into it assuming it works, right? I think Warden will be broken and get nerfed. I also think Warden's gonna get nerfed. I missed the conversation. The conversation started with Turtle came in and he said, hey, Trav, I'm gonna be real with you. Whatever you're planning on playing, don't. Play Warden and an Elemental skin. So ignore all the nodes, don't read them, and act like they don't work. No, you have to be careful. That's a hot take. What's the hot take? They said, you're right. Yes. You're not wrong, Diggs. But we've been watching this, wherever the fuck I put it. The video, we've been watching this for the last like X amount of hours. And they said in this video, the only reason that things were nerfed in Necropolis League is because it was working as unintended and it was too much. The lack of fizz taken as if skitters starting on the right side and just getting destroyed constantly. Kill it before it kills you. Do you have a YouTube video on Ice Crash? No. It wasn't. Didn't he say that it was like not working? No, he said they left in the multiplier stuff going crazy. There were things that were working the way they didn't intend them to work and they changed it. Melee is super buff. This is a crazy synergy for melee elemental attacks. Praying for the nerfs takes out the fun of the game. I don't disagree with you. I understand, Diggs. I know Eternal Damnation. No, I know. If you suggest any melee skill can get nerfed. We were talking about playing Boneshatter again. We were talking about doing Berserking Boneshatter. That's where we're at right now. Is we're right now we're thinking about Berserking Boneshatter, and I was working with my buddy Blossom in chat on where we want to be as a league starter. Can you perma-freeze bosses? I don't know. It's like 99.8% LE damage reduction with suppress cap. That's crazy. You can with a new Warden. Are we certain? Like, is that how this works? You cannot freeze big bosses currently permanently. Fubgun's cooking something. I know Fubgun thinks Warden's busted out of control. Berserker Boneshatter is probably the safer start. Frozen in terms for heat shiver. Oh, wait. Are you... Wait. So, are we saying that this node makes heat shiver insane? I haven't. I know Pconc's doing something with Warden. I saw it earlier. 50 shocks plus taming. We don't. Do we know if this works with taming? Bosses can be frozen. They can't be action speed slowed below base, so they'll still move. Why is it 2 points beyond? Because I haven't clicked out. I don't know if Spectral Throw is good enough to play. I don't know. I don't see why taming wouldn't work. It's just counting the number of ailments. Can you link the video? It'll probably just count as a single M as enemy being shocked. That's what I think too. Can you link that fuck out of video? Taming. Oh wow, that's crazy.
Hey guys, I want to make a new video on what I perceive to be the new overpowered ascendancy, and that is the Warden. So this ascendancy is absolutely nuts. I'm only going to be talking about these 4 notables today. Other notables are also very strong. Tinctures kind of hard to say right now, but yeah, these 4 notables, elemental notables, are absolutely insane. And I want to go over why this ascendancy is just completely nuts. I don't see that many people talking about it, as everyone is talking about melee. So the first thing is the Oath of Spring and the Tainment interaction. Now, I don't think this interaction will actually survive. I think they will nerf this, but it is absurdly overpowered if it does go live, to the point where I don't see why you'll play anything else but the Warden if this does make it. So what is the interaction? So Oath of Spring makes you to have 50 shocks instead of only 1 shock in the enemy, but maximum effective shock is 2% increase, so it's a 100% increased damage taken instead of 50% increased damage taken on 1 shock. So the Tainment has this line where you get 20% increased damage of hits and ailments for a freeze, shock, or ignite on an enemy. Since you have 50 shocks on an enemy, and you can quality this, and you can use 2 Tainments, it's around 2400% increased damage, which is an absurd number, and this does work because we know it works with Emberwake. So yeah, this is absolutely an insane interaction. I don't think this is going to make it to live because 2400% increased damage is just, yeah, really not balanced. But anyway, not even talking about this team interaction, I don't think we'll make it live. It's not what I'm making this video for. Just this ascendancy in general is absurd. So yeah, Oath of Spring, talk about this again. This is just 100% increased damage taken if you can get 50 shocks, which is not as hard as you think. So there's a few ways to do this. One way is just playing a fast hidden skill. For example, if you played Molten Strike and you click this node, this just doubles your damage with essentially no effort, along with like an LA damage Molten Strike build. And if you're not Molten Strike, if you're just a regular hidden build, you can use Defiled Forces and then use any Curse on Hit Ring or Curse Implicit Gloves, and it'll constantly refresh your shocks every time you hit the enemy, and you easily ramp up the 50 shocks, which is an easy 100% increased damage taken. This node is just really insane, and any build can use it as long as you can deal lightning damage and you can also shock. It's not that hard to actually use this node because of Defiled Forces. Next node is Oath of Summer I want to talk about. Also an insane node. Essentially, it just gives you Scorch, but you can inflict 2 Scorches instead of 1, so the enemy can have up to negative 60% elemental resist. Really insane. Usually as this side of the tree, you don't care for stuff like Scorch because you can use Inverted Res Mastery from the Elemental Mastery, but when you're doing negative 6% LA Res, it's a lot stronger than the Inverted Res that you can get from the Elemental Mastery. So yeah, getting 30% Scorch can be a little bit more challenging, but there are a few ways to cheese it. The first thing that comes to mind is Pain Seeker, although I'm not sure if you want to use Pain Seeker with this build, because then you wouldn't always be inflicting the shocks with your attacks every single hit. But yeah, even if it's only like 20%, and then you want to get to 40% all res with 2 Scorches, that is still very strong. Yeah, another damage multiplier right here. Then we have Oath of Winter. Oath of Winter is insanely strong from a defense standpoint, and also an offense standpoint, which I'll get to in a second. But yeah, essentially your freeze lasts for a minimum of 2 seconds. This is really good for mapping, even good on some bosses. This guaranteed this 2-second freeze is really insane. And it has this other line where if you don't freeze the target, you'll apply Hoarfrost. So Hoarfrost is a new mechanic, and it can be applied in...
The only thing that comes to mind immediately is if this makes it live, you don't play anything else, right? Like, this is like a crack out of its fucking mind, and you just immediately put on, like he said, Taming? Yoke of Suffering? Why are you not putting these... Just equip the fucking amulet!
If no number of times, and each stack gives 20% increased freeze duration on a target. So if you're not sure how freezing works, the more and more freeze duration you have, the better chance you have of freezing the target. Because to freeze the target, you have to deal a % number damage relative to the HP to freeze them. So if you have like 4% increased freeze duration, the damage you have to deal is a lot lower. So this pretty much guarantees freeze on any target in the game as long as you hit them enough. So you probably actually want to be playing a fast hidden build, which also synergizes with Oath of Spring, as you want to be playing a fast hidden build with this as well. So yeah, this is just insane, whether for bossing or for mapping. You're just going to perma-freeze everything. And in this patch, they also increased the speed reduction on Uber bosses to 50%. So before Uber bosses, you could only slow their action speed by 30%, and it's now 50%. And Oath of Winter honestly is very good for that, because when you freeze an Uber boss, they don't actually get frozen, but they do have the frozen tag applied, so all frozen effects work, and they will get max reduction of their action speed. So in this case, it would be 50% now. They're very strong defensively for mapping or bossing or whatever. Very strong. And then the last one is Avatar of the Wilds. Now this one also very strong. This gives you up to 80% more elemental damage, but it has a essentially cooldown period, and you need to be a tri-elemental build to really make use of this. So yeah, how this works, you need 100 Unbound Fury, and you get 1 Unbound Fury every 0.2 seconds for each type of ailment. So you have Chill, Freeze, Shock, and Scorch. So it's 4 elements, which is essentially 20 Unbound Fury per second.
Chill? Oh yeah, okay.
If you can always apply these elements every 0.2 seconds, which is pretty realistic while mapping. On a boss, less realistic. So while mapping, this will take 5 seconds to charge up, but then 80% more elemental damage for 10 seconds, giving this a really high uptime around like 66%. So if you want to subtract that 66% from the 8% more elemental damage, this is looking something like 50 to 55% more elemental damage consistently on average, which is really strong for an ascendancy notable. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. I just want to make this quick video, as I think this ascendancy is just absolutely absurd because it provides so much damage. And this Oath of Winter, this one defensive notable, this gives a lot of defense that you usually don't have from other ascendancies. And also because it is Raider, despite not having any move speed here, which does suck, you can just steal Gather Winds. So you get to steal anything good from Deadeye and anything good for Pathfinder. So yeah, being a Raider is very, very good when you have, you know, Deadeye right next to you. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. I might be Leaguestart as Ascendancy. I still have to do pops and stuff, but it's just absolutely absurd. So it's 100% increased damage taken from Oath of Spring, -60 all res, up to -60 all res from Oath of Summer, and then 80% more damage from Outside of Wilds, making this by far the highest damage generic Ascendancy in the game. Like for more precise stuff like accuracy stacking, sure, Jug's gonna be better, right? But just for a generic elemental damage Ascendancy, nothing beats this in the game, not even close. It's just an insane amount of multipliers all coming together while still on a very nice defensive level in Oath of Winter. So yeah, that's about it.
It's spooky, man. It's spooky. You have time to make 2 POBs, one with Warden and one without? What do you mean? Is this for Pconc? No. You start cooking to him POB while I watch? I just don't think it's Spectral Throw. I think Spectral Throw is bad. There's no shot this is enough to make Spectral Throw good, right? 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 There's no way, right? Go Molten Strike or Lightning Strike? Thanks for the follow, man. Zenith is good too. The problem is we don't know if this ever makes it in, right? Wild Strike of the Extremes? You can go melee ranged. You probably want to play a melee skill. The Nimbus craft, they said all that stuff is for weapons only. I suspect it will only work on weapons. And it might not be everything. Or one-handed axes. I'm tempted. I was thinking of trying Jug for the first time. I'm playing those endurance charges. Depends on if Warden gets changed, right? It all depends on Warden, man. I think the endurance charge changes are insane. Didn't Hatred got changed too, right? I have the patch notes somewhere. Hatred is no cold damage, but it's fizz as cold. No longer has you and deal more cold damage. You and nearby enemies now gain 30% of fizz as extra cold damage, scaling up to 39. So you lose more cold damage for fizz as extra. Yeah, my biggest worry is we've seen a lot of typos already, right? We've seen a lot of fucking typos already. Like, what if like this is like typoed wrong? Right? What if this is not meant to be 50 additional shocks? You know? What if they like fixed taming? I'm not gonna lie to you. They did more changes and not put them in the patch notes like Calandra League? Nah, it would never happen. Got tired of writing at 30k? Is Frost split? No, it's a dot skill. No, it's a dot skill. Oh, that's cool. What if we did this as Frostblades? Right? And instead of being Trickster, Lightning Strike is the play. Just gonna play it. You only play a Lightning Strike. Isn't that the thing that Tao said, that you're just like a Lightning Strike enjoyer? I can hear Tao now. Of course. Fucking Turtle wants to play Lightning Strike. What if we just did this? And we just played fucking Warden? Check in game. Raider. You mean Warden? Dark race. I don't know, dude. I'm skeptical as shit, man. Also, doesn't your ascendancy while leveling do nothing? Like, doesn't this just do nothing? This, like, don't... Not, I guess you take this, right? Looks better like that. It's always bark skin, right? Like, you never not click bark skin. Why does this have both of these? What the fuck? Oh, that's supposed to be for bark skin. Is it updated? You can get the... You can press the options and then opt into the beta build. Thank you. Marnie Boggs? Oh no. You think we reflect height rings? Yes. Why wouldn't you be able to? It's tradable. I don't know. I feel like you just lose too much damage doing this warden shit. And then again, I don't know. I think the build's probably going to be changed, right? One of these has... I guess you just have to rebuild it? Just have to rebuild it? Everything changes, right? Like, you can't just, like, go into shit with how shit is, right? Everything has to change. It's simplex yoke. It's not simplex. It's always... Taming, yoke, heat shiver, right? If Warden is not what you think, you better have a Pathfinder pivot. No, if Warden ends up being bad, you just fucking pivot bows. You just pivot fucking Ellie hit of the spectrum. Lightning arrow, Ellie hit of the spectrum, call it a good day. What do you mean? Warden ends up sucking, you quib a bow. And go fucking dead eye, dude. right? It's exactly almost the same tree. You just change a couple of things, right? Just fucking equip bow. Oh, looks like we're lightning our ballista totems again. R2, oh yeah, bro. Oh, yeah. I don't think it makes it in. There's no shot. There's absolutely no fucking way, right? There's gotta be, there's no way, right? I got a DM and they were like, think about what they did to Pconc of bouncing, it never made it in. I mean, Jung's a snitch, right? Where's the Jung video snitching? Like, doesn't that just get it nerfed instantly? I mean, they obviously watch Fubgun, right? Like, and if they didn't think about that interaction, they sure as shit know it exists now. Guys, these snitch on some broken interactions on YouTube today. Pconc of bouncing didn't get a video and it got nerfed so fast. How long do you think you have to wait to find out if it's gonna get nerfed? There's no way they wait till like Wednesday or Thursday, right? I assume we find out Monday NA. It's gotta be Monday the latest, right? They know people are planning and they know people are prepping. There's no shot that's like Wednesday. Thursday? They can't. There's the fucking, you imagine? There's no shot they wait till Thursday. All right, we make two videos, Blossom. Guys, a video about the dancing dervish sword. Blossom, we do two videos. Hear me out, Blossom. We do we do two videos. We have two plans. We release two videos. We release the video for is it really Lightning Strike though? Is it really fucking Lightning Strike? We're just gonna update the patch notes. Doesn't have to be Lightning Strike, but it's one of the best. I know you don't want it to be Lightning Strike. It's Bonkly for me. We were working on Boneshatter the Berserker. That's what we were starting with, was Boneshatter Berserker. We could just do two POBs, right? We could just do two videos. We could just figure out Boneshatter Berserker and we could do some fucking Lightning Strike shit. I like the idea of the Boneshatter Berserker a lot, actually. I just like Boneshatter. But I also want to play the busted thing, which makes it really hard. I didn't think others would catch on so quick. How do I say this as nicely as possible? They're like, you just have to have like the Fubgun Jungs of the world not catch on. I don't think it ever goes live and gets nerfed 6 hours in. I don't think it's ever that. New generation looks nice as hell. I don't disagree. I think it looks really good. I don't remember where Blossom put the Boneshatter Berserker stuff. He posted it somewhere. Didn't do he snitched on everything. But he's not snitching to snitch. He's snitching to show the people, right? He's for the people. He's not snitching to be a snitch. He's snitching for the people. You know? He's like, guys, do this! Do this now! Jung's like, ban it! Ban it! Fuck everyone! Ban it! No fucking fun! And then Fubgun's like, fun! Fucking fun! Get divines! And he's like, fuck your divines! Suffer, pussy! Hardcore, bust, bitch! And Fubgun's like, 6 portals! Fucking Dark Seer for everyone! Fucking Mage Blood's around! This guy's like, fucking go get your Watchstones, pussy! And this guy's like, fuck you, I'm playing bows! And he's like, fuck you, build defenses! It's like literally what it's like. Ten out of 10 roleplay. You know that's exactly what it's like. Meanwhile, you got Red Vials. Yo, guys, this shit's cracked. And Fubgun's like, I got you, bro. And everybody else like, shut up, we're doing it. And like, but yeah, this is what we were at right now. Temporary kind of maybe at this. Collaborative stream? What do you mean? Drama? No drama. I don't think GG will do what they did last thing and start nerfing shit over and over the first couple leagues unless this is just something broken and fucking up the game. I agree. I don't think they can afford to do that again. I think Warden's likely to get changed before going live. I think Warden's 100% likely to get changed before go live. I think you would know by Monday, right? I think you don't. I don't think you pull the trigger. And I say this very cautiously. I don't think anybody should decide on any sort of starter or commit to any sort of starter until at least Monday or Tuesday. I know that's late, but it's the weekend. I don't expect GGG to be working right now. And I expect that they're literally, well, maybe not working is a strong word, but I suspect Mark and Jonathan, a bunch of people are like scoping out our streams. Like I'm not saying that Mark is like hiding in my stream right now, right? But I guarantee you Mark is, or Jonathan or one of them, or somebody's hiding somewhere in some stream watching what we're thinking of and what we're collaborating about and what we're thinking of, you know, like everything. And they're going to go sit in the office Monday morning, you know? Mark's trying to buy Catalyst again. Who knows, man? Committed to Guardian, committed to Berserker. Yeah, I wouldn't commit to anything. You caught me on Mark? I'm fully committed to a new league starter every 20 minutes all week. I used to be the guy that would swap. I'd be hanging out with my buddy Scott. I don't know if he's lurking right now. I'd be hanging out with my buddy Scott. And we'd pick our league starters, and I would get to the character select screen, and he'd be like, "I'm so excited!" He'd be like, "Yo, I clicked Ranger," and he's like, "Weren't you playing?" I was like, "Yeah, no, fuck that, I'm playing Bose." Or like it'd be another league, and he'd be like, "Yo, you playing Bose again?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm all in." And then I would get to the login, and he'd be like, "Yo, bro, I just clicked fucking Witch." We don't know what he does or doesn't do, but he's definitely nowhere near as communicative as Bex. I think we were very spoiled by Bex, and I think Bex was very good at what she did. Bandit's kill now ground plus one skill point. Bex said happy boat league. I started in Crucible, so I'm a noob enough to still find every build fascinating. Every build, the day the game stops becoming fascinating is the day you should quit. Anybody DM the new CM and ask about taming? I've DM'd him a few times. He doesn't answer me. I thought she was coming back when she left Riot. Nah, I think her time at GGG is done. I think she's on to bigger and better things. Yeah, I've DM'd him a couple of times, and I mean, here, look, this is what I'll do. I'll go to Twitter right now. I'm just gonna do this. Hey at Path of Exile, and what's his name? Without a Gout. There it is. What are the odds that Warden gets changed before going live? There's a lot of really good cooked interactions, and I just want to know if I can make a video / commit to Warden before she gets obliterated to the moon. I know I am snitching, but sup. Wait. Will it work? Will Warden plus taming survive going live? Okay, I said, hey, Path of Exile without a Gout. What are the odds that Warden gets changed before going live? Will Warden plus taming survive going live? I just want to know if I can make a video / commit to Warden before she gets obliterated to the moon. I know I'm snitching, but sup. But why? Because I want an answer. I would like an answer. Rip the Band-Aid off. Is it going live? Or is it not? Like, just tell me. TLDR, will the shock node plus taming work, or is it going to get changed? Shout out to the Fub. Is he Fubgun on Twitter? Is he Tom? Oh, he is Tom. All right, I added a TLDR. Bro, people are having a fucking aneurysm. This guy just like lost the fucking point. Correct, this will only work on rare items or below. So he says, and I was like, what if we like chance scour it to make it unique? And he's just like, why do I bother, dude? You guys are really quick on the liking of this, and I appreciate the fuck out of all of you. Damn, dude, my post got liked by a bot, and when I clicked on April's profile, it was nothing but booty and boobies, bro. Damn. Not a bot, it was me. You're April? I can't show it, I'll get banned. Link my Twitter post. DM it to me. If you guys would like to interact with my Twitter post, this is my Twitter post. You actually lied? I didn't! There's a bot on there! It's a sex bot! It's right there. It's there, I swear. What's a twatter? So I don't have Twitter. I can't see who liked it. I'm Twitter stupid. Snitching on Warden, snitching on boobs. You can't see who liked it anymore. Oh shit! That's right. I forgot about that change. Well, it's been liked. It's been liked by Twitter bots. Somehow Twitter bots are like, escaped out of YouTube Shorts purgatory. Maybe Nick will answer me. I can ask, like, I have some other content creator friends I can ask. And see if I can get one of them. Like, I could just, like, ping, like, I don't know, like, Localhaul or something. There's, like, a whole Discord. It's got, like, Subtractem and stuff in it, and Localhaul and Talkative Try and shit. I can just, like, ping this Discord and be like, you know, why is Delve trash now? Why do you think Delve is trash now? Local might be asleep. He's from South Africa. I will wake his bitch ass up. Thank you for that great reply. It didn't help me at all. What mechanics work best with Delve on the Alice Street? Depends. What do you want to, like, the real question when is like, what do you want to do? Like, you know, it doesn't matter what works best with it. It's a matter of like, what do you as the player want to do, right? Adorn's mostly not good anymore. Not true. Lance proved this morning that Adorn is probably still going to be the best in slot for a lot of builds, and any Adorn build that was using Adorn is going to want Adorn anyways. And the reason why Adorn's going to be insane, Lance pointed out this morning, is you're going to 100% need 100% Adorn now. Like, it's not like, oh, I'm going to use a 75%er. You have to like it 100. Yo, thanks for the follow. %100% of the breakaway with double, unlike last league. I want to be able to farm all necklaces and farm Infested Valley since the map boss drops the bleed belt. Basically, any mechanic that's quick and gives some decent returns, I guess. Delirium. Thinking about Academy. The more I think about it, the more I'm beating myself this league. How so? The only map that dropped Nimbus cards. Well, now you can put Academy on anything. One passive voices were wanted even before Adorn existed. Facts. Frenzy of Onslaught is just so damn juicy. Maybe. This is Mina on a different Twitch account. Mina. I'm drawing a blank. Help. I'm stupid. Forgive me. You know me as Lily? Why do you have 400 different fucking handles? Do you know how hard it is to remember? You are Lily and the wrong Blossom that I DM all the time. I have never known you as fucking Mina, bro. You're killing me, Smalls. Mina's my IRL name. I thought your name was Lily. Is DS Lily here or no? I get that all the time. I named one of my characters after you, by the way, Lily. You want to be Lily or Mina? You played private leagues with me, you would know. You motherfucker, you vanish like a ghost all the time. I try to do things with you. You vanish on me like every week. I'm like, yo, Lily, what's the plan? And you're like, I'll answer you in 6 months. And then 6 months come around. And you're like, hey, bro, miss me? I'm like, where the fuck did you go? And you're like, bro, the sky's blue. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. Which character is me? I named a character and everybody thought I was DS Lily and talking about DS Lily and people made it really awkward. But when you convinced me to play fucking thingy, I named the character Down Bad for Lilyfish. I don't remember why I called it Lilyfish. I think your character name at the time had something to do with fish or something to do with something with fish. I don't remember. Sorry, the POB update isn't up. You can get the beta for it, but it's not done. It's just a beta thing. It's barely updated. You can opt in. I also know you have like 14 Discords. I also know you have 14 Discords, so I don't actually ever know how to get in contact with you ever. I don't know which Discord I'm supposed to like message you on to ask you things ever, period. I wanted to like, you know, be like, hey, did you get that work thing resolved? And then like you were just never online again, so I have no fucking clue. Wasn't that Total League? I want to say it was. Tell your chatting room mistress. I don't even know what you look like. How do I even know you're a real woman? You might have a penis. You might just be this cat. What are your ideas for Leaguestart for digs? Bro, we just play Warden. Big titty goth e-girl. Lightning Strike champ. I'm talking to Turtle right now. Twitter would have a breakdown with that clip out of context. Are these women in the room with us now? You want me to tell you the OP? Tell me now. I'm all ears. You just play Boneshatter? I think you just play Boneshatter. We're all dudes on the internet. That is the safest way to operate. 100% the safest way to operate. You just assume everybody's got a penis, and then it's great. Look at the Warden Shock Node, then look at the taming. Girl, you are my guy. So if you followed me on, if you followed my Twitter, you would know that I just tweeted. You're like 10 seconds too late. I just literally tweeted about this. Yeah, we just did this. Yeah. You don't follow, DM me your Twitter. Leaguestart practice run time. It's definitely getting close. I'm pretty sure we're just going to do Boneshatter Slayer until we have an answer on the Warden. Take a look at the Eater boots. And that new Anoint. Am I cooking? What build should I play for Blight mapping? Anything that bleeds, explodes, pops. If you open up Path of Building and you click on this options node and then opt in for weekly beta test build, you can get the beta PUB. Now I'm following you. Dang! What's my go-to build for Blight? The Blight Towers. That shit's never making it live? Yeah, I don't think it's ever making it live either. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Yeah, if it goes live, what kind of reaction my nude is this? If I reacted to the nudes I will stone face nudes every time so nobody knows. Every time. Every time. I will not break to the boobs. Do your worst. So he has a stern face? Clip every moment he has a stern face. Gotta hit the Halloween store. Wait, are the Halloween stores open? I want to go to fucking Spirit Halloween. Is Spirit Halloween open? I see the interaction with taming. It's busted. Yeah, there's no shot, right? Like if it makes it into the main game, I'd be fucking. You just hard stop everything you're doing. You play Warden, right? Taming plus Warden survive might be the highest damage build. Dude, even if they like change this, right, to like 30 shocks, it'd be insane, right? You can see the glare on my screen from the boba. Hold on, wait. But Fubgun makes a good point that it works with Emberwake, right? But it works like... Well, he said he wanted to see the reflection, right? Additional active ignites can be achieved through Emberwake. The taming will grant increased damage for each. More than 2 ignites would, however, require the use of 3 rings. So it says it works, right? And if it works with Emberwake, per free shock or ignite on the enemy. Doesn't it also like work with Yoke of Suffering too? Like, this says enemies take increased damage for each type of ailment you have inflicted on them. Taming Yoke and Heat Shiver, yeah. That says each type. Yeah, I know, but like, would it, they might change it to this wording then, right? There's another 40% damage? Yeah, that's crazy. You know last rate POB yet? No. Not yet. I have a Boneshatter POB. Kind of. I was just looking for a good meme to send you for waiting patiently. My Leaguestart's gonna be Jug. See taming plus that node work. Swap to Warden, get the maps and get snare. Swap back to Jug and Cry. Yeah, right now we have a very basic berserking thing. Well, I'm really hoping I get an answer. I'm really hoping we get an answer from Twitter. I don't think we're getting an answer though. He's like, neither of them have ever interacted or answered like anything I have ever posted. So I don't expect to get some sort of answer. Whenever you can get the far shot return proj on a one-hander. I don't think you can get both. You could probably get one. I don't think you'll be able to get both. I think it'd be too insane if you can get both. Glacial Hammer Jug trauma stacking? We were talking about that earlier, and I was telling people that was really good. But this is what we're looking at right now. Or this is like the basics. Basics? This is the basics of what we're at right now. You do either of them and she'll be OP. Depends. I'm hoping we get a Q&A soon with a lot of answers. Is what I'm really hoping for. Trauma Molten Strike. Dancing Duo got a huge buff. I was told earlier about it. Yeah, I was told earlier. Aren't Heisers nerfed this league? No, because you can do Kalandra stuff. Can't wait to delete count as focus aimlets to +8. I mean, that's what's going to happen. Nerf this in speed that could do heist. Because it doesn't have movement speed. Don't you just use the transcendent gems? Right? The transcendent spirit gems, and you just make them like giga fast that way, and you use like 3 or 4. And you do like my +4 fist 20 quant focus is legacy now. It is. Free mirror copies on standard, let me know. Yo, bro, it's time to Sanctum Leaguestart. Let's go. Why Sanctum? Ultimatum Leaguestart? Ultimatum might be really good. You know it, I know it, and Chris knows it. Lance knows it. Do I think Slayer's good? I don't think Slayer's ever bad. And you know what I do now? I mean, we know Sanctum's really good, right? We know Sanctum can be good. Monsters drop loot and ultimatum. Do you think they made sure to cap it for ones like Stone Circle? Probably. The last thing you want to hear is your map runner died in the middle. I see a fuck that guy. Join me as ZHP Penance Brand Assassin Chad Day 1 Sanctum Beast. I really want to do like I really want to do the town building stuff. Are you doing solo Leaguestart this time? Yep. Well, not technically solo. I mean, I'm working with Blossom on the Leaguestarter, and I'm gonna play with like Hotto, my buddy Ginger, my buddy Cobe, my buddy Scott. But like grouping, never again. Not like Orabot. You're making a Leaguestarter when you're gonna tell me? I'm telling you right now. I don't think I would group outside of like people that I know play the game to play the game for fun. I don't think I can ever group with somebody who like ends up being driven by the divines. It just ruins friendships. So like, I don't mind being an Orabot. I thought being an Orabot was insanely fun. I thought being an Orabot and doing stuff like that was some of the funnest PoE I've ever played. But the minute it got to like, the divines and like wanting money to do X, Y, and Z, it just ruins friendships. So that lords need not apply. That's fine. And you guys used to do that group MF farming. I don't know what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it always is one guy. You always do group play, and one guy's like, "Yo, bro, let's go get apothecaries, bro!" And you're like, "No." And he's like, "But divines!" And then you get the first apothecary, and then the one guy, not Balefire, but Balefire is like, this is boring now, I quit." And you're like, "You're the ghoster!" And he's like, "I should have went after the divines." And we're like, "You fucking wanted it!" Paid me in Val Temples. That's pillow talk. This is why I sent Ultimatum Prism. Head empty, no thoughts, just kill shit. I think Blight's going to be really good. I recorded a whole video earlier. I'm going to put it out later about Blight and the changes to Blight. I think Blight's going to be insanely buffed. Especially if Blight drops gold. If Blight drops gold, it's going to be cracked. Buxa, Circuit, Mo, and I are planning our PR leave now. Gotta go. See you in a few months, Papa. Yo, tell Buxa I said what up. I love that dude. That dude's fucking awesome. I also want to see what prismatic oils do. I want to try simulacrums. I also want to do simulacrums. League setting RF, it's tried and true. No thanks. I don't know how you guys do it. I would lose my mind. Fuck that. If white maps drop gold, we do know they drop gold. They said that everything will drop gold. What I want to know is they made a statement in the video, and they said that beasts from the Ironheart's memory of beasts will now appear in the core drop pool, and then he mentioned the Black Morrigan, which doesn't make sense because the Black Morrigan is from a Scarab, but he mentioned the Ironheart Memory of Beasts. So does that mean Vivid Vultures are in the core drop pool? Is there a way to target specific blight maps? For example, Toxic Sewer. Not that I know of. We settled on a build yet? Almost. The Scarab's gone. The Beast Scarab's gone. Some of the beasts from Ironheart's memory have been added to the core drop pool of monsters. You also have a chance to encounter the Black Morrigan. See, this is what it says. Some of the beasts from the Ironheart's memory of Harvest Beasts have been added to the core pool of bestiary monsters, but it doesn't say what. If it's not Vivid Vulture, I think it might. My gut tells me it's Vivid Vulture, but it's not. We don't know, right? We have to wait for the patch to data mine it. Do I think Eternal Damnation become a very rare amulet next week? I mean, it's already extremely rare. I think it'll probably be the same rarity. I don't think they're gonna change it. I think it's still gonna be hard as shit to get. It's already hard as shit to get. Mean very hot. I have no idea what you said. ED will be very good. Rally gets a page for plus on endurance charges. Then there's gonna be cracked. It can. I've been told it can roll below 0. Venters. Yeah, it says the Venter's Gamble no longer has 0, -10. Instead, it now has -15 to 50% increase of reservation efficiency of skills. So yes, it can indeed go negative. Yes, it indeed can go negative. Bucks up from laugh because I pronounced his name like you pronounce it. How's it supposed to be pronounced? Is it not Buxa? It's pronounced Buxa? I asked them. Full Sunder? We don't just do this? It's some tamings and a heat shiver and just fucking slap up a ding ding dong? He's in a map. I don't know, man. I'm torn. There's a lot of options. I'm really, really, really torn. I never tried Archmage. No. Tectonic slamming him, but General Cry's dead. You're always right. Ego. Kick. Check, can we go tech slam again? Just without the General's Cry stuff, right? Earthbreaker still exists inside the X-Arc boots. Spark and Arc was my other go-to build. Lily, I'm gonna take any excuse I get to give you shit, by the way. I might default back to Frostblades if all goes to hell. My build was probably the best build. I mean, it was also the best build, one of the best builds I played this league. I played it again. We literally played it again. Like we played it again, but Blossom in chat made this like cracked out claw. He stole it from me? I don't know what you're talking about. Was it different with this build? It's very close to this build. Why isn't it mirrored? He gave me the original to do mirror services on because he was done with the league and I was still playing. The Necropolis Crossing was cracked. Yeah, it was insane. I hope Recombinator. I'm sure Recombinators will be similar. My friend is at a concert and they said that they have a fever and they're sunburnt. I said, like, you got to go to the medical tent like immediately. How does Calandra Mirror League shit work exactly for Blight? I've never played Lake. It works exactly how you think it works. One second. Tell them you think you have heat stroke. Literally tell them that you were out in the sun, you got the tattoo, you got drunk, then you're sober, now you're hot and miserable and feel terrible, and that you think you have heat stroke. Sorry, my friend is like currently dying at a festival and they're like, what do I do? And I'm like, you go to the medical tent. You literally go to the medical tent. You tell them you're dying. So what happens is when you click on the mirror or click on the lake, you're gonna click on the lake. Oh wait, I have them. I have items. I have items. Hold on. Can you just hit a... Yes. 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 Ring. You can also get 30% recoup. Doriani. Wait, it might not be in a remove only tab. Here it is. It's right here. So this is what I played a couple leagues ago in Calandra League. I played Doriana's prototype. It says lightning resistance does not affect lightning damage taken. Nearby enemies have lightning resistance equal to yours. So you would make a ring and you would put it in the lake and it would come out like this. The other half of the ring, so when I would use it, it would give me a ring, and the other half would be negative increased elemental damage, positive mana, positive total mana cost, negative int, and positive lightning resistance. So you would get a ring that was the inverse of this. So I played Doriani's prototype, and I made 2 of these fucking things. Delve and Deli? Yeah, I could figure out something for you. We'll talk. We'll figure it out. The idea, the current running theory is Simplex works with it. Yeah, every time you got a ring from the lake, it would always be mirrored. All the mods can flip negative and all the mods can flip positive. Yeah. No, all of the mods can flip. You didn't know what was going to flip. That's going to be really fun. Calandra League was great. I loved every minute of Calandra League, and people hated it. Plus 8 Fizz with melee buffs might be crazy. The mist isn't going to give you 2 obbies now. No. From my understanding, you're going to use the item on your thing, and it's going to just fucking flip it. And whatever you get, you get. But yeah, you'll probably be able to hit a chorus locket. Hit a chorus locket is gonna be expensive as fuck. There's like not a world where Hinocore's locks are cheap, right? That's like never a thing anymore, right? Depends. Wildwook is back. Hinocore's locks came from... Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm assuming you can't imprint it back. No, it's mirrored. Whatever it is, it is. You just eat shit on the outcome. Yeah, you just eat it on the out. I wish I could remake this. This was great. What build is that? This was Kinetic Blast, cast on crit, a Blazing Salvo. This was my baby. Instacker? No, this wasn't an Instacker. The Instacker was the Doriani stuff. You could probably remake that. You can't. Nope. You can't remake it simply due to the fact that it was because of this. Blazing salvo projectiles fork when they pass through a flame wall. You played the new League of Legends mode? No, I don't have any. No, I haven't played League of Legends in years. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I haven't played League of Legends in years. None of my friends play or do anything with it. Why, you want to play some League later? Kind of like Vampire Survivors, if you know that game. I do. I have no idea. I could check it out after stream though. But this played like this, by the way. This was just a flame wall of death. Some nice FPS. This was my favorite build ever. Why, you want to play some League of Legends later, bro? You can't do this anymore. It's not, you can't make it anymore because you can't get this node. This node's gone. Cringe? What, playing League? F for the old ashes? I know. I know. God, I miss this old gear, man. When I randomly dropped from a quest exarch. I love this build. This build was great. He said it was a heater, actually. Rip, my boy. Bing strong man oh bonks. Oh, is he are you practicing? Are we getting ready? Is it time? How much more fun you can have at standard? No, what do you mean? We were testing out things the other day in standard. Oh, this was another good one with some crucible trees. Fucked grasping nails with a Calandra Lake? No, the invert stuff only worked on jewelry. It's only on jewelry. Yeah, it was only on jewelry. My baby. $2,156 DPS. Heist is so tempting now with rings and amulets. Yeah, no, it's really gonna be tempting. It's just hard to get that shit though, right? Like at the end of the day, it's just gonna be so hard to get all of that stuff. Like it's not gonna be like, oh, ha, hee, hee, XD, I found it. This setup makes me an auto touch again. I mean, it doesn't take very long to set up. It takes what? A couple hours? Then you're set up for the whole league? It shouldn't take very long at all. All right, I can use the bathroom. Be right back. Chair stream, best stream? I know. Ugh. I also would like to slam grasping males in the recombinators. Fuck, man. Triple overclap male? It probably happen. Yeah, no, it'll probably happen. Without a doubt. But Melee's gonna be so cracked. I mean, play something for 72 hours. My plan is to play something for 72 hours and then swap to what I really want to play. Everyone's gonna be more wealthy just because of the ease of trading. I believe it. Have I chosen what I want to start? Probably Boneshatter, Berserker, unless I get clarification on this Warden shit. What do you do if you farm a metrics to shit a load of gold and sit on the auction house all day flipping? You eventually run out of gold. It's not very convincing. It's not convincing because it's weird to say Berserker Boneshatter. It's just, it doesn't roll off the tongue very easily. Also, I'm getting a bunch of DMs about something. Which skill do you recommend you play with dot bleeding? With what is on the Z? I have no idea. Does Rage go blur? I believe it is because of you get Aspect of the Carnage, you get Exert, it's twice as many attacks. You also get the attack speed and the rage, and then you get more rage effect. We're not playing Boneshatter of regular Boneshatter, it'd be Boneshatter of complex trauma, so you can just fucking whack off. You know what I mean? Because Boneshatter of complex trauma just deals a metric ton of damage. And it gets to 10 stacks and falls off, and then you get back to 10 stacks and it falls off, right? And then you get like, you know, damage there, fortify. And then you have access to like all the rage nodes if you want them. You get RMR here, RMR there. You get melee strike range. Like it's just damage, right? It's just damage and good. And then if you get a cheap Paratus pack for Fizz, and then you get some rage nodes here, so you get a bunch of rage and maximum rage. You just go damage. The goal deep is to play something for 72 hours. The goal is to play something for 72 hours and get 2 void stones. Like, the goal is to get to tier 16 maps as fast as possible, figure out what's cracked, and swap to that Monday morning. So, like, if this warden shit is insane, like, if we find out this warden shit's insane, like, day 2, right? Like, Fubgun's right, it's working, nothing's changed. Day 3, you're warden, right? Or if GG comes out and says, yeah, that interaction works, you're just immediately warden, right? Like, the goal is to play something safe, something we know works. We know Boneshatter works. We know Complex Trauma's cracked. And the goal is to play something really solid and really safe and just blitz, you know? That's the goal. So that's why we're heavily considering this. And I want to have fun. I also want to have fun. I love Boneshatter. I think Boneshatter is great. It's super fucking fun. But I don't want to sell. So, like, somebody's like, oh, that doesn't sound convincing. And you're right. It's not convincing. It's not convincing yet because we don't have a lot of information yet. We're still waiting for, like, some stuff. We're waiting for gem levels. We're waiting for tinctures. We're waiting for this to be fully updated. And, like, it's really hard to say what will or won't be good without having, like, we've ended up relying on this too much, right? You think Lacerate would be good? I don't know yet. I have no idea. I hope so. I think it'd be cool as fuck to play Lacerate. Last time 6 years ago, I haven't been able to use it. If you're looking to update your POB, you just literally click this button and then press the update button, which is hidden by my face. So you go options, opt in here, hit save, and then check for updates, and then give it a minute to update. It'll update and you'll see the new tree. Will you also dedicate yourself to other possible builds, or are you focused solely on this one? I have like 6 in my mind. I've got this, I've got lightning arrow, I've got frost blades, I've got warden shenanigans. I have a bunch of them. The problem is the problem isn't dedicating myself to one build or multiple builds. The problem is like giving you guys the correct information, right? And we were talking about this earlier, and somebody said that I was coping too hard on something. I spent a lot of time researching. Like what I want to do and how I want it to run and how I want it to work and stuff, because I spent a lot of time making sure that if I say I'm going to do something or I plan on doing something, it fucking works, you know? Oh, thank you, sir. If you're looking to update your POB, you just literally click this button. Think about warden and lacerate. Well, yeah, warden. If warden's, the reality of the matter is if warden goes live how it is, you just play warden. You do what Fubgun's currently working on, right? It's like Val lightning strike and a dagger. That's probably going to be with a dagger, because daggers don't get soul gain prevention. because of the new Danning thing. You can remove soul gain prevention. Playing Pathfinder if Warden's cracked. Yeah, it's exactly. I think I don't think like this is bad. I think this is really good. The fact that you guys are really harping on this taming interaction. I think people are just hopeful to play some busted ass shit. One second. Gonna get put the 5%? Probably. It's definitely gonna get nerfed. There's no way, right? There's no way. Don't we get busted as shit every league? We do. We do. But people complain they don't get to do it early enough. I need to go do this Blight video. Remember Affliction League with the bug specters? I don't, but yes. Well, I didn't play it, but I know what you're talking about. Impale Cyclone sounds good for me. It might be fine. I don't know. I don't know. I think what I'm going to do, can we dual enchant weapons on the new enchant? I'm pretty sure you can only put one enchant on them. I think you can only do one. All right, this is what I think I'm gonna go do, chat. I think I'm gonna go work on the Blight video and put the Blight video out about why I think Blight's cracked. And then I'm gonna get that video out to you guys. And then tomorrow, I guess tomorrow we start leveling the Berserker and start doing practice runs. I think that's the plan. I think tomorrow we start doing Berserker practice runs. Just don't make an ultimatum video for a couple of weeks if it's good. I got you. I got you. Yeah, not a problem. All right, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We are gonna get dinner, make the ultimatum video, and get that out. Second video is ultimatum confirmed. I think that's the plan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all in the morning or the early afternoon. Chat, thanks for hanging out. Things are awesome, amazing, beautiful. You guys are great. Let me go work on this video though. Hello, I saw that you played the last league Hexplex Cultist. Any idea how we deal now with Divine Blessing being gone? Specters. Ask me later. Let me think about that. I think you just like get rid of it. You just don't care, right? You just don't care. Like the haste is good, but you're just kind of like whatever. Let me think about it, Andre. Let me think about it. I'll get back to you. Good night. Have a wonderful evening.